Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening where relaxation is the gentle path to sweet dreams. As you settle in, let the comforting tales we are about to share wrap you in warmth and anticipation. Allow the soothing sounds of our stories to guide you into a peaceful state, perfect for this time of year. Imagine yourself nestled by a cozy fireplace, its gentle crackle a backdrop to our calming narrative. Let go, unwind, and embrace the tranquility of the moment. Story 1. In the charming village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering brooks, where each dawn painted the sky with hues of gold and azure, lived a young girl named Willow. Her hair shimmered like strands of sunlight, cascading down her shoulders, while her eyes sparkled with the wonder of the world around her, reflecting the deep blue of the sky on a clear day. Yet despite her sunny disposition, Willow often felt weighed down by the changes happening within her. The air carried the faint scent of pine and earth, a constant reminder of the ever-present cycle of life surrounding her, an orchestra of nature that played to the rhythm of her own transformation. As she blossomed into a young woman, Willow found herself at odds with the shifting tides of her body and mind. Emotions she couldn't quite grasp would swell within her like a river after a heavy rain, their intensity both thrilling and terrifying. At times, she felt like a sapling caught in a storm, bending and swaying with forces beyond her control, the wind howling through her leaves with a mournful song of change. One crisp autumn day, as Willow wandered through the forest's golden embrace, the crunch of leaves underfoot accompanied her every step. The forest was alive with the vibrant palette of autumn, the trees adorned in fiery reds and oranges, a visual symphony that spoke of endings and new beginnings. She stumbled upon a most peculiar sight. A tiny fairy, no bigger than her thumb, was struggling to free herself from a tangle of vines. The air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen apples, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead, as if urging Willow forward. Without hesitation, Willow gently untangled the delicate creature, who looked up at her with eyes that shimmered like dewdrops caught in the morning sun. "Thank you, kind one," the fairy said, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells, a melody that seemed to blend with the rustling leaves. "In return for your kindness, I shall grant you a gift." With a wave of her gossamer wings, a glowing acorn appeared in Willow's palm, warm and pulsating with an inner light. "This is no ordinary acorn," the fairy explained. "It is a seed of transformation, planted in a special place, and as it grows, so too shall you grow in wisdom and understanding." Willow thanked the fairy and hurried home, cradling the acorn like a precious treasure, its warmth seeping into her palms. In the safety of her room, where the faint scent of lavender from her mother's garden lingered, she carefully planted the seed in a pot of rich soil, tending to it with love and patience. Her room, a sanctuary filled with gentle reminders of her childhood, bore witness to her quiet moments of reflection and dreams of the future. Days turned to weeks, and Willow watched in awe as the acorn sprouted into a sapling, its slender trunk reaching ever higher, yearning for the light streaming through her window. And with each passing day, she felt a subtle shift within herself, as if the tree's growth was mirroring her own inner journey. During this time, Willow found solace in the company of her dear friend Oliver, a wise old oak tree that stood sentinel in the village square. With his deep, rumbling voice and gentle wisdom, Oliver became a constant source of guidance and comfort. The villagers often gathered beneath his expansive branches, seeking shade and counsel, and Willow was no exception. "My sweet Willow," he would say, his voice resonating through the air like a comforting embrace. "Change is as natural as the turning of the seasons. Just as the oak sheds its leaves in autumn, only to sprout anew in spring, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and transformation." Willow would sit beneath Oliver's sheltering boughs, pouring out her hopes and fears, her uncertainties and wonderings, the rustling leaves providing a gentle counterpoint to her thoughts. And Oliver, with his patient understanding, would offer sage counsel, reminding her that personal growth, like the unfolding of a bud, is a process that cannot be rushed or forced. As the seasons cycled, Willow's sapling continued to thrive, its branches reaching outward, its leaves unfurling in vibrant shades of green. And with each passing year, Willow felt herself blossoming alongside her tree, embracing the changes within with a newfound sense of resilience and grace. The emotions that once overwhelmed her like a raging river now flowed with a gentle current, their ebb and flow as natural as the tides. The fears and uncertainties that once clouded her mind melted away, replaced by a deep sense of self-acceptance and inner strength. In the heart of winter, a new chapter unfolded for Willow. A traveling minstrel visited the village, bringing tales and songs from lands far beyond the hills. His stories captivated Willow, igniting a curiosity for the world beyond her village. She found herself drawn to his tales of adventure and discovery, the world painted in vibrant hues by his words. The minstrel, sensing her intrigue, shared with her a map, its parchment aged and worn, detailing paths she could venture upon, should she choose to explore. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Willow found herself drawn to the village's edge, where a small, hidden pond reflected the twilight sky. Here, she discovered a group of children playing, their laughter ringing through the air like a chorus of joy. They invited her to join them, and as she waded into the cool water, she felt an unexpected lightness, as if shedding the last of her lingering doubts. Later that evening, as stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Willow sat by the pond, her reflection rippling in the gentle water. She thought of the fairies' gift and the journey it had inspired. The sound of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl filled the night, a symphony of nature that echoed the harmony she felt within. Through it all, Oliver remained a steadfast friend, his wise counsel guiding Willow through the twists and turns of her journey. Together, they marveled at the beauty of growth and transformation, celebrating each milestone and triumph with reverence and joy. As the years drifted by, Willow's slender sapling grew into a mighty oak, its branches stretching skyward, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the soil that cradled it. And within Willow's heart, a similar transformation had taken place. A blossoming of wisdom, courage, and an unshakable connection to the rhythms of life itself. On her 20th birthday, Willow stood beneath the canopy of her magnificent tree, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns of its bark, feeling the life pulsing beneath her touch. In that moment, she understood the true gift the fairy had bestowed upon her, not just a seed of transformation, but a living, breathing reminder that growth is a journey to be embraced, not feared. With a contented smile, Willow whispered a silent thanks to the fairy, to Oliver, and to the boundless potential that resided within her own heart. For she had learned that personal growth, like the unfolding of a blossom, is a magical, ever-unfolding dance, one that reveals its beauty one petal at a time. And as she turned to leave, the wind carried with it the soft rustle of leaves, a gentle reminder of the journey yet to come. Story 2. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering streams, there existed a small, unassuming cobbler's shop. The shop, with its red brick chimney and ivy-clad walls, exuded the comforting aroma of leather and beeswax polish, and was known for crafting the finest boots in all the land. The rhythmic tapping of the cobbler's hammer was a familiar lullaby to the villagers, a constant presence amid the gentle hum of daily life. Yet, few knew of the shop's most wondrous secret, a pair of seemingly ordinary leather shoes that possessed the power to reveal the unseen. These shoes, lined with velvet as soft as a summer breeze and buckles that gleamed like morning dew, were nestled away in a corner, gathering dust. The leather, though aged, retained a supple glow, hinting at its magical origin. It was said that they had been crafted long ago by a master cobbler who had imbued them with a touch of magic. Time had forgotten their origin, and the villagers, wrapped in their daily routines, had no inkling of the enchantment they held. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves painted the village in hues of gold and russet, a gentle soul named Finn wandered into the shop. The chill in the air was softened by the sun's gentle caress, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones. Finn was a dreamer, with eyes that sparkled like the night sky and a heart as open as the sea. His presence in the village was like a fresh breeze, always lifting the spirits of those around him with his infectious enthusiasm and sincere curiosity about life's mysteries. As Finn browsed through the shop, his gaze fell upon the dusty shoes. Something about them whispered to his heart, and with a sense of reverence, he reached out to touch them. As his fingers brushed against the leather, a warmth spread through him, like the comfort of a hearth on a cold winter's night. The sensation was akin to the feeling of a long-forgotten memory brushing the edges of his consciousness, a promise of stories untold. "Ah, you found the traveler's shoes," came a voice, rich and warm, from behind the counter. It was Mr. Larkspur, the elderly cobbler, whose eyes twinkled with a wisdom that seemed to span ages. His hands bore the calluses of countless hours spent crafting shoes, yet moved with the grace of a maestro conducting a symphony. "Those shoes have been waiting for someone like you." Finn, intrigued, asked, "What makes them special?" Mr. Larkspur leaned forward, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "These shoes can unveil the hidden wonders of the world, if you have the heart to see them." His words carried the weight of an ancient secret, a whisper of worlds unseen by ordinary eyes. Feeling the pull of adventure, Finn decided to take the shoes. As he stepped outside, the air felt different, as though it hummed with secrets waiting to be discovered. The village, once familiar, now appeared as an intricate tapestry, each thread woven with stories of its own. His journey began the moment his feet slipped into the shoes. The cobblestones beneath him seemed to shimmer with stories, each crack and crevice holding tales of old. Finn walked through the village, his steps light and full of purpose, and soon found himself at the edge of the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the gentle murmur of the breeze. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, a heady perfume that invigorated his senses. As Finn ventured deeper, he noticed that the trees, tall and ancient, seemed to whisper greetings to him, their branches swaying in a harmonious dance. The shoes guided him along a hidden path, one that glistened with sunlight filtering through the canopy above. It was as if the forest itself was a living entity, beckoning him to explore its depths and learn its secrets. It was there, in the heart of the forest, that Finn met his first helper. A fox with fur as fiery as the sunset and eyes as bright as emeralds appeared before him. The fox, whose name was Ember, was both playful and wise, with a voice that sang with the rhythm of the forest. Her movements were a flowing dance, each step a testament to her connection with the earth beneath her paws. "Welcome, traveler," Ember greeted, her tail flicking with curiosity. "What brings you to the heart of the whispering woods?" "I seek to see the unseen," Finn replied, feeling a bond of friendship blossom between them. There was something about Ember that felt familiar, as if they had known each other in another life, another story. Ember nodded, her eyes glinting with understanding. "Then let us journey together. There are many wonders to behold." And so, Finn and Ember traveled through the forest, discovering hidden glades where flowers bloomed with colors unimaginable, and streams that sang songs of ancient times. Each step revealed more of the world's hidden magic, a tapestry of life and beauty woven into the very fabric of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and pink, they arrived at a clearing where a gentle pond lay, its surface smooth as glass. Beside it stood an old owl, wise and serene, with feathers that glimmered like silver in the moonlight. "Greetings, young ones," the owl hooted softly, his voice deep and melodic. "I am Solus, keeper of the pond's secrets. What wisdom do you seek?" Finn pondered the question, feeling the weight of knowledge in the air around him. "I wish to understand the true nature of what I see," he said finally. "To see beyond the surface." Solus nodded, his eyes reflecting the stars above. To see truly is to understand with the heart, not just the eyes. Trust in the kindness and wisdom within you, and the world will reveal its truths. With these words, Solus dipped his beak into the pond, sending ripples across its surface. As Finn gazed into the water, he saw images of his journey. Each moment, each friendship, each discovery, woven together into a story of connection and understanding. The reflection spoke to him of the beauty and simplicity, the power of kindness, and the importance of seeing with both heart and mind. It was a gentle reminder that magic was not just in the shoes or the forest, but in every act of compassion and every moment of wonder. As the night deepened, Finn and Ember bid farewell to Solus, their hearts full and their spirits light. They returned to the village, the shoes still snug on Finn's feet, carrying with them the warmth of newfound wisdom. With the morning sun, Finn returned to the cobbler's shop, where Mr. Larkspur awaited him with a knowing smile. "You have seen much, young traveler," the cobbler said, his voice like the softest of lullabies. "Remember, the magic of the traveler's shoes lies not just in their power to reveal, but in your willingness to see." Finn nodded, understanding the truth in those words. He returned the shoes to their place, knowing they would wait for the next soul ready to discover the unseen. As he stepped back into the village, a new scene unfolded before him. The bakery's aroma was richer, the laughter of children playing echoed with a deeper joy, and the simple beauty of Willowbrook resonated with him in ways he had never known. Each face he encountered seemed to tell a story, each smile a note in a symphony that celebrated life. But the story did not end there. In the days that followed, Finn found himself drawn back to the cobbler's shop, not for the shoes, but for the company of Mr. Larkspur. There was a depth to the cobbler's stories, a richness that spoke of adventures long past, and a world seen through eyes that understood the beauty of simplicity. One afternoon, as the sun cast golden rays through the shop's window, Finn sat with Mr. Larkspur over a steaming cup of tea. The warmth of the tea seeped into his hands, the fragrant steam curling upwards like tendrils of a forgotten memory. "Tell me, Mr. Larkspur," Finn began, curiosity dancing in his eyes, "how did you come to be the keeper of such wondrous shoes?" The cobbler chuckled, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, that is a tale as old as the hills. Once, I too was a traveler, much like yourself. I wandered far and wide, seeking the stories of the world. It was during those travels that I met the master cobbler who crafted the shoes. He saw in me a kindred spirit and entrusted them to my care." Finn listened intently, the image of a younger Mr. Larkspur journeying through distant lands igniting his imagination. "And did you ever wear the shoes?" he asked. "Only once," Mr. Larkspur replied, his gaze distant as if peering into the past. "In a land where the mountains kissed the sky and the rivers sang their ancient songs. It was there I learned the greatest truth of all, that the real magic lies not in the shoes, but in the stories we gather and the hearts we touch along the way." As Finn absorbed the cobbler's words, he realized that his own journey had just begun. The shoes had shown him a glimpse of the unseen, but it was his heart that would lead him to the true treasures of life: friendship, understanding, and the endless wonder of discovery. And so, with a renewed sense of purpose, Finn left the cobbler's shop, knowing he would return again and again, not just to hear stories, but to share his own. The traveler's shoes remained, waiting patiently for the next adventurer, whispering promises of adventure and new beginnings to those who dared to listen. Some weeks later, a festival filled the village with vibrant energy. Stalls lined the cobblestone streets, offering everything from hand-woven tapestries to sweet honey cakes. The air was alive with the sound of fiddles and laughter, and the scent of roasting chestnuts mingling with the crisp autumn air. It was here that Finn, alongside Mr. Larkspur, set up a small booth, showcasing the beauty of the cobbler's craft. Children gathered around, eyes wide with wonder as Mr. Larkspur told tales of faraway lands and enchanted shoes, his voice weaving magic into the cool evening air. Finn, meanwhile, demonstrated the art of cobbling, his hands moving with a newfound confidence and grace. As he worked, he felt the stories of the village flow through him. Each pair of shoes a new chapter in the tapestry of Willowbrook. It was during this festival that Finn truly understood his place in the world. He was no longer just a dreamer wandering through life. He was part of a community, a storyteller in his own right. The shoes had given him a gift far beyond sight. They had shown him the importance of connection, of being part of something larger than himself. As the festival continued, an unexpected encounter awaited Finn and Mr. Larkspur. Among the crowd, a mysterious figure appeared, cloaked in deep blue with a hood shadowing their face, but eyes that glinted like polished silver. The figure approached their booth with a graceful air, seemingly drawn by an invisible thread of destiny. "Greetings, cobbler and storyteller," the figure spoke in a voice both familiar and enigmatic. "I have come to see the shoes that whisper of wonders." Finn felt an inexplicable sense of recognition, as if this stranger was a part of the same story that had begun with the shoes. Mr. Larkspur, with a subtle nod, gestured towards the pair displayed prominently on a wooden stand. The figure examined the shoes with an almost reverent touch, their fingers tracing the intricate patterns etched into the leather. These shoes, they mused, hold more than magic. They are a bridge, connecting those who seek with the stories that await. Finn, intrigued by the figure's insight, asked, "And who are you to know such things?" The figure smiled, lowering their hood to reveal a face lined with the wisdom of ages, yet eyes that sparkled with youth. "I am a keeper of tales, a wanderer like yourselves. I have walked paths both known and hidden, gathering the threads of stories long forgotten." A silence enveloped them, the bustling festival fading into the background as the moment stretched, full of promise and mystery. "May I?" the stranger asked, gesturing towards the shoes. Mr. Larkspur nodded, his expression one of understanding and trust. "Take them," he said, "for the shoes choose their wearer, and your journey has already begun." With careful hands, the stranger slipped into the shoes, their expression transforming into one of awe and discovery. "Thank you," they said, their voice filled with genuine gratitude. "I shall return with stories from the edges of the world." And with that, the figure disappeared into the throng of festival-goers, leaving behind a trail of whispered wonder and the promise of new tales to come. As the stars began to twinkle above, Finn looked out at the bustling village, the music and laughter wrapping around him like a warm embrace. He knew that his journey was just beginning, and that the world was full of stories waiting to be discovered, not just by him, but by all those with the heart to see. As the story of Finn and the traveler's shoes comes to a gentle close, the warmth of the crackling fireplace fills the room, a reminder of the magic that lies in every heart ready to see beyond the surface. And so, dear listener, may your dreams be filled with kindness and wonder, and may you always find magic in the world around you. Story 3. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering pines stood tall and proud, there was a hidden world known only to those who dared to dream beyond the ordinary. This world, tucked beneath the emerald canopy and behind the thick veils of mist, was a sanctuary for creatures of gentle magic and profound wisdom. The leaves shimmered with an ethereal glow, and the air was infused with a scent reminiscent of sweet honeysuckle mixed with a hint of pine. It was a place where the very essence of life seemed to hum through the air, a melody of nature's grace. A young girl named Lila stumbled upon this hidden realm one golden afternoon as the sun filtered through the branches, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Lila was a curious soul, her heart always yearning for the mysteries that lay beyond the edge of the known world. Her auburn hair, a cascade of fiery curls, seemed to dance with the sunlight as she wandered deeper into the woods, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. Her eyes, a bright green reminiscent of the forest itself, sparkled with a blend of excitement and wonder. She had been chasing a peculiar sight, a butterfly unlike any she had seen before. Its wings were a vibrant tapestry of colors that seemed to shift and change with every flutter. Intrigued, Lila followed the butterfly as it led her through a narrow path, over babbling brooks that sang with the melody of 1,000 crystalline notes, and beneath arches of intertwining branches that formed natural tunnels. The light danced on the water as the brook cascaded over smooth stones, creating a soothing symphony that resonated with the beating of the heart. Eventually, the path opened into a secluded glade, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of life. This was the hidden world, a place where time seemed to stand still, and the worries of the world melted away like morning dew under the sun's warm embrace. The glade was a mosaic of vibrant colors, each petal a stroke on nature's canvas, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. In the center of this glade stood a tree unlike any Lila had ever seen. Its bark was a silvery white, and its branches stretched skyward, adorned with leaves that shimmered like liquid gold. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved box. It was a beautiful object, crafted from wood that glowed with an inner light, and adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to dance and shift, whispering tales of ancient times to those who dared to listen. As Lila approached the tree, she felt a gentle breeze caress her cheek, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. It spoke of magic, of friendship, and of a journey that would change her life forever. The whisper was like a soft lullaby, wrapping around her like a comforting blanket on a cold night. Tentatively, Lila reached out and touched the box. The moment her fingers brushed against its surface, she felt a warm, comforting sensation spread through her, as if the box were greeting her like an old friend. Encouraged by this feeling, Lila carefully lifted the lid. The hinges creaked softly, a sound that seemed to resonate with the vibrations of the earth beneath her feet. Inside lay a delicate pendant, a single, translucent jewel suspended on a fine silver chain. The jewel shone with a soft, calming light, casting gentle rainbows that danced across Lila's skin. As she held it, she felt an inexplicable connection to the world around her, as if she were part of something much greater, something woven into the very fabric of the forest itself. It was as though the jewel held within it the very essence of the forest's magic, a tangible piece of its eternal spirit. Without thinking, she slipped the chain over her head. The pendant settled against her chest, warm and reassuring, and in that instant, the world around her seemed to come alive in a way she had never before experienced. The trees whispered secrets, the flowers sang their sweet songs, and the very earth beneath her feet thrummed with life. It was as if she had become a part of the forest, her heart beating in time with its ancient rhythm. It was then that Lila noticed she was not alone in the glade. Emerging from the shadows was a creature both wondrous and serene. It was a fox, its fur a brilliant white that glowed with the soft light of the moon, and its eyes, a deep, knowing amber, held a kindness that set Lila at ease. The fox moved with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, its every step a dance with the earth. "Welcome, traveler," the fox spoke, its voice as smooth and gentle as a lullaby. "I am Solon, guardian of this realm." Lila, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, she was filled with a profound sense of wonder and joy. "Hello, Solon," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, afraid to disturb the peacefulness of the place. Her heart was a symphony of emotions, each note resonating with the magic of the forest. "You have discovered the heart of the forest," Solon continued, stepping closer, "and with it the pendant of Lumina, a gift from the forest to those who prove themselves worthy." His words were a gentle melody, weaving a tapestry of destiny and purpose around her. "But why me?" Lila asked, her fingers unconsciously tracing the pendant's smooth surface. "Because your heart is pure." Solon explained, "and your spirit is brave. The pendant has chosen you, for it sees in you the kindness and courage needed to protect and cherish the wonders of this world." His gaze was steady, a beacon of truth and wisdom. Lila felt a warmth spread through her at Solon's words, a sense of purpose that filled her with quiet strength. "What must I do?" she asked, eager to embrace her newfound role. The pendant's glow seemed to pulse in time with her heart, each beat a promise of the journey to come. "You must embark on a journey," Solon replied, "to learn the ways of the forest and to understand its secrets. Along the way you will meet others who will become your friends, and together you will face challenges that will test your resolve. But fear not, for the pendant will guide you, illuminating the path even in the darkest of times." His words were a map to the future, each syllable a stepping stone on the path of discovery. With a determined nod, Lila agreed. She could feel the forest's magic breathing life into her every step, and she knew that this journey was not just about discovery, but about becoming the person she was meant to be. Her heart was a compass, pointing towards the horizon of possibility. Days turned into weeks as Lila traveled through the enchanted forest, guided by the pendant's gentle glow. She encountered creatures of all kinds, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was Thistle, the wise old owl who taught her to listen with more than just her ears, and Willow, the playful otter who showed her the joy of living in the moment. Each encounter was a brushstroke on the canvas of her journey, painting a picture of growth and understanding. Together, they explored the hidden corners of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and learning the delicate balance of life that thrived within its embrace. Lila learned to see the world through new eyes, understanding the intricate web of connections that bound all living things together. Her heart became a tapestry of experiences, each thread woven with the colors of the forest's magic. Yet, as with all journeys, theirs was not without its challenges. There were times when the path grew dark and uncertain, when doubt and fear threatened to overshadow the light that guided them. But in those moments, Lila found strength in the friendships she had forged and the lessons she had learned. Her heart was a fortress, built with the bricks of trust and the mortar of love. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in shades of twilight blue, Lila and her companions found themselves at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the first stars of the evening sky. It was a mirror of dreams, capturing the essence of the universe in its tranquil depths. Solon appeared beside her, his presence as comforting as ever. "This is the lake of reflection," he explained. "Here, you must face your deepest fears and learn the truth of your own heart." His voice was a gentle guide, leading her to the precipice of self-discovery. Lila nodded, understanding the significance of this moment. She stepped to the water's edge, the pendant glowing softly against her chest. As she gazed into the mirrored surface, she saw not just her reflection, but the journey she had taken and the person she had become. The lake was a storyteller, its surface a page upon which her life was written. In the depths of the lake, she saw her fears laid bare, the fear of failure, of not being enough, of losing those she loved. But she also saw her courage, her resilience, and the strength she had gained from the bonds she had formed. Her heart was a battlefield, each scar a testament to the battles she had fought and won. With a deep breath, Lila faced her fears, allowing the truth of her heart to shine through. The pendant's light grew brighter, enveloping her in a warm, comforting glow, and she felt a profound peace settle within her. Her heart was a beacon, illuminating the path to self-acceptance and love. When she finally turned away from the lake, she knew that she had truly embraced her role as guardian of the forest. The journey had changed her, but it had also revealed to her the strength and wisdom that had been within her all along. Her heart was a compass, pointing towards the future with unwavering confidence. Solon watched her with pride, his eyes twinkling like the stars above. "You have learned well, Lila," he said softly. "The forest is safe in your hands." His voice was a song of praise, each note a testament to her growth and achievement. Together with her friends, Lila continued her journey, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She knew that there would always be challenges to face and mysteries to unravel, but she also knew that she was never alone. The forest was her home, and its magic had become a part of her, a guiding light that would lead her through whatever lay ahead. Her heart was a sanctuary, sheltering the dreams of tomorrow within its embrace. One dawn, as they rested beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient oak, a new figure emerged, a majestic stag, its antlers adorned with cascading vines and blossoms that seemed to bloom with each step. The stag, named Eldrin, was the keeper of the forest's history, and it invited Lila to delve into the stories of those who walked the forest paths before her. Its presence was a tapestry of time, each thread a story of the past woven into the present. Eldrin led them to a grove where ancient stones stood in a circle, each etched with symbols and tales of past guardians who had protected the realm. As Lila traced her fingers over the cool, moss-covered stones, the forest's memories unfolded before her eyes, a tapestry of triumphs and trials, of laughter and tears, woven through the ages. Each symbol was a word in the language of the forest, speaking of legacies and legends. Here, Lila learned of the trials of Aaron, a guardian who once faced a great drought that threatened the forest's delicate harmony. Through compassion and wisdom, Aaron discovered hidden springs and restored life to the withering flora. She saw the courage of Mira, who stood against a shadow that sought to shroud the forest in eternal night, using her light to banish the darkness and restore balance. Each story was a lesson, a beacon of wisdom shining through the pages of history. These stories deepened Lila's understanding of her role. She realized that her journey was part of a continuum, a legacy of guardians who had each, in their own time, faced challenges and safeguarded the wonders of the forest. The knowledge filled her with a renewed sense of purpose and a connection to those who had come before her. Her heart was a bridge, linking the past to the present, guiding her steps into the future. With gratitude in her heart, Lila thanked Eldrin for sharing the tales and promised to honor the legacy of those who had walked these paths. As the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, painting the grove in hues of gold and green, Lila felt a profound peace settle within her. Her heart was a wellspring, overflowing with the wisdom and strength of those who had come before. And so in a world where magic and reality danced together in perfect harmony, Lila's story continued. A story of friendship, courage, and the unbreakable bonds that tie us all to the heart of the world around us. With each step, she carried forth the wisdom of the past, the magic of the present, and the hope of a future where the forest's wonders would forever flourish. Her heart was a melody, singing the song of life in harmony with the universe. As time passed, she began to notice subtle changes in herself. Her senses became more attuned to the forest's rhythms, allowing her to perceive the whispers of the wind and the unspoken words of the trees. She could sense the emotions of her companions, binding them closer together in their shared mission. Her heart was a compass, guiding her through the labyrinth of time and space. One day, while exploring a part of the forest she had never seen before, Lila stumbled upon a grove filled with luminescent flowers, their colors shifting with the light. Entranced, she knelt to touch the petals, feeling a surge of energy flow through her. It was then she understood the true depth of her connection to the forest. The magic wasn't just around her, it was now a part of her very being. Her heart was a vessel, filled with the magic of the forest, each beat a testament to the bond they shared. With this newfound understanding, Lila crafted a plan to share the forest's magic with the world beyond its borders. She and her companions began to plant seeds of the luminescent flowers at the edge of the forest, creating a boundary that would welcome those with pure hearts and curious spirits, just as she had once been welcomed. Her heart was a beacon, shining the light of the forest into the world beyond. As the sun set on another day, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila stood at the forest's edge with Solon by her side. "Your journey has just begun," Solon said, his voice filled with pride and affection. "The forest will always be with you, as you are with it." His words were a promise, a bond unbroken by time or distance. Lila nodded, her heart brimming with hope and determination. She knew that her story was one of many, a single thread in the vast tapestry of the forest's history. And as she looked out at the world beyond, she felt ready to weave new stories, to explore new mysteries, and to share the magic of the forest with all who dared to dream. Her heart was a library, filled with stories yet to be written, each page a promise of adventure and discovery. But as the days passed and the forest's boundary of luminescent blooms expanded, a new challenge emerged. Word of the mystical flowers reached the nearby village, drawing the curious and the skeptical alike to the edge of the forest. Some came seeking the forest's magic, while others sought to exploit it for personal gain. The forest was a beacon, drawing travelers from far and wide, each with their own dreams and desires. Solon and Lila watched from the shadows, their hearts heavy with concern. "We must be cautious," Solon advised, his voice grave. "The forest's magic is fragile, and not all who come have pure intentions." His words were a warning, a reminder of the delicate balance they must maintain. Determined to protect the sanctuary, Lila devised a plan to test the hearts of those who wished to enter. She created a path through the luminescent flowers, a winding trail that led to the heart of the forest. Along the way, she placed challenges that would reveal the true nature of each traveler. Her heart was a shield, defending the sanctuary from those who would harm it. The first challenge was a mirror of truth, a reflective pool that showed the traveler their innermost self. Those who could accept their flaws and embrace their strengths were allowed to pass, while those who turned away were gently guided back to the village. Her heart was a mirror, reflecting the truth of each soul who dared to enter. The second challenge was a bridge made of whispers, where the traveler had to listen to the voices of the forest and understand its needs. Only those who could hear the forest's call were able to cross. Her heart was a bridge, connecting the traveler to the heart of the forest. The final challenge was a gift of light, where the traveler had to share a piece of their own light with the forest, symbolizing their commitment to protect and cherish its wonders. Her heart was a lantern, illuminating the path for those who proved themselves worthy. As the path took shape, Lila and her companions watched as the first travelers began to arrive. Many were turned back, their hearts not yet ready to embrace the forest's magic. But some passed the tests, their eyes alight with wonder as they entered the heart of the forest, welcomed by its gentle magic. Her heart was a doorway, opening to those who sought the truth. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose laughter rang through the trees like a joyful melody. He had a gift for understanding the forest's creatures, and he quickly became a cherished friend and ally to Lila and her companions. His heart was a song, echoing the joy and wonder of the forest. Together, they worked to preserve the delicate balance of the forest, sharing its magic with those who proved themselves worthy and protecting it from those who sought to harm it. Their hearts were a symphony, each note a promise of hope and harmony. And so the forest thrived, its magic and mysteries shared with a new generation of dreamers. Lila's journey continued, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the enduring bonds that unite us all with the heart of the world around us. Under the moonlit sky, with the stars watching over them, Lila and her friends sang songs of hope and wonder, their voices mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soothing murmur of the forest, a symphony of magic and love that would echo through the ages. Her heart was a melody, singing the song of life in harmony with the universe. Story 4. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, there was a small, cozy cottage with walls the color of ripe peaches. Inside, a young girl named Clara lived with her grandmother, whose eyes twinkled like stars even in the softest candlelight. Their days were filled with simple joys, tending to the garden, baking bread, and listening to the gentle rustling of leaves in the evening breeze. The scent of freshly baked bread often mingled with the crisp, earthy aroma of the forest, creating a comforting blend that lingered in the air. The cottage itself was a tapestry of memories, each corner echoing with laughter and whispered stories. The kitchen, with its worn wooden table and mismatched chairs, was the heart of their home, where the warmth of the oven and the sound of Clara's grandmother humming old folk tunes created an atmosphere of timeless serenity. One particularly crisp autumn afternoon, Clara was exploring the attic, a space filled with dusty heirlooms and memories of generations past. The faint smell of cedar and aged paper perfumed the air, wrapping around her like a familiar hug. The light from the small window danced across the room, illuminating forgotten treasures that seemed to whisper tales of yesteryears. As she rummaged through an old trunk, she found a peculiar object wrapped in faded velvet. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dim light. Each curve and line told a story, inviting Clara to unlock the mysteries it held. Curious, Clara carefully opened the box. Inside, she discovered a delicate silver whistle, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. The moment her fingers wrapped around it, a warm sensation spread through her, as if she had been wrapped in a comforting embrace. She brought the whistle to her lips and blew softly. Instantly, the room filled with a gentle, melodious tune that shimmered like sunlight on water, resonating with a beauty that transcended the ordinary. Clara's grandmother, hearing the enchanting music, climbed the creaking stairs to join her. "Ah, you've found the whistle of whimsy," she said, her voice a melody of its own, rich with history and affection. It was said to belong to the first storyteller of our family, a magical relic passed down through generations. Intrigued, Clara asked her grandmother about the whistle's powers. "The whistle," her grandmother explained, "has the ability to bring stories to life, to guide the heart with wisdom, and illuminate paths unseen. But it must be used with care, for it responds to the kindness and courage within one's soul." That night, as Clara lay in bed, her thoughts danced with possibilities. The whistle seemed to hum quietly beside her, as if whispering secrets of the past. She decided to explore the magic of the whistle, hoping to uncover its secrets. The next morning, she set out on a journey into the heart of the forest, the whistle safely tucked in her pocket. The forest was alive with the vibrant colors of autumn, leaves crunching underfoot as Clara walked deeper and deeper into its embrace. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine and earth. As she wandered, the forest seemed to breathe with her, each step echoing with an unseen rhythm that guided her forward. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor, creating a world that felt both ancient and alive. As she wandered, she met a peculiar creature, a squirrel with fur as silver as moonlight, its eyes bright with mischief. "Hello there," chattered the squirrel, scampering up to Clara's shoulder. "I'm Pippin, the forest's messenger. I've heard your tune, and I must say, it's been a while since the woods have heard such a melody." Delighted by this unexpected encounter, Clara asked Pippin if he knew anything about the whistle's magic. "Ah," Pippin replied, twitching his bushy tail. "The whistle's magic is woven into the stories it tells. It's a compass of sorts, leading its bearer to places where they might learn, grow, and help others." As they ventured deeper into the forest, the landscape began to change, the trees growing taller and more ancient, their bark etched with the passage of time. The canopy above was a mosaic of gold and amber, filtering sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. With Pippin as her guide, Clara continued her journey, the forest path winding like a ribbon beneath the canopy of trees. As they walked, they encountered a small brook, its waters babbling serenely over smooth stones. There, perched on a mossy log, sat an old tortoise named Terence, who greeted them with a slow, wise nod. "Good day, young traveler," drawled Terence, his voice as deep and mellow as the earth itself. "I sense you're on a quest for understanding. Perhaps I could offer some counsel?" Clara shared her curiosity about the whistle and its powers. Terence listened patiently, then said, "The true magic lies not in the whistle itself, but in the heart of the one who uses it. To unlock its full potential, you must seek the wisdom hidden in the stories you create. Remember, the greatest challenges are often solved not by strength, but by insight and kindness." As they spoke, Clara felt a shift within her, a growing understanding of her own potential and the responsibility that came with it. Terence's words lingered in her mind, a gentle reminder that the journey she embarked on was not just about discovering the whistle's magic, but also about discovering herself. With renewed determination, Clara thanked Terence and continued her journey, the whistle a comforting weight in her pocket. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Clara and Pippin arrived at a clearing where a young fox was struggling to free its paw from a hunter's snare. Moved by the fox's plight, Clara knelt beside it, her heart aching with empathy. She brought the whistle to her lips and played a gentle tune, one that spoke of freedom and compassion. The notes danced through the air, shimmering like fireflies in the twilight. To Clara's astonishment, the snare loosened and fell away, freeing the fox. It looked up at her with grateful eyes, then bounded away into the forest, its spirit unbroken. Clara realized then that the whistle's true magic was in its ability to foster understanding and kindness, to weave connections between hearts. With Pippin by her side, she returned home, her spirit light and her heart full. When Clara shared her adventures with her grandmother, the elder woman smiled warmly. "You have learned well, my dear," she said, wrapping Clara in a loving embrace. "The world is full of stories waiting to be told, and with each one, you grow wiser and kinder." From that day on, Clara carried the whistle of whimsy wherever she went, its music a gentle reminder of the power of empathy and friendship. And as she drifted to sleep each night, she knew that with every note, she was helping to weave a world of wonder and peace. In the cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, the crackling fire flickered gently, casting soft shadows on the walls. Outside, the leaves rustled softly in the breeze, singing a lullaby of their own. And somewhere in the woods, stories of kindness and discovery unfolded, guided by the magic of a young girl's heart. As weeks turned into months, Clara's adventures with the whistle became a cherished part of her life. She ventured into the village more often, playing tunes that brought smiles and laughter to the villagers. The whistle's magic seemed to wrap around them, weaving a tapestry of shared stories and newfound friendships. One day, a traveler from a distant land arrived at Willow, carrying tales of places far beyond the forest. His stories were filled with wonder and mystery, and Clara listened eagerly, her heart yearning for the broader world beyond her village. The traveler spoke of a great library in the city of Eldoris, a place where knowledge from all corners of the earth was stored. He mentioned that the library had a collection of ancient relics, some believed to hold magic similar to Clara's whistle. Inspired by these tales, Clara felt a stirring within her. She realized that her journey with the whistle had just begun, and there was so much more to learn and explore. She confided in her grandmother, expressing her desire to visit the great library of Alaris and uncover more about the whistle's origins. Her grandmother, understanding the call of adventure and the thirst for knowledge, nodded in agreement. "Your heart is set on this path, Clara. Remember, the world is vast, and every place you visit will add a new thread to your tapestry of stories." The night before her departure, Clara sat by the fire, the whistle in her hand, contemplating the journey ahead. She felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension, knowing that the road would be long and filled with unknowns. Yet, she also felt a deep sense of purpose, a calling that resonated with every fiber of her being. With renewed determination, Clara set her sights on Alaris, ready to embrace the wonders and challenges that lay ahead. She knew her journey would not only deepen her understanding of the whistle's magic, but also help her discover the boundless potential within herself. And so, with Pippin once again perched on her shoulder, Clara stepped onto the path that would lead her to new horizons, her heart a compass guided by the melody of the whistle of whimsy. As she walked, the forest around her seemed to hum in harmony with her spirit, each step a note in the symphony of her unfolding story. On her journey to Alaris, Clara encountered a variety of landscapes that painted a vivid tapestry of the world beyond her village. Rolling hills gave way to sweeping meadows, where the wind whispered secrets through fields of wildflowers. Each night she camped under the stars, the night sky a canvas speckled with constellations that seemed to tell stories of their own. In one village, she met an elderly woman named Elara, who was renowned for her wisdom and knowledge of ancient relics. Elara's cottage was filled with scrolls and artifacts, each with a story waiting to be told. Clara shared her tale of the whistle of whimsy, and Elara, intrigued, offered her insights. "The magic of the whistle," Elara explained, "is deeply connected to the spirit of its bearer. It thrives on the intentions and emotions woven into its melodies. Remember, young one, that every note you play is a bridge between hearts, a thread in the fabric of the world." Clara left the village with a newfound sense of purpose, her heart brimming with the wisdom of those she had met. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the whistle, but about understanding the power of stories to connect and heal. Finally, after weeks of travel, Clara reached the city of Alaris. The bustling streets were alive with the vibrant colors and sounds of 1,000 stories unfolding at once. At the heart of the city stood the great library, its towering spires reaching for the heavens. Inside, the library was a labyrinth of knowledge, its shelves lined with books from every corner of the world. Clara felt a thrill of anticipation as she wandered through the aisles, the scent of aged parchment filling the air. In a secluded corner of the library, she found a section dedicated to ancient relics. There she discovered a tome that spoke of the origins of the whistle of whimsy. The book told of a time when storytellers were revered as the keepers of wisdom, and their relics were seen as conduits of magic and inspiration. As Clara read, the words resonated with her own experiences, weaving a tapestry of understanding and purpose. She realized that her journey was part of a larger story, one that connected her to generations of storytellers who had come before. With a heart full of gratitude and determination, Clara knew that her journey was far from over. She had discovered the power of the whistle and the stories it could tell, but she also understood that her own story was still unfolding, a melody that would resonate with the world for years to come. As she left the library, the whistle in her pocket seemed to hum with the promise of new adventures and discoveries. With Pippin by her side, Clara set out once again, ready to embrace the wonders of the world and the stories waiting to be told. And so, her journey continued, a symphony of kindness, courage, and wonder, guided by the melody of the whistle of whimsy and the infinite possibilities of the heart. But Clara's journey was not without its challenges. As she traveled through a dense forest on her way back from Alaris, a sudden storm broke out, the sky turning a brooding gray. Rain poured down, drenching Clara and Pippin, turning the path into a slippery mess. The thunder rumbled like distant drums, adding a sense of urgency to their steps. Seeking shelter, Clara stumbled upon an ancient, crumbling stone archway hidden by vines. It led to a hidden grotto, a sanctuary untouched by the storm. The air inside was cool and still, filled with the faint smell of moss and damp earth. Clara and Pippin huddled together, listening to the rain tap a rhythmic lullaby on the stone. In the quiet of the grotto, Clara felt a surge of gratitude for the journey she was on, for the stories she had gathered, and the friends she had made. The storm outside seemed to mirror the inner storm she had faced, the doubts, the fears, and the moments of uncertainty. But like the storm, those feelings had passed, leaving behind a clearer sky and a renewed sense of purpose. As the rain began to ease, Clara took out the whistle and played a melody that echoed through the grotto, its notes a celebration of resilience and hope. The music mingled with the gentle drip of water, creating a symphony that was both new and ancient, a reminder of the enduring power of stories and the strength found in one's own heart. When the storm finally passed, Clara and Pippin emerged from the grotto, the world around them refreshed and vibrant. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a radiant glow over the forest, as if welcoming them back to their journey. And so, with the whistle of whimsy in her hand and the promise of new stories in her heart, Clara continued on her path, ready to face whatever the world had in store for her next. Each step she took was a note in the symphony of her life, a melody that would continue to inspire and connect those who listened, weaving a tapestry of wonder, wisdom, and endless possibilities. As she neared Willowbrook, Clara reflected on her adventures. She realized that each encounter, each story, had been a brushstroke on the canvas of her life. The melody of the whistle was now a part of her, a guiding light in the tapestry of her journey. She understood that the true magic lay not just in the object she carried, but in the heart that wielded it, and the stories yet untold. When she reached the familiar path leading to her cottage, Clara felt a deep sense of belonging. The forest around her whispered welcome, its leaves rustling in a gentle symphony. She knew that her adventures were far from over, but for now, she was home. In the days that followed, Clara shared her stories with the villagers, each tale a thread that wove their community closer together. The whistle of whimsy became a symbol of unity, its melody a reminder of the power of compassion, courage, and connection. As the seasons changed, Clara continued to explore the wonders of the world and the boundless potential of her own heart. With Pippin ever by her side, she embraced each new adventure, her spirit forever, guided by the music of the whistle of whimsy and the infinite stories waiting to be told. 5. In the heart of the whispering woodlands, where the trees stood tall and their leaves whispered secrets to the gentle breeze, there lived a young girl named Maribel. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Maribel would sit by her window, gazing out at the twinkling lights of the fireflies dancing among the trees. Her small cottage, nestled at the edge of the forest, was a place of warmth and comfort, filled with the scents of lavender and fresh-baked bread, the aroma mingling with the earthy fragrance of the surrounding woods. The cottage itself was a testament to her family's love of craftsmanship. Its stone walls were covered in ivy, and the wooden beams inside were polished to a rich sheen, each one lovingly carved with intricate patterns of leaves and flowers. The hearth, always aglow with a cheerful fire, crackled softly, adding to the atmosphere of coziness and safety. One night, as the moon cast its silver glow over the land, something peculiar caught Maribel's eye. A series of tiny, glowing footprints appeared on the path leading into the forest, shimmering softly in the moonlight. Curiosity piqued. Maribel slipped on her cloak and quietly stepped outside, her heart fluttering with excitement and wonder. She could feel the cool stones beneath her bare feet, grounding her as she ventured into the unknown. As she stepped into the night, the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, the cool breeze brushing against her cheeks like a gentle caress. The footprints seemed to beckon her, leading her deeper into the forest, where the air was crisp, and the night sounds of rustling leaves and distant owl hoots created a symphony of serenity. The path wound its way through towering oaks and whispering willows until it came to a small clearing bathed in moonlight. There, sitting upon a mossy stone, was an old, gentle-looking owl with eyes like polished amber, shimmering with wisdom and age. "Good evening, Maribel," the owl greeted in a voice as smooth as the night air, resonating with a warmth that made Maribel feel instantly at ease. "I see you've found my trail." "Your trail?" Maribel asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "What brings you to leave such glowing footprints in the forest?" The owl chuckled softly, a sound like leaves rustling in the wind. "Ah, dear child, it is a mystery indeed. You see, something curious has been happening in the whispering woodlands. The stars themselves seem to have been moving about, rearranging their places in the sky, and it has caused quite a stir among the forest creatures." Maribel tilted her head, trying to imagine the stars shifting like pieces on a celestial chessboard. "But why would the stars move?" she queried, her voice tinged with both curiosity and concern. "That is the puzzle we must solve," the owl replied, his feathers ruffling slightly in the cool night breeze. "I believe the answer lies with the star sprites, tiny magical beings who dwell among the constellations. They are known for their playful nature, but also for their wisdom." Intrigued by the challenge, Maribel agreed to help. The owl introduced himself as Orion, a wise guide of the forest, and together they set off to find the star sprites. Their journey took them through glades where the dew sparkled like diamonds and over streams that sang lilting melodies as they danced over stones. Maribel felt a sense of purpose she had never known before, a feeling that warmed her from within. As they walked, Maribel listened to Orion's tales of the forest, learning about the different creatures and their ways. She discovered that understanding the world around her required patience and a keen eye, lessons she tucked away like precious gems. Orion spoke of the ancient trees that had watched over the forest for centuries, and the hidden paths that only revealed themselves to those who listened closely to the whispers of the woods. Maribel found herself captivated by these stories, each one painting a vivid picture of a world she was only beginning to understand. Their journey brought them to a quaint hidden pond, where the moonlight danced upon the water's surface like silver fairies. Here they met an old tortoise named Eldrick, who shared legends of the forest's history. He spoke of times when the forest was young and the trees were mere saplings, telling tales of ancient guardians who had once protected the woodlands from harm. Maribel was fascinated by Eldrick's stories, feeling a deeper connection to the forest's past. After some time, they reached a secluded grove where the canopy above parted, revealing a sky full of twinkling stars. Here in this magical place, they found the star sprites, shimmering like droplets of stardust. The sprites flitted about, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells, creating a melody that lifted Maribel's spirits even higher. "Why do you move the stars?" Maribel asked them, her voice gentle and curious, yet carrying the weight of the forest's concerns. The star sprites paused in their play and gathered around, their tiny wings shimmering like moonlit water. One sprite, who seemed to be their leader, stepped forward. "We meant no harm," the sprite explained, her voice as delicate as a whisper. "We were simply rearranging the stars to create a new constellation in honor of the forest's beauty." Maribel smiled, understanding their intention. "But the forest creatures are worried because they do not understand your purpose," she explained kindly, her empathy shining through her words. The star sprites nodded in understanding, realizing the confusion they had caused. "We did not wish to alarm anyone," the lead sprite said. "Perhaps we can create a new constellation that includes a message of peace, one that shines brightly to reassure all who see it." With Maribel's guidance, the star sprites set to work, weaving stars into a pattern that depicted the whispering woodlands, complete with trees and twinkling fireflies. As the new constellation took shape, it cast a soft, comforting glow over the forest, bringing a sense of calm and wonder to all who gazed upon it. Orion hooted softly, his eyes reflecting the starlight with a warm glow. "You have done well, Maribel. Your kindness and insight have brought peace to the forest tonight." Maribel felt a warmth spread through her heart, like the gentle embrace of a soft blanket. She realized that understanding and communicating with others, even those very different from oneself, could solve many mysteries and bring harmony. As she and Orion made their way back to her cottage, the forest seemed to hum with contentment. The stars, now in their new formation, twinkled brightly above, a reminder of the night's gentle adventure and the bonds of friendship forged along the way. Maribel felt a deeper connection to the woodlands, a sense of belonging that had eluded her until now. As they walked back, Orion shared a story of when the forest had faced a great storm many years ago. It was a tale of resilience and unity, where every creature, from the smallest mouse to the grandest stag, had played a part in protecting their home. Maribel listened intently, her admiration for the forest deepening with every word. The story resonated with her, a reminder of the strength found in unity and the power of community. Back in her cozy room, Maribel tucked herself into bed, the soft glow of the new constellation visible through her window. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, knowing that the forest was at peace and all was well in her magical world. As she drifted into a gentle slumber, the night wrapped around her like a soft, starry blanket, whispering promises of more adventures to come, her dreams filled with visions of the stars and the boundless beauty of the whispering woodlands. But in the midst of her dreams, something stirred. Maribel found herself in a dreamscape of the whispering woodlands, where the trees danced and the moonlight was a living thing that wrapped around her like a silvery river. In this surreal world, she met a figure cloaked in shadows, a mysterious presence that seemed to be part of the forest itself. "Who are you?" Maribel asked, her voice echoing like a song carried on the wind. "I am the spirit of the woods," the figure replied, voice deep and resonant like the rumble of distant thunder. "I have watched over these lands for centuries, and I sense a great change is coming." "What kind of change?" Maribel inquired, feeling a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "The balance of the forest is delicate," the spirit explained. "The stars, the creatures, the very earth we stand on, each plays its part in the harmony of this realm. But with change comes uncertainty, and it is the heart of a child like you that can guide us through it." Maribel felt a surge of responsibility, the weight of the forest's trust resting gently on her shoulders. "How can I help?" she asked, determination lacing her voice. "By continuing to listen, to learn, and to be the bridge between worlds," the spirit answered, its form shimmering like mist in the moonlight. "Your journey has just begun, and the whispering woodlands will need your kindness and courage." As the spirit's voice faded into the gentle sound of rustling leaves, Maribel awoke, the first light of dawn peeking through her window. She lay there for a moment, the dream fading, but its message lingering in her heart. She knew that her adventure with Orion and the star sprites was only the beginning, and that the whispering woodlands held many more secrets waiting to be discovered. With a newfound sense of purpose, Maribel rose from her bed, ready to embrace whatever the day and the forest had in store for her. The world outside her window was alive with possibility, each rustling leaf and whispering breeze a reminder of the magic and mystery that surrounded her. As the sun climbed higher into the sky, Maribel decided to explore the forest anew, her senses attuned to the subtleties of the woodlands. She noticed the vibrant hues of the wildflowers that peeked through the forest floor, their petals glistening with morning dew. Birds of every color flitted through the trees, their songs weaving a rich tapestry of sound that filled the air. Her footsteps, once tentative, now carried her with confidence through familiar paths and unexplored trails alike. She found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before, a lush valley where a waterfall cascaded down smooth rocks, the water catching the sunlight and turning it into a million tiny rainbows. Here, she met a young fox, its fur a brilliant red that glowed in the dappled sunlight. The fox regarded her with intelligent eyes, a silent invitation to share in the secrets of this hidden paradise. Sitting by the water's edge, Maribel felt a sense of tranquility wash over her, as if the forest itself was welcoming her into its heart. The fox, whom she named Ember, became her companion on these daily excursions, guiding her to places only known to the forest's creatures. Together, they discovered hidden groves where mushrooms glowed with an ethereal light and ancient stones that hummed with a mysterious energy. Maribel's bond with the forest deepened, each day revealing new wonders and insights. She learned to move with the rhythm of the woods, to listen to its quiet whispers, and to understand the language of the creatures who called it home. In return, the whispering woodlands embraced her as one of its own, a guardian of its secrets and a keeper of its stories. As the days turned into weeks, Maribel found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. The girl who once gazed out her window at the fireflies had become a young woman with a heart full of adventure and a spirit in tune with the world around her. And so, with the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Maribel's journey continued, her path winding ever onward into the heart of the whispering woodlands, where magic, mystery, and the promise of new adventures awaited her at every turn. 6. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed. The trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 7. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth. As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted, to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Story 8. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled between the roots of towering oaks and the whispering winds of the ancient forest, lay the village of the Glen. This was no ordinary village. It existed in harmony with the forest's enchanting magic, where the boundaries between the real and the mystical were as thin as morning mist. The air in the village of the Glen was perpetually tinged with the earthy scent of pine needles and the sweet aroma of wild honeysuckle. Streams of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the ground with golden patches that shifted with the breeze. The villagers, a gentle folk, shared their home with creatures of the forest, both ordinary and enchanted, living in a symphony of coexistence. Among them was a gentle-hearted woodcarver named Finn, known for his kind eyes and the warmth of his spirit. His hands, roughened by years of work, could transform simple pieces of wood into the most intricate carvings. Finn lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the whispering leaves and the song of the brook played a constant melody. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn awoke to an unusual sight. A delicate creature perched on his windowsill, its wings shimmering like spun silver in the early light. It was a sylph, a rare and ethereal being of the forest, known to appear only when the balance of nature was in peril. "Finn," the sylph whispered, her voice as soft as a breeze through the reeds. "The harmony of our forest is threatened. The seasons have begun to falter, and the creatures are losing their song." Finn listened with a heart full of understanding. He knew the tales of old, passed down through generations, stories of the forest's magic, intertwined with the cycles of the moon and the dance of the seasons. He had heard of times when nature's balance was disturbed, and how it was always restored through wisdom and unity. "What must be done?" Finn asked, his voice steady with resolve. "You must seek the heart of the forest," the sylph replied, her eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "There, you will find the source of the imbalance and the guidance to restore it." Without hesitation, Finn prepared for his journey. He packed a small bundle with essentials, a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a woolen cloak to ward off the forest's chill. As he set off, the villagers gathered to wish him well, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves in a chorus of support. The path to the heart of the forest was not marked on any map, for it was a journey of intuition and connection with the natural world. Finn walked beneath the arching boughs, his senses attuned to the subtle signs that would guide him. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the distant hoot of an owl settling to sleep, their presence a comforting reminder of the forest's life. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to awaken around him. The air grew cooler, and the scent of moss thickened, mingling with the crisp scent of autumn leaves underfoot. He walked for hours, pausing only to listen to the stories the wind carried, a tale of shifting seasons and restless earth. Eventually, Finn arrived at a clearing bathed in a serene silver light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward in a timeless embrace. This was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of nature converged, pulsing with life and wisdom. Finn approached the oak, his heart open to its silent teachings. As he rested his hand against the rough bark, a gentle warmth spread through him, and he felt the presence of countless generations whispering their secrets. In the stillness, the voice of the forest spoke to him, a soft hum that resonated deep within his soul. It was a melody of seasons, of rain and sunshine, of growth and rest. Finn understood then that the balance had shifted because the forest's natural rhythm had been disrupted. The winter had lingered too long, and the spring was hesitant to begin its dance. The solution was simple, yet profound. Finn needed to rekindle the dance of the seasons. With the guidance of the forest's wisdom, he crafted a small wooden flute, its surface adorned with carvings of leaves and spirals. As he played a tune, the notes wove through the air like tendrils of mist, carrying with them the promise of change. The forest responded. The air shimmered with anticipation, and the trees seemed to sway in rhythm with the melody. Gradually, the chill of winter lifted, replaced by the gentle warmth of spring. Buds unfurled on branches, and the symphony of birdsong resumed its joyful chorus. Finn returned to the village of the glen, where the villagers greeted him with open arms and grateful hearts. The sylph appeared once more, her smile as radiant as the spring sun. "You have restored the harmony," she said, her voice a caress of gratitude. The village celebrated with a feast, sharing tales and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Finn, seated by the crackling fire, felt the comforting weight of the sylph's gift, a small silver leaf that glimmered with magic. It was a reminder of the bond between humans and nature, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. And so the village of the glen continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of the ancient forest. The seasons turned in their gentle cycle, each one a reminder of the delicate balance and the enduring magic that lay within the heart of the world. As the fires burned low and the village settled into peaceful slumber, the forest hummed its lullaby, a song of harmony and hope, carried on the wings of the night. Story 9. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Story 10. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of leaves formed a verdant cathedral, lived a community of creatures that thrived in harmony with the land. This forest was known as Eldergrove, a mystical realm where the air shimmered with enchantment and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered ancient secrets. Here, among the towering oaks whose trunks bore the scars of centuries, the creatures of Eldergrove went about their hidden lives. There was Bramble, the wise old badger, whose fur was as gray as the stones in the babbling brook that wound its way through the forest. His deep-set eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons, and his den was a sanctuary for those seeking counsel. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, A gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and earth through Eldergrove. It was a time of gathering, when the creatures came together to prepare for the winter ahead. The squirrels busily collected acorns, their bushy tails flicking with each bounding leap. High above, a pair of owls, Luna and Sol, perched side by side, their feathers blending seamlessly with the bark of their tree. They were the sentinels of Eldergrove, watching over the forest with wise, unblinking eyes. As the evening's chill set in, a soft, silvery mist began to weave through the trees, curling around trunks and clinging to branches like gossamer threads. The mist was not merely a weather phenomenon, but a magical occurrence known as the Whispering Veil. It was said that when the veil descended, the voices of the ancestors could be heard, offering guidance and wisdom to those who listened closely. Among the creatures who gathered that night was a young fox named Fern, her russet fur gleaming in the fading light. Fern was curious and spirited, her heart filled with a yearning for adventure and a desire to understand the mysteries of the forest. She had often heard tales of the Whispering Veil from Bramble, who spoke of it with reverence and awe. As the veil thickened, Fern felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her to wander deeper into the forest. She padded softly over the carpet of fallen leaves, each step releasing a crisp, satisfying crunch. The air was cool against her fur, and the scent of damp earth and moss enveloped her like a comforting embrace. Guided by an instinct she could not name, Fern found herself at the edge of a tranquil glade, bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient willow, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, each movement a graceful dance. From its boughs hung delicate strands of silken moss, shimmering like threads of moonlight. Fern approached the willow, her heart beating with quiet anticipation. She settled at the base of the tree, closing her eyes and letting the Whispering Veil envelop her senses. In the stillness, she could hear the soft murmur of voices, like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Fern," a gentle voice spoke, as clear and comforting as a mother's embrace. "You seek the wisdom of the forest, the balance that binds us all." Fern's ears perked up, her eyes opening wide. "Yes," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "I wish to understand how we can live in harmony with the land and with each other." The willow's branches swayed, and the voice continued. "In every season, there is a rhythm and a purpose. The earth provides, and we must cherish its gifts. Share what you have, take only what you need, and remember that every creature plays a role in the balance of Eldergrove." Fern nodded, absorbing the wisdom like a parched plant drinking in the rain. The voice was right. Every creature, from the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, had a place in the delicate tapestry of life. As the Whispering Veil began to fade, the voices of the ancestors grew softer until they were but a memory echoed in the rustle of leaves. Fern opened her eyes, feeling a sense of peace settle over her like a soft cloak. With a newfound understanding, Fern rose and made her way back through the forest, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that the lessons of the Whispering Veil would guide her, not just through the coming winter, but through all the seasons of her life. Back in the heart of Eldergrove, the creatures continued their preparations, unaware of the wisdom Fern carried with her. But as she joined them under the starlit sky, she shared her story, and they listened with rapt attention. Together, they embraced the harmony of their world, each creature playing its part in the symphony of life. And as the last leaves fell from the trees and the first snowflakes began to drift gently to the ground, Eldergrove stood as a testament to the enduring balance of nature, watched over by the ancestors whose whispers would always guide them home. In the quiet moments before sleep, as the firelight flickered and shadows danced on the walls of her den, Fern curled up with a contented sigh. The warmth of her family surrounded her, and the gentle murmur of the forest lulled her into a peaceful slumber. The wisdom of the Whispering Veil had taken root in her heart, and she knew that as long as she listened to the voice of the forest, she would always find her way. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a small and peaceful village nestled between rolling green hills and a shimmering silver brook, there lived a young boy named Oliver. The village was known for its lush orchards and vibrant gardens, where the air was always perfumed with the scent of blooming flowers and ripe fruit. The The villagers were kind-hearted and lived in harmony, sharing stories and laughter by the light of the evening hearth. Oliver was a curious boy, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart as open as the wide blue sky. He loved to explore the winding paths of the village, his mind full of dreams and wonders. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the landscape in hues of gold and crimson, Oliver ventured into the village's old and overgrown garden, a place where few dared to wander. The garden was a wild tangle of vines and forgotten flowers, whispered to be enchanted by the elders who spun tales of magic and mystery. As Oliver explored, he noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a dusty pile of golden autumn leaves. With gentle hands, he unearthed a small, tarnished brass key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the sunlight. Intrigued, Oliver slipped the key into his pocket and continued exploring, his mind buzzing with possibilities. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the sky, Oliver sat by the fireplace in his cozy cottage, feeling the warmth of the flames against his skin. He turned the key over in his hands, pondering its purpose. The next morning, Oliver set out to discover the secret of the mysterious key. He wandered through the village, asking the wise and elderly about its origins, but none could recall seeing such a key before. Undeterred, Oliver decided to visit the oldest, most peculiar place in the village, the Library of Forgotten Tales. The library was a wondrous place, filled with dusty tomes and scrolls that chronicled the history and fables of the land. Its caretaker, a gentle old woman named Matilda, greeted Oliver with a warm smile. Her eyes twinkled with knowledge and kindness, and her silver hair shone like moonlit threads. "What brings you here today, dear Oliver?" Matilda asked, her voice as smooth as velvet. Oliver held out the key, its surface gleaming softly in the library's dim light. "I found this in the old garden," he explained. "Do you know what it might open?" Matilda examined the key closely, her fingers tracing the delicate engravings. "Ah," she said, her eyes lighting up with recognition. "This is the Key of Echoes, a rare and wondrous artifact. It is said to unlock the hidden door to memories and dreams." Oliver's heart leapt with excitement. "Where can I find this door?" he asked eagerly. Matilda chuckled softly. "The door lies within the heart, young one. The key opens not a physical door, but the gateway to understanding and wisdom. It will guide you on a journey of discovery, revealing the truths that dwell within." With Matilda's words echoing in his mind, Oliver embarked on an extraordinary journey, a journey not across fields and forests, but deep into his own heart and mind. As he wandered through the village and beyond, he met many kind souls who shared their stories and wisdom, each one like a gentle breeze that filled his sails, guiding him toward understanding. One day, as Oliver walked along the banks of the Silver Brook, he encountered a peculiar creature, a small, furry fox with eyes as bright as polished amber. The fox, named Fenwick, had a mischievous grin and a playful spirit that seemed to dance like a flickering flame. "Hello, friend," Fenwick greeted, his voice a melody of laughter and warmth. "I see you carry the Key of Echoes. What secrets do you seek?" Oliver smiled, sensing the fox's friendly nature. "I seek to understand the world and my place within it," he replied. Fenwick nodded sagely. "A noble quest indeed. But remember, young one, the greatest wisdom often comes from listening and embracing what lies within your heart." As they journeyed together, Fenwick helped Oliver see the world through new eyes. They encountered a wise old owl named Wendell, who perched upon the highest branches of an ancient oak. With feathers as soft as silk and eyes that held the wisdom of the ages, Wendell shared stories of the stars and the endless sky. "Knowledge is like the night sky," Wendell said, his voice a gentle whisper on the breeze. "Each star is a lesson, and together they form the constellations of understanding. Seek to connect the stars, and you will illuminate the path before you." Through his journey with Fenwick and Wendell, Oliver learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth. He discovered that true wisdom lay not in seeking answers from the world, but in embracing the harmony within himself. The key had unlocked his heart, revealing the wellspring of courage, compassion, and understanding that resided there. At last, Oliver returned to his village, his heart full of newfound wisdom and joy. As he shared his journey with the villagers, they gathered around him, their faces glowing with warmth and admiration. Oliver had discovered that the greatest treasures were not those found in hidden gardens or ancient libraries, but in the friendships and love that wove the tapestry of life. As the village settled into the quiet embrace of night, Oliver sat by the fireplace once more, the crackling flames casting a gentle golden glow. The key now hung around his neck, a reminder of the journey he had taken and the wisdom he had gained. With a contented sigh, he closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the fire and the love of his village surround him. And so, in the tranquil village where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Oliver found his place in the world, a place where dreams and reality intertwined, and where the heart's gentle wisdom led the way. As the stars watched over the village, a gentle peace settled upon the land, and all was well. And thus, the tale of Oliver and the Key of Echoes came to a close, leaving behind a legacy of wonder and wisdom that would be cherished by the village for generations to come. Story 12. In the heart of the ancient forest of Varenthia, where sunlight filtered towering canopy like liquid gold, there was a hidden world buzzing with life. Here, beneath the whispering leaves and amidst the moss-clad stones, lived creatures so entwined with nature that their very breaths seemed to harmonize with the rhythm of the earth. Cradled in the roots of the elder oak, the wisest tree in all of Varenthia, lived a small family of wood mice. Their home, a hollow burrow lined with soft feathers and fragrant pine needles, was a sanctuary of warmth and comfort. The eldest among them, Grandmother Willow, was renowned for her tales of the forest's magic, a living tapestry woven from the threads of time and nature. As the seasons shifted and autumn's gentle embrace turned the leaves to shades of amber and crimson, the forest prepared for the grand festival of balance and renewal, the dance of the falling leaves. It was said that during this time, the spirit of the forest itself would awaken, weaving magic into the very air, guiding creatures to reflect on the harmony that kept their world thriving. On the eve of the festival, as a soft breeze carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, Grandmother Willow gathered the young mice around her. Her eyes, deep and twinkling like the night sky, held the wisdom of countless seasons. "Listen closely, my little ones," she began, her voice a soothing melody amidst the rustling leaves. "Tonight we celebrate more than just the changing of seasons. We honor the balance that sustains us, the unseen bonds that connect us all." The young mice, their eyes wide with wonder, leaned closer as Grandmother Willow continued. "Long ago, when the world was still young, the great storm arrived, a tempest so fierce that it threatened to unravel the very fabric of our forest. Trees bent under its wrath, streams overflowed, and creatures sought shelter from the chaos. It was then that the forest spirit, known to us as Sylvan, emerged to restore harmony." Her words painted a vivid picture in the minds of the young mice, a swirling storm, each gust and raindrop a testament to nature's power. Yet within it, a gentle force moved with grace, calming the winds and soothing the sky until peace reigned once more. "And how did Sylvan do it, Grandmother?" asked the youngest mouse, her voice barely above a whisper, yet filled with eagerness. "Through understanding and unity," Grandmother Willow replied, her gaze softening. "Sylvan listened to the cries of the wind, the tears of the rain, and the whispers of the trees. By gathering the wisdom of each and weaving them into a harmonious song, Sylvan taught the forest that true strength lies in balance." As the tale unfolded, the forest seemed to listen too. Branches swayed gently, and the air hummed with an ancient melody. The mice felt the magic in their hearts, a quiet assurance that they were part of something greater than themselves. As dusk descended, wrapping the forest in a cloak of velvet shadows, the creatures of Varenthia began to gather. Rabbits with fur like soft snow, foxes with eyes like amber fire, and birds whose songs wove threads of silver in the cooling air, all came to witness the dance of the falling leaves. The ceremony began with a single leaf spiraling down from the elder oak, its descent a graceful dance that symbolized the cycle of life. As more leaves followed, a gentle wind rose, carrying them in a swirling embrace that painted the twilight with hues of copper and gold. Among the spectators was a wise old turtle named Tiberius, whose slow, deliberate movements concealed a mind sharp as autumn's chill. He approached the circle of mice, his voice a deep rumble, echoing with the patience of the ages. Greetings, Grandmother Willow, he said, inclining his head in respect. The festival reminds us of the lessons we must never forget. Each leaf that falls makes way for new growth, and each season holds its own beauty and purpose. Grandmother Willow nodded, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring wisdom of her friend. Indeed, Tiberius, and we must teach the young to cherish these truths, for in understanding them, they will learn to nurture the balance that sustains our world. As the dance of the falling leaves continued, the young mice watched with gleaming eyes, their hearts swelling with the promise of new beginnings. They understood now that they were guardians of this harmony, entrusted with the knowledge that Grandmother Willow had shared. The festival drew to a close under a sky sprinkled with stars, each one a distant echo of the magic that thrummed through the forest. As the creatures dispersed, their hearts lightened by the embrace of their shared existence, the night settled into a deep, comforting silence. In the burrow beneath the elder oak, the mice snuggled close, their dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the gentle wisdom of Grandmother Willow. And as they drifted into sleep, the spirit of Sylvan watched over them, a silent guardian of the balance and beauty that defined their world. In Varenthia, the seasons would continue to turn, and the dance of the falling leaves would return again, a reminder of the unity and understanding that bound all creatures together. And in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, life flourished, cradled in the soft, enduring embrace of nature's most profound magic. Story 13. In a gentle valley nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering azure lake, there lay a quaint village named Larkspur. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, was a place where the rhythm of life was slow and harmonious, much like the gentle babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village square. Here, the aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the sweet scent of wildflowers that danced in the meadow, creating a tapestry of comfort and tranquility. Amidst this picturesque setting lived a young woman named Anwen. She had always felt a quiet yearning, a whisper of curiosity that seemed to float just beyond the edges of her everyday life. It was as if her heart held a secret, a melody of the past that she couldn't quite hear. Anwen was known for her kindness, her gentle laugh as soft as the rustle of leaves in the breeze, and a heart as warm as the sunlit stones that lined the village path. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves swirled around her feet, Anwen noticed an unusual glow emanating from the attic of her family's cottage. Her grandmother, who had raised her with stories of old, had often spoken of the attic as a place of mysteries. Curiosity piqued, Anwen climbed the narrow staircase, each creak of the wooden steps echoing like a heartbeat. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, filled with dusty trunks and shadowed corners. As Anwen sifted through a chest of old quilts, her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. Pulling the object into the light, she found herself holding a beautifully carved box, its surface adorned with intricate patterns of leaves and stars shimmering with a faint, ethereal light. Her grandmother's words echoed in her mind, tales of an ancient legacy tied to their lineage. The box, she remembered, was said to hold the key to understanding their heritage, a bond to the past that had long been shrouded in mystery. With a deep breath, Anwen gently opened the box to reveal a small, shimmering amulet nestled within. It was shaped like a crescent moon, its surface etched with symbols she did not recognize but felt inexplicably familiar. As she held the amulet, a warmth spread through her, like the first rays of dawn chasing away the night's chill. Anwen felt a connection, a thread linking her to generations past, with stories of courage, love, and wisdom. Eager to learn more, Anwen sought the guidance of Elder Cedric, the village's wise and gentle sage. His cottage, surrounded by a garden of herbs and flowers, was a place of peace where the scent of lavender and rosemary filled the air. Elder Cedric welcomed her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, the amulet," he murmured, examining it closely. "It is indeed a gift from your ancestors, a symbol of your family's legacy as guardians of the land and keepers of harmony. The symbols tell a story, one of unity with nature and the wisdom of the ages." Anwen listened intently as Elder Cedric explained that her ancestors had been stewards of the valley, nurturing its beauty and balance with care and respect. The amulet was a reminder of their bond with the earth and the wisdom they had passed down through the generations. With newfound understanding, Anwen felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the missing pieces of her heart had fallen into place. She realized that her yearning had been a call to reconnect with her roots, to honor the legacy of those who came before her. The lessons of the past resonated with her present, teaching her the importance of harmony, kindness, and the interconnectedness of all living things. As the days passed, Anwen embraced her heritage, sharing her newfound knowledge with the village. She organized gatherings where stories of the past were shared around the warmth of a crackling fire, the villagers' laughter mingling with the soft chirping of crickets in the night. Together, they learned to cherish the land, planting trees and flowers that would bloom for generations to come. Through her journey, Anwen discovered not only the magic of her ancestry, but also the magic within herself, the power of love, wisdom, and unity. And so, as the moon cast its silver glow across the valley, Anwen stood by the lake, the amulet resting against her heart, knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be, a part of something timeless and beautiful. As the village of Larkspur thrived in the gentle embrace of nature, Anwen's heart sang with the melody of the past, a harmony of whispered secrets and shared dreams, forever echoing in the tranquil valley she called home. Story 14. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight wove intricate patterns through the emerald canopy, lay a realm where nature's creatures lived in harmony, shielded from the outside world. This forest, known to those who dwelled within as Sylvan Hollow, was a place of timeless magic, its secrets whispered through the rustling leaves and babbling brooks. At the center of Sylvan Hollow, the great oak stood, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. This ancient tree had witnessed the passage of countless seasons, its roots entwined with the very essence of the forest. In its sprawling branches, a community of creatures had built their homes, each one contributing to the vibrant tapestry of life. On a crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, a gentle squirrel named Bramble awoke to the aromatic scent of dew-kissed earth. Bramble's coat was a rich auburn, mirroring the hues of the season, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. He lived in a cozy nook within the great oak, surrounded by a collection of acorns and soft moss. As Bramble stretched and yawned, the forest around him was a symphony of sounds, a melodious chorus of chirping birds and the soft murmur of the wind weaving through the branches. Today was a special day, for it marked the beginning of the Harvest Festival, a time when creatures from every corner of Sylvan Hollow gathered to celebrate the bounty of nature and the harmonious balance they cherished. Bramble scampered down the tree, his tiny paws lightly brushing the bark, and made his way to the clearing where the festival was to be held. The clearing was a sunlit meadow, framed by towering trees that stood like guardians. Here the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming wildflowers, and the grass was a lush carpet underfoot. As the creatures assembled, Bramble was greeted by his friends, a wise old owl named Sage, whose feathers were the color of moonlight, and a gentle deer named Willow, her eyes deep and serene like forest pools. Sage perched on a low branch, her gaze thoughtful and kind, while Willow stood gracefully beside her, her presence a calming balm. "Good morning, Bramble," Sage hooted softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Are you ready for the festival?" "Indeed I am," Bramble replied, his voice bright with anticipation. "I've brought my finest acorns for the feast." Together they watched as creatures of all shapes and sizes arrived, each bringing offerings to the communal celebration. Birds with feathers like rainbows, hedgehogs with quills gleaming in the sunlight, and rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, all came together, their hearts united by the spirit of community. As the festival began, the clearing transformed into a scene of joyous activity. Laughter and song filled the air as creatures shared stories and tales passed down through generations. A gentle breeze carried the echoes of their voices, blending them with the soft rustle of leaves, a melody that spoke of unity and shared purpose. Amidst the revelry, the forest itself joined in the celebration. Sunbeams danced through the canopy, painting the ground with dappled light, while the brook sang a gentle accompaniment. It was as if the very essence of Sylvan Hollow had come alive, a testament to the harmony between its inhabitants and the natural world. As the day wore on, the creatures gathered in a circle, their eyes reflecting the warm glow of the setting sun. It was time for the wisdom of the seasons to be passed down, a tradition as old as the forest itself. Sage, with her vast knowledge and gentle spirit, began to speak. "Dear friends," she began, her voice as steady as the heartbeat of the forest, "we gather here not only to celebrate our harvest, but to remember the balance that sustains us. Each season brings its own gifts, and with them lessons that guide us." She spoke of spring's renewal, a time of awakening and new beginnings, of summer's abundance, when the forest thrived in the warmth of the sun, of autumn's harvest, a reminder of gratitude and preparation, and of winter's rest, a season of reflection and peace. As Sage's words wove through the gathering, Bramble listened intently, his heart swelling with appreciation for the wisdom that bound them all. It was a gentle reminder that their lives were intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each creature playing a part in the cycle of life. As twilight descended, casting a silvery veil over the forest, the festival drew to a close. The creatures bid each other farewell, their hearts light with the joy of shared fellowship. Bramble returned to his cozy nook in the great oak, his spirit uplifted by the day's events. As he nestled into his bed of moss, the forest around him whispered a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant owl calls. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the promise of the changing seasons. Bramble closed his eyes, a soft smile on his lips, as he drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the heart of Sylvan Hollow, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures of the forest continued to live in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the ages. And as the stars twinkled above, they knew that the balance of their world would endure, a testament to the gentle strength of friendship and the enduring bond between nature and its children. Story 15. In the peaceful village of Willowbrook, nestled deep within the verdant folds of the evergreen forest, the days passed like a gentle stream, each one mirroring the other with its serene rhythm. The villagers went about their daily routines, comforted by the whispering winds and the soft rustle of leaves that seemed to weave lullabies into the air. One crisp autumn morning, however, the village awoke to an unusual discovery. Throughout the night, intricate patterns had appeared in the fields surrounding Willowbrook. These were not ordinary patterns, but swirling designs that shimmered with a faint, otherworldly glow. The villagers gathered at the edge of the fields, their eyes wide with wonder and a touch of apprehension. Among them was young Alden, a bright and curious soul known for his gentle heart and inquisitive mind. He stood with his grandmother, Esme, who had lived in Willowbrook all her life and was considered the village's wise elder. Her eyes twinkled with a knowledge that seemed to transcend the ordinary. "This is peculiar indeed," murmured Esme, her voice as soft as the rustle of autumn leaves. "Such patterns are not of this world. They speak of magic and mystery." Alden's eyes shone with curiosity. "What could have caused them, grandmother?" he asked, his voice filled with both wonder and a hint of excitement. Esme placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Let us ponder this mystery together, dear one. The forest holds many secrets, and perhaps it will reveal one to us." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a golden glow over the village, Alden and Esme set off toward the heart of the evergreen forest. The path was soft and spongy beneath their feet, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched gently as they walked. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, a fragrance that wrapped around them like a comforting shawl. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they were joined by a fluttering presence, Fina, the delicate and wise fairy who watched over the forest. Her wings shimmered with hues of blue and green, reflecting the dappled sunlight in a dance of colors. "Ah, dearest Esme and young Alden," Fina chimed, her voice a tinkling melody. "I see you seek the source of the mysterious patterns." Esme nodded, her eyes warm with gratitude. "Indeed, Fina. We hope to understand what has graced our fields with such wonder." Fina's eyes sparkled with a knowing light. "There is an ancient spirit, the weaver of dreams, who roams these woods. It is said she weaves patterns into the world as messages or gifts. But why she has chosen your fields is a tale yet untold." Alden's heart fluttered with excitement. "How can we find her, Fina?" "The weaver of dreams is elusive," Fina replied, but she is drawn to places where dreams are strong and pure. Perhaps if you were to create something from your heart, a dream shared with the forest, you might call her to you. With a shared glance and a nod, Alden and Esme knew what they must do. They returned to the village, their minds alive with inspiration. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a soft twilight glow, they gathered the villagers together. Under the starlit sky, they began to craft a tapestry of dreams. Each villager contributed a piece, a hope, a wish, a cherished memory, woven into the fabric of a shared vision. The tapestry grew, a living mosaic of their collective spirits, glowing softly with the light of their dreams. As they completed their creation, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and the soft murmur of the forest. And then, as if summoned by their dreams, the Weaver of Dreams appeared. She was a figure of ethereal beauty, her form shifting like the patterns she wove. Her eyes held the depth of 1,000 dreams, and her presence was a soothing balm to the soul. "You have called me with the purity of your dreams," she spoke, her voice the whisper of silk. "I wove the patterns in your fields as a gift, a reminder of the magic that lies within each of you. The dreams you hold are powerful, for they shape the world around you." The villagers listened, their hearts filled with awe and gratitude. Alden stepped forward, his voice steady and filled with warmth. "Thank you, Weaver of Dreams. You have reminded us of the beauty we hold within, and the strength of our shared dreams." With a gentle nod, the Weaver of Dreams vanished, her presence lingering in the night air like a sweet melody. The villagers returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits lifted, knowing that their dreams were woven into the very fabric of the world around them. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the villagers slept soundly, wrapped in the warmth of their dreams, knowing that as long as they held their visions dear, they would always find their way through the mysteries of life, guided by the gentle magic of friendship and the wisdom of their hearts. Story 16. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young boy named Henry. Henry had a gentle heart and a curious mind, always seeking the stories that lay hidden in the world around him. His favorite place to explore was the old attic of his grandmother's cottage, filled with relics from the past and the scent of lavender and cedar. One rainy afternoon, as the soft patter of raindrops played a lullaby on the roof, Henry decided to venture into the attic once more. The light filtering through the small window cast a warm glow over the dust-laden treasures. As he sifted through the clutter, his fingers brushed against something cool and metallic, a small ornate key with intricate engravings that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Intrigued, Henry held the key close, feeling a tingle of excitement travel up his arm. He knew it must belong to something special. His grandmother often told tales of magical items hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right person to discover them. With a heart full of wonder, Henry vowed to uncover the secret the key held. That evening, as the rain turned to a gentle mist, Henry sought the counsel of his dear friend, Matilda, the village librarian. Matilda was a wise old woman with twinkling eyes and a knack for finding answers in the most unexpected places. Her library was a sanctuary of stories, where the scent of old pages mingled with the earthy aroma of herbal tea. Matilda examined the key with keen interest, her fingers tracing its intricate patterns. "Ah, this is no ordinary key, my dear," she mused, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "This is a key of journeys, meant to unlock the path to something hidden deep within yourself." Henry listened, his curiosity piqued. "But how do I find what it unlocks?" he asked. Matilda smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "The key will guide you, but you must be open to the journey it offers. Trust in the friendships you forge along the way, and remember that true magic lies not in the object itself, but in the adventures it inspires." With a renewed sense of purpose, Henry set off the next morning, the key safely tucked in his pocket. As he wandered through Willowbrook, he encountered Jasper, the village tinkerer. Jasper was a jovial man with a mind as sharp as his tools, always ready to lend a hand or share a story. When he saw Henry, he greeted him with a hearty laugh. "What brings you out on such a fine day, young Henry?" Jasper inquired, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Henry shared his discovery in Matilda's words, hoping Jasper might offer some insight. Jasper chuckled, his laughter like the gentle roll of thunder. Ah, the journey of discovery. Every step is a story, and every story is a step toward finding what you seek. Follow your heart, and you'll find the way. Encouraged by his friend's wisdom, Henry continued his journey through the village and into the forest beyond. The path wound through tall trees that whispered secrets to the wind, and beneath his feet, the earth felt alive, guiding him gently onward. The forest was a place of mystery and magic, where sunlight danced through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. As he ventured deeper, Henry came upon a clearing where a gnarled old oak stood, its branches stretching toward the sky like arms welcoming an embrace. At the base of the tree, there was a small, intricately carved chest that seemed to pulse with a quiet energy. Heart pounding with anticipation, Henry placed the key into the lock. With a soft click, the chest opened, revealing a simple, weathered journal. The pages were filled with the stories of those who had come before him, tales of bravery, friendship, and wisdom. As he read, Henry realized that this was the true magic of the key, not the unlocking of a physical treasure, but the opening of his heart and mind to the stories of others, and the understanding that he was now part of this timeless journey. With the journal in hand, Henry returned to Willowbrook, his spirit lighter and his heart full. He shared his discovery with Matilda and Jasper, and together they marveled at the power of stories to connect and transform. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose, Henry sat by the fireplace in his grandmother's cottage. The flames crackled softly, casting a warm glow around the room. With the journal open on his lap, he began to write his own story, knowing that it, too, would one day inspire another on their journey. And so, in the cozy embrace of his home, surrounded by the love and wisdom of his friends, Henry found what he had been seeking all along, a sense of belonging, a heart full of stories, and the gentle magic of a journey well taken. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a realm where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her world was a tapestry woven from the threads of her imagination, where every whisper of the wind carried the promise of magic. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat beneath the ancient oak tree in her backyard, she noticed a peculiar gleam emanating from the hollow in its trunk. Curiosity piqued. She peered inside and discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. As her fingers traced the intricate patterns adorning its surface, the box seemed to hum with a strange, yet familiar energy. Unable to resist the allure of the unknown, Willow gently lifted the lid, and a warm, golden light spilled forth, enveloping her in its radiant embrace. Within the box lay a single acorn, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. As Willow cradled the acorn in her palm, a soft voice whispered in her mind, "This is no ordinary seed, dear Willow. It holds the key to a world beyond your wildest dreams, a realm where nature's secrets unfold in all their splendor." Without a moment's hesitation, Willow clutched the acorn tightly and felt a surge of energy coursing through her veins. The world around her began to spin, and the boundaries between reality and fantasy dissolved. When the dizzying sensation subsided, Willow found herself standing in a lush, verdant meadow where the air was thick with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Towering trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves dancing in a mesmerizing symphony of green and gold. As Willow explored this wondrous realm, she encountered a myriad of enchanting creatures, from playful sprites that flitted among the blossoms to wise old oak trees that seemed to whisper ancient tales. Each encounter taught her a new lesson about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of cherishing every living thing. One day, as Willow ventured deeper into the heart of this mystical world, she stumbled upon a crystal-clear stream that wound its way through a lush forest. Drawn by the soothing sound of the flowing water, she followed its course until she came upon a breathtaking waterfall cascading over a mossy cliff. Beneath the roaring torrent, Willow noticed a glimmering opening in the rock face. Curiosity once again took hold, and she carefully made her way toward the entrance, marveling at the intricate patterns etched into the stone. As she stepped inside, Willow found herself in a vast underground cavern, its walls adorned with luminescent crystals that cast a soft, ethereal glow. In the center of the chamber stood a majestic tree, its branches reaching toward the distant ceiling, its roots delving deep into the earth. Willow felt an inexplicable connection to this ancient being, and as she approached, she sensed a presence, a gentle, nurturing force that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the tree itself. "Welcome, dear child," a melodious voice echoed through the cavern. "This is the sacred grove, the nexus of all life in this realm. I am the guardian of these ancient woods, and I have been awaiting your arrival." Willow stood in awe, her heart filled with reverence for this extraordinary entity. Over the course of many wondrous days and nights, the guardian shared with her the secrets of the natural world, teachings that awakened within Willow a profound understanding of the intricate web of life that bound all beings together. As her time in this enchanted realm drew to a close, Willow realized that her journey had been one of self-discovery, a path that had transformed her from a curious child into a true steward of nature. She had forged unbreakable bonds of friendship with creatures great and small, and her heart was filled with a deep respect for the delicate balance that sustained all life. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her newfound friends and the guardian, vowing to carry the lessons she had learned back to her own world. As she clutched the acorn tightly, the whirlwind of energy enveloped her once more, and she found herself standing beneath the ancient oak tree, the wooden box resting at her feet. From that day forward, Willow became a champion of the natural world, sharing her wisdom and her love for all living things. She understood that true magic resided not in fantastical realms, but in the wonder of the world around her, in the flutter of a butterfly's wings, the gentle rustling of leaves, and the eternal dance of life itself. And whenever she felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, Willow would return to the ancient oak tree, close her eyes, and let the whispers of the wind carry her back to the enchanted realm, where the guardian's teachings would forever guide her path. Story 18. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time floated like a gentle breeze, there lived a community of creatures that thrived in the hidden folds of nature's embrace. The forest, with its towering trees whose leaves were as vast as the night sky, was a sanctuary where the boundaries between reality and magic intertwined like the roots beneath the soil. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thalwyn, whose shell was etched with the patterns of countless seasons. Thalwyn's presence was as steady and calming as the river that wound lazily through the forest. His eyes, deep and knowing, had watched generations of the forest's inhabitants come and go, learning from the rhythms of life that echoed in every rustle of leaf and chirp of cricket. The forest was alive with a symphony of sounds, the gentle rustling of branches swaying with the breeze, the melodic calls of birds that painted the sky with their vibrant hues, and the soft padding of paws on earth as creatures went about their daily rituals. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and damp earth, mingling with the sweetness of wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor. In this harmonious world, the seasons played their own magical roles. Spring arrived with a flourish of color and new life, its rains like a curtain of pearls that nourished every living thing. Summer followed with its golden warmth, casting long, lazy shadows that invited creatures to rest in their cool embrace. Autumn painted the forest in shades of amber and crimson, leaves falling like gentle whispers to the ground. Winter wrapped the world in a soft, white silence, its chill a reminder of the cycles that governed all existence. One day, as the first blush of spring touched the forest, a young squirrel named Leora scampered through the trees. Her fur was as soft and gray as the morning mist, her eyes as bright as the stars that frequented the night sky. Leora was full of curiosity and wonder, eager to learn the secrets of her world. She often visited Thalwyn, sitting by the riverbank where he rested, his shell gleaming in the dappled sunlight. "Thalwyn," Leora began, her voice as light as the breeze that played among the leaves, "how does the forest stay so beautiful and full of life?" Thalwyn chuckled, a sound like the gentle rumble of distant thunder. "Ah, young one, the beauty of the forest lies in its balance. Every creature, every leaf, every drop of rain plays its part. We are all threads in this vast tapestry, each one contributing to the harmony of the whole. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. She watched as a gentle rain began to fall, its droplets creating ripples in the river. "But what if something disturbs this balance?" she asked. Thalwyn's gaze grew thoughtful, and for a moment he seemed to be looking beyond the river, beyond the forest itself. "Nature has a way of healing itself, dear Leora, but sometimes it needs a gentle nudge, a reminder of the wisdom passed down through the ages. That is where we come in." As the days turned to weeks, Leora began to notice small changes in the forest. The rains were heavier than usual, and the river, once gentle and serene, now rushed with an urgent force. The creatures of the forest seemed uneasy, their usual songs muted by the sound of the relentless rain. Concerned, Leora sought Thalwyn's guidance. She found him by the river, his shell glistening with rain, his expression serene yet thoughtful. "Thalwyn, the rains are growing stronger. The river is rising, and the forest is restless. What should we do?" Thalwyn closed his eyes, listening to the rain as if it spoke to him in a language only he could understand. "Leora, the forest is indeed in distress. The balance has shifted, and we must help restore it. Gather our friends, for this task requires many hearts and hands." With Thalwyn's words as her guide, Leora set out to rally the creatures of the forest. She spoke to the wise owls perched high in the treetops, their feathers ruffled by the rain. She called upon the industrious beavers, who nodded their understanding as they worked tirelessly to fortify their dams. The birds, with their myriad colors, spread the message on wings of hope. Together, they devised a plan to channel the excess water away from the forest, guiding it gently back to the river's embrace. The creatures worked in unison, their efforts a testament to the strength of their community. Under Thalwyn's watchful gaze, they dug small channels and built barriers, their movements synchronized with the rhythm of the rain. As the days passed, the river began to calm, its waters returning to their gentle flow. The forest, once fraught with tension, sighed in relief, its leaves whispering gratitude as they danced in the breeze. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm, golden light that kissed the earth and dried the rain's lingering tears. Leora, her heart full of joy and pride, returned to Thalwyn's side. "We did it, Thalwyn. The forest is at peace again." The old tortoise smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars that would soon grace the night sky. "Yes, young one, you have learned the most important lesson of all, that together we can overcome any challenge. The wisdom of the forest is within you now, as it is within every living thing." As twilight descended, the forest began to hum with the gentle lullaby of crickets and the soft hoots of owls. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the promise of a restful night. Leora nestled into the crook of a tree, her eyes growing heavy with sleep. The forest, cradled in the arms of night, was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by the threads of harmony and friendship. And as the stars twinkled overhead, the creatures of the forest, guided by the wisdom of generations, knew that they were part of something far greater than themselves, a timeless dance of balance and beauty. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest slept, dreaming dreams of peace and renewal, its heart beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the world. Story 19. Once upon a time, nestled within the gentle folds of the whispering woods, there was a quaint village known as Willowbrook. The village was cradled by rolling hills that were kissed by the golden sun each morning and serenaded by the crickets each night. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the babbling brooks sang lullabies that carried on the breeze. In this idyllic village lived a young girl named Mira. She was known for her kind heart and curious spirit, always eager to explore the wonders of the world around her. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight as she darted through meadows and climbed the tallest trees. Mira had a best friend named Selim, a gentle boy whose eyes were as blue as the sky on a clear summer's day. Together, they explored every nook and cranny of the Whispering Woods, uncovering its secrets bit by bit. One sunny afternoon, as the leaves rustled softly in the breeze, Mira and Selim set off on another of their adventures. They had heard tales of a hidden glen deep within the forest, a place where magic was said to linger like mist on an early morning. The villagers spoke of it in hushed whispers, for it was a place that only the pure of heart could find. As they walked, Mira felt a peculiar sensation, as if the woods themselves were guiding her, the trees bending slightly to whisper secrets in her ear. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving into the fabric of the forest. After what felt like hours, the trees parted to reveal the glen. It was a serene place, untouched by time, where the grass was a vibrant emerald and flowers bloomed in colors more vivid than anywhere else. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. There was something different about this tree. Its bark shimmered with a faint iridescence, and at its base sat a small, intricately carved box. With a mix of awe and curiosity, Mira approached the box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. As she reached out to touch it, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she knew in her heart that this was something special. "What do you think it is?" Caleb asked, his voice filled with wonder. "I'm not sure," Mira replied, her eyes locked on the box, "but I feel like it wants us to open it." With a gentle touch, she lifted the lid, revealing a small, delicate hourglass inside. The sand within shimmered like stardust, cascading slowly from one chamber to the other. As the last grain of sand trickled down, a soft, musical chime echoed through the glen, and Mira felt a gentle pull at her heart. Suddenly, the world around them began to change. The colors of the glen grew more vibrant, and the air was filled with a melody that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The hourglass, now glowing softly, had unlocked a hidden realm within the forest, a world where magic and reality intertwined. Mira and Caleb found themselves in a place where the ordinary rules of the world seemed to bend. Time flowed differently here, and the forest was alive with creatures both strange and wondrous. Luminescent butterflies danced in the air, their wings leaving trails of light. Tiny sprites peeked out from behind leaves, giggling as they watched the newcomers with wide, curious eyes. As they wandered through this enchanting world, Mira and Caleb discovered that the hourglass granted them a special ability. With a simple turn, they could pause time, allowing them to explore the wonders of the forest without the worry of losing their way or running out of daylight. However, they soon realized that the hourglass was not merely a tool for exploration. It was a guardian of balance in this magical realm. One day, while exploring a grove of towering silver trees, they encountered a creature unlike any they had seen before. It was a small, fluffy creature with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. It introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest, tasked with maintaining harmony between the magical and the mundane. "You have found the hourglass of time," Lyra said in a voice as soft as a breeze. "It is a gift, but also a responsibility. The balance of this realm is delicate, and the hourglass holds the power to preserve it." Mira and Caleb listened intently as Lyra explained that the hourglass needed to be returned to its rightful place before the last leaf of autumn fell. If they failed, the hidden world would fade away, taking with it the magic that sustained it. Determined to protect the wonder they had discovered, Mira and Caleb embarked on a journey to return the hourglass. The task was not without its challenges. They faced trials that tested their courage, their friendship, and their understanding of what it meant to truly care for something beyond themselves. One evening, as they rested by a crystalline stream, Mira looked up at the stars. "Do you think we'll make it in time?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. Caleb smiled reassuringly. "We have to believe we will," he said. "We've come this far, and we've learned so much. We'll find a way." Their journey took them through fields of whispering grasses, across bridges made of moonlight, and under skies painted with the colors of twilight. With each step, they grew not only closer to their goal, but also to each other, their friendship deepening in the face of adversity. Along the way, they encountered other guardians of the forest, each teaching them valuable lessons. They learned the importance of patience from an ancient tortoise who moved through the world with a deliberate grace, and the power of kindness from a family of rabbits who shared their burrow during a sudden rainstorm. As the days passed, the leaves began to turn, painting the forest in hues of gold and crimson. The final leaf of autumn hung precariously on the branch of an ancient elm, a reminder of the time slipping away. At last they reached the heart of the forest, a place where the air was thick with magic and the very ground seemed to hum with energy. Here, under the watchful eyes of the forest's oldest trees, they placed the hourglass on a pedestal made of intertwined roots. As the last grain of sand fell, a radiant light enveloped the forest, restoring the balance between the worlds. The hidden realm breathed a sigh of relief, and the creatures of the forest gathered to celebrate. Mira and Calum stood hand in hand, their hearts full of joy and a sense of accomplishment. They had not only saved the magical world, but had also grown into the best versions of themselves along the way. With the task complete, they returned to Willowbrook, their adventure a cherished memory. Though they carried on with their lives, the magic of the forest remained with them, a gentle reminder of the wonders that lay just beyond the edge of the known world. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, Mira and Calum drifted into dreams filled with the laughter of sprites and the glow of luminescent wings, knowing that the magic of friendship and the beauty of the world would always be with them. In the years that followed, Mira and Calum often visited the Whispering Woods, their hearts forever linked to the hidden realm they had once saved. They would sit by the ancient oak, reminiscing about their adventures and the lessons they had learned. The forest, in turn, seemed to welcome them back with open arms, its magic now a familiar friend. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched beneath their feet, Mira noticed something curious. A single leaf, shimmering with a golden hue unlike any other, floated gently down from the branches of the ancient oak. It landed softly in her hand, a delicate reminder of the time they had spent safeguarding the balance of the hidden world. Calum watched with a smile, understanding the significance of the moment. "It's a gift," he said, his voice filled with warmth. "A token of gratitude from the forest." Mira nodded, feeling a deep sense of connection to the world around her. The leaf was more than just a memento. It was a symbol of the bond they had formed with the magical realm and with each other. As they continued to explore the forest, they noticed subtle changes. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, their leaves whispering secrets of the past. The streams sang with a newfound clarity, their waters reflecting the vibrant colors of the sky. It was as if the forest itself had been rejuvenated by their efforts, its magic now even more potent and alive. With each visit, Mira and Calum discovered new wonders, hidden paths that led to glades filled with wildflowers, and groves where the air was alive with the hum of invisible energy. They encountered creatures both familiar and new, each with its own story to tell and lesson to impart. One day, as they sat by the edge of a tranquil pond, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves above, carrying with it the soft, musical chime they had first heard when opening the hourglass. It was a sound that filled them with a sense of peace and belonging, a reminder that they were always welcome in this magical world. As time passed, Mira and Calum grew, their lives unfolding like the chapters of a beloved book. Yet, no matter where life took them, the forest remained a constant, a sanctuary where they could find solace and wonder. The villagers of Willowbrook came to regard them as keepers of the forest's secrets, often seeking their guidance when they, too, wished to experience the magic of the Whispering Woods. Mira and Calum gladly shared their knowledge, leading others to the hidden glen where the ancient oak stood sentinel over the realm of enchantment. Through their efforts, the village and the forest became intertwined in a delicate dance, each enriching the other's existence. The villagers learned to respect the magic of the woods, treating it with care and reverence. In return, the forest flourished, its magic spilling over into the everyday lives of those who lived nearby. Mira and Calum's friendship remained a beacon of hope and inspiration, a testament to the power of love, courage, and the belief in something greater than oneself. Their story was told and retold, a cherished tale that echoed through the generations, reminding all who heard it of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so, as the sun set on another beautiful day in Willowbrook, Mira and Calum stood hand in hand, gazing out over the forest that had given them so much. The world around them was alive with the promise of new adventures, new beginnings, and a magic that would never fade. In their hearts, they knew that the true magic lay not just in the enchanted forest, but in the bonds they had forged and the lessons they had learned. It was a magic that transcended time and space, a magic that would endure as long as there were those who believed in the beauty and wonder of the world. And so, with a gentle breeze carrying their laughter into the twilight, Mira and Calum turned to leave the forest, their hearts full of gratitude and love. As they walked back to the village, the stars began to twinkle above, guiding them home with their soft, reassuring glow. In the end, the story of Mira and Calum was not just a tale of adventure and magic. It was a celebration of friendship, of the power of believing in oneself, and of the beauty that exists in the world for those with the courage to seek it out. And as the years passed, their legacy lived on, a shining example of the wonders that await those who dare to dream. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into slumber, remember the story of Mira and Calum. Let it fill your dreams with the light of 1,000 stars and the warmth of 1,000 suns. For in every heart lies the capacity for magic, and in every soul the potential for wonder. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the gentle whisper of the forest and the soft glow of luminescent wings, guiding you to a world where anything is possible. Story 20. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and lush forests, there existed a legend as old as the ancient oaks that bordered its lands. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of the Whispering Grove, a hidden world within the dense thickets where few dared to tread. It was said that within this enchanted grove, the trees could speak, their voices a soft murmur carried by the wind, revealing secrets of the past and glimpses of the future. Amidst this tapestry of lore and magic lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and mysterious as the forest itself, she was known in Eldergrove for her kindness and an insatiable curiosity about the world. Lila spent her days wandering the forest paths, collecting stories from the villagers and scribbling them down in her worn, leather-bound journal. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun rose to paint the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Lila set off on her usual exploration, her boots crunching through the fallen leaves. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze carried the distant songs of birds preparing for their southern journey. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila's path was diverted by a peculiar sight. A single, luminous feather lay on the ground, shimmering with an iridescent glow under the dappled sunlight. She picked it up, marveling at its beauty, and felt an inexplicable pull towards the heart of the forest, where the Whispering Grove was rumored to be. With a blend of apprehension and excitement, Lila followed the feather's call, her footsteps light and cautious. The trees around her grew denser, their trunks thick with age and their branches interwoven like a tapestry of emerald and shadow. The air seemed to hum with an otherworldly energy, and soon Lila found herself standing at the threshold of the fabled grove. Here the world felt different, as if time moved to a slower rhythm. The leaves rustled with a language all their own, a symphony of whispers that beckoned her forward. Lila stepped into the grove, her heart pounding with anticipation. The grove was a realm of wonder. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a mosaic of light upon the forest floor. Flowers of every color bloomed in abundance, their petals glistening with dew. And there, in the center of this ethereal world, stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an ancient guardian. As Lila approached, she noticed a small carved door at the base of the tree. It was adorned with intricate designs, depicting scenes of forest creatures and celestial bodies. Overcome by curiosity, Lila gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior was unlike anything she had imagined. It was a cozy, inviting space, filled with the warm glow of lanterns that flickered like tiny stars. Shelves lined the walls, brimming with scrolls and books that seemed to pulse with the wisdom of ages. A soft plush rug covered the floor, and in the center of the room stood a small wooden table, around which were gathered 3 peculiar creatures. The first was a fox, its fur a vibrant red, eyes sharp and intelligent. The second was a wise old owl, its feathers a tapestry of browns and whites, perched gracefully upon a wooden stand. The third was a rabbit, its ears perked and its nose twitching with curiosity. "Welcome, dear Lila," the fox said, its voice smooth and melodic. "We have been expecting you." Lila blinked in surprise, her heart skipping a beat. "You know my name?" she asked, wonder filling her voice. "Indeed," hooted the owl, its eyes gleaming with knowledge. "The grove has whispered your arrival to us." The rabbit hopped forward, a friendly smile on its face. "We are the keepers of the grove," it explained, "and we have a task that only you can help us with." Intrigued, Lila sat down on the rug, her senses tingling with the magic of the moment. "What is it that you need me to do?" she inquired, eager to assist. The fox gestured toward a large, ornate chest in the corner of the room. Inside that chest lies a magical object, a compass of sorts, which has lost its guiding power. Without it, the balance of the Whispering Grove is in jeopardy. Lila nodded, understanding the gravity of their words. "How can I help restore its power?" The owl fluffed its feathers and spoke with a gentle authority. "The compass draws its strength from the bonds of friendship and understanding. You must embark on a journey through the grove, forging connections with the creatures and uncovering the hidden stories of this land. Only then can the compass be reawakened." Feeling a sense of purpose, Lila agreed to undertake the task. The keepers of the grove gifted her a small satchel filled with provisions and a map that glowed faintly with an inner light. With a grateful heart, she set off on her journey, the compass tucked safely in her satchel. As she wandered through the grove, Lila encountered a myriad of creatures, each with their own tale to tell. She met a family of squirrels who shared stories of their daring escapades among the treetops, a wise tortoise who spoke of the changing seasons, and a playful otter who led her to hidden streams and sparkling waterfalls. With each new friend, Lila felt the compass grow warmer, its power slowly being restored by the bonds she forged. She learned the importance of listening with an open heart, and the strength found in understanding and empathy. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and indigo, Lila found herself at the edge of a serene pond. The water mirrored the starlit sky, creating a portal of tranquility. Here, she met a lone swan, its feathers as white as snow, gliding gracefully across the water. The swan spoke with a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I have watched your journey, dear one, and I see the light of friendship you carry within you." Lila smiled, her heart full. "Thank you. I have learned so much from everyone I've met." The swan nodded, its eyes reflecting the glow of the stars. "You have done well, but there is one final story you must hear, a story that lies within yourself." Confused yet intrigued, Lila sat by the pond, closing her eyes as the swan began to weave a tale of her own life, a tapestry of moments both joyous and challenging. As she listened, she realized the significance of her journey, the growth she had undergone, and the strength she had discovered within. When the story concluded, Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of peace and fulfillment. She opened her eyes to find the swan gazing at her with a knowing smile. "You are ready," the swan said softly. "The compass has been restored." With gratitude, Lila returned to the heart of the grove, where the keepers awaited her. The compass now glowed with a radiant light, its needle spinning with purpose and direction. The fox, owl, and rabbit greeted her with joy. "You have saved the Whispering Grove," they chorused, their voices filled with admiration. Lila beamed, her heart light and content. "It is the friendships and stories I gathered along the way that truly saved us all." As a token of their gratitude, the keepers presented Lila with the luminous feather she had first discovered. It was a symbol of her journey, a reminder of the magic that lay within her and the world around her. With the compass returned to its rightful place, balance was restored to the grove. The trees whispered their thanks, their leaves shimmering with renewed vitality. Lila felt a part of this enchanted world, forever connected to the friends she had made and the lessons she had learned. As the first light of dawn broke through the canopy, Lila bid farewell to the Whispering Grove, her heart full of hope and wonder. She knew she would return someday, for the grove was now a part of her, a sanctuary of dreams and possibilities. Back in Elderglen, life continued with its gentle rhythms, but Lila's heart was forever changed. She carried with her the warmth of the grove, the wisdom of its creatures, and the unbreakable bond of friendship that transcended the boundaries of the known world. And so, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Lila's story became a cherished part of Elderglen's lore, a tale whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the magic of friendship can light even the darkest of paths, and that within each of us lies the power to create a world of wonder and harmony. Story 21. In the heart of a dense, whispering forest, where the trees wore crowns of emerald leaves that rustled like old friends sharing secrets, there lay a hidden glade. This glade was a place of gentle magic, known only to those who listened closely to the songs of the wind and the murmurs of the earth. Nestled within this glade, on a tapestry of soft moss, was a peculiar object, a shimmering, translucent orb that seemed to pulse with a light as gentle and warm as the first blush of dawn. The orb was known in hushed legends as the Heartstone, an artifact of ancient magic that harbored the power to reveal and amplify the truest desires of one's heart. Few had ever seen it, and fewer still had dared to touch it, for it was said that only the pure of heart could wield its power without consequence. The forest guarded it jealously, and most who sought it were led away by the mischievous paths that twisted and turned like the winding thoughts of a dream. Enter our protagonist, a young girl named Leora, with eyes the color of the sky after a storm and hair like the cascading falls of a moonlit river. Leora lived on the edge of the forest, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman revered for her knowledge of herbs and stories. From her grandmother, Leora had learned the language of the forest, the rustling leaves, the babbling brooks, the chirping crickets, and she often wandered beneath the boughs, feeling the gentle hum of life around her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora set off into the forest with a small basket in hand. Her grandmother had sent her to gather night-blooming flowers, whose petals were essential for a special tea that soothed troubled dreams. The path was familiar, worn smooth by her many journeys, and she hummed a tune to match the symphony of the forest around her. But on this particular evening, something seemed different. The air was thick with a sweet floral scent that she hadn't noticed before, and it tugged at her senses, guiding her deeper into the woods. Curiosity piqued. Leora followed the scent, stepping over roots and under low-hanging branches until she emerged into the glade that seemed to glow with a light all its own. There, nestled atop the moss, was the Heartstone. It shimmered invitingly, casting a gentle glow that seemed to dance across the glade. Leora's heart skipped a beat as she approached, drawn to the orb's warmth. As she knelt before it, the world around her fell away, and all she could see was the soft, inviting light. Tentatively, she reached out and touched the orb. The moment her fingers brushed its surface, a gentle warmth spread through her, filling her with a profound sense of peace and joy. The world around her seemed to shift and blur, and she found herself standing in a place both familiar and strange. It was her village, but transformed. Flowers bloomed in riotous colors, the air was filled with the scent of honey and fresh rain, and the people she loved were there, happy and content. But as she gazed around, she noticed something even more remarkable. A hidden path, shimmering and beckoning, leading deeper into this enchanted vision. Without hesitation, she followed it, her heart singing with the thrill of discovery. The path wound through a forest where the trees whispered in languages she could almost understand. The leaves brushed against her cheeks like playful kittens, and the ground beneath her feet was soft and springy, as if urging her onward. She felt an inexplicable connection to this place, as if it were a part of her, and she a part of it. As she walked, she heard a soft rustling in the underbrush. Pausing, she knelt down and gently parted the leaves. There, nestled in a bed of ferns, was a tiny creature that looked like a cross between a fox and a squirrel, with bright, intelligent eyes and a bushy tail that flicked with curiosity. Leora smiled as the creature tilted its head, sniffing the air. "Hello, little one," she said softly, her voice blending with the gentle murmur of the forest. "What brings you here?" The creature blinked, then bounded forward, nuzzling her hand with a soft whimper. It seemed to want her to follow, and with a nod of understanding, Leora rose and let the creature lead her deeper into the heart of the forest. The path took them to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a circle of stones stood like ancient sentinels. At the center of the circle was a pedestal, and upon it rested a small, intricately carved box. The creature nudged the box with its nose, and then looked up at Leora expectantly. Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation as she approached. The box was adorned with carvings of leaves and vines, and she could feel the gentle hum of magic emanating from it. Carefully, she lifted the lid, and inside she found a delicate amulet shaped like a leaf, shimmering with an inner light. As she held the amulet, a gentle breeze stirred the air, and she heard a voice, soft and melodic, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. Leora, bearer of the Heartstone's gift, you stand at a crossroads. The path before you is not without trials, but with courage and kindness you shall find your way. The voice faded, leaving Leora with a sense of purpose and determination. She slipped the amulet around her neck, feeling its warmth settle over her like a comforting embrace. The creature at her feet gave a soft trill of approval, its eyes sparkling with encouragement. Together, they ventured forth, the path unfurling like a ribbon of moonlight before them. As they walked, Leora felt a growing sense of connection to the forest and its inhabitants. She discovered that her newfound companion, whom she named Bramble, had a knack for finding hidden trails and secret nooks where the forest's magic was at its strongest. Their journey was not without challenges. They encountered tangled thickets that seemed to close in around them, obscuring the path. But with patience and Bramble's keen sense of direction, they found their way through, emerging into sun-dappled clearings that offered rest and renewal. One evening, as they settled by a babbling brook, Leora shared her thoughts with Bramble. "I wonder what lies at the end of our journey," she mused, stroking the creature's soft fur. "The forest has shown me so much, and yet there's still more to discover." Bramble chirped in agreement, and they watched as fireflies began to dance in the twilight, their tiny lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The scene was so serene, and Leora felt a deep sense of gratitude for the companionship and the magic that surrounded her. As they continued their journey, Leora found that the forest had more to teach her. She learned to listen with her heart, to see with eyes unclouded by doubt, and to trust in the gentle guidance of the world around her. She discovered that the forest was alive with stories of courage, kindness, and the enduring bonds of friendship. One day, they came upon an ancient tree, its trunk wide and twisted with age. It stood at the edge of a deep, shimmering pool, its branches reaching out like the arms of a wise elder offering shelter. Leora felt drawn to the tree, sensing that it held a secret waiting to be revealed. As she approached, she noticed a carving on the trunk, worn but still discernible. It depicted a scene of a young girl, much like herself, standing with a forest creature by her side, their faces turned toward a distant horizon. Touched by the image, Leora placed her hand on the carving, and a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the tree were acknowledging her presence. She closed her eyes, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves, and she felt a deep sense of peace and understanding. In that moment, she realized that her journey was not just about reaching a destination, but about embracing the journey itself, the joys, the challenges, and the friendships that enriched her life. The forest had given her a gift far greater than she had ever imagined, the gift of knowing her own heart. With newfound clarity, Leora and Bramble continued their journey, each step a testament to the bond they had forged and the lessons they had learned. The path led them to the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets of ages past. There, in a clearing bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, they found the Heartstone once more. It glowed with a welcoming warmth, its light reflecting the love and understanding that had blossomed within Leora's heart. As she knelt before the orb, Leora felt a sense of completion, as if the circle of her journey had come full. The forest had been her guide, her teacher, and her friend, and she knew that its magic would forever be a part of her. With a gentle touch, she placed the amulet beside the Heartstone, offering it as a token of gratitude for the wisdom and wonder she had received. The orb shimmered, and she felt a wave of warmth and love wash over her, filling her with a sense of belonging. As she rose to leave, Bramble by her side, Leora took one last look at the glade, its magic weaving a tapestry of light and shadow around her. She knew that the forest would always be there, a place of refuge and discovery, and that its magic would continue to guide those who listened with open hearts. Together, Leora and Bramble made their way back to the cottage, their hearts full of the magic and friendship they had found. The forest had taught them that the greatest journeys were those that led to the heart, and that the bonds of friendship were the truest magic of all. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the sky above, Leora returned home, her heart aglow with the warmth of the forest's embrace, knowing that she would carry its magic with her, always. Story 22. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time intertwined with the rustling leaves, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were as hidden as the roots beneath the soil. This forest, known to some as the Verdant Vale, was a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical seemed to dance in a perpetual waltz, leaving traces of enchantment in the air. The forest was alive with the soft hum of life. Dewdropped leaves glistened like jewels under the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook sang a soothing lullaby to all who dwelled within its embrace. Among the most revered inhabitants of this lush sanctuary were the sylvan creatures, wise and gentle beings with a deep connection to the natural world. One such creature was a wise old fox named Finn. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, a vibrant tapestry of russet and gold. Finn was known across the forest as the Keeper of Seasons, a title passed down through generations of his kind. His role was to guide the forest's inhabitants through the transitions of the year, ensuring harmony and balance were maintained. As the forest prepared for the arrival of spring, a time when life unfurled in a symphony of color and song, Finn sensed an unusual tension in the air. The usual rhythm of nature's cycle seemed to falter, as if a discordant note had been struck in the symphony. The flowers, usually eager to bloom, remained tightly budded. The birds, whose melodies would typically herald the season's change, sang in hushed tones, their songs tinged with hesitation. Concerned, Finn sought the counsel of his dearest friend, a gentle deer named Lyra. Her eyes, as soft and kind as a moonlit night, reflected the wisdom of countless seasons. They met at their usual spot, a sun-dappled glade where the grass was soft and inviting, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. "Something troubles the forest, Lyra," Finn began, his voice a gentle murmur. "The balance seems uncertain." Lyra nodded, her gaze thoughtful as she listened to the gentle rustle of leaves overhead. "I have felt it too, Finn. The forest whispers of a change, something unforeseen." Together, they decided to seek the guidance of the ancient oak, a towering sentinel that had stood watch over the forest for centuries. Its roots delved deep into the earth, touching the memories of the land, while its branches brushed the sky, reaching toward the wisdom of the stars. As they approached the oak, a soft breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of rain and promise. The oak's broad canopy offered shelter, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the ancient tree to speak. Finn and Lyra stood beneath the oak, feeling the pulse of life that thrummed beneath its bark. "Great oak," Finn called, his voice respectful and filled with reverence. "We seek your wisdom. The forest needs your guidance." There was a moment of silence, during which the forest seemed to listen intently. Then, with a voice as deep and resonant as the earth itself, the oak spoke, its words a gentle caress upon the wind. "The balance of nature is delicate," the oak began, its leaves rustling softly. "It is woven from the threads of life and time, a tapestry that requires care and understanding. The forest feels the stirrings of change, a shift in the old ways." Finn and Lyra exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with concern. "What must we do?" Lyra asked, her voice as soft as the breeze. "There is a place, hidden deep within the forest, where the seasons are born," the oak continued. "There you will find the source of this disturbance. Seek it out, and you will find the answers you need." With a renewed sense of purpose, Finn and Lyra set off on their journey, the forest guiding their steps with gentle nudges and whispered encouragements. They traveled through glens carpeted in moss, where the sunlight danced in golden patches, and across streams that sang with the joy of spring. As they ventured deeper into the forest, The air grew cooler and filled with the scent of rain-kissed earth. The path led them to a secluded clearing where the heart of the forest lay hidden. Here the air shimmered with a faint luminescence, and the ground was carpeted with a blanket of vibrant wildflowers, their petals glistening with dew. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of ancient stones, each one etched with symbols of the seasons. It was here that the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter was said to be born, a place where the natural world found its rhythm. As Finn and Lyra approached, they noticed a disturbance among the stones. A small, delicate flower, its petals as white as snow, lay wilted at the center of the circle. It was an anomaly, a winter bloom in the heart of spring. Finn knelt beside the flower, his heart aching at the sight. "This is the source of the disturbance," he murmured. "The balance has been disrupted." Lyra lowered her head, nuzzling the flower gently. "We must restore it, Finn. The forest depends on us." Drawing upon the wisdom passed down through their ancestors, Finn and Lyra began to work, their actions guided by an understanding as ancient as the earth itself. Finn whispered words of encouragement to the flower, his voice a soothing melody that carried the promise of renewal. Lyra gently brushed her nose against the petals, her touch a balm that spoke of warmth and life. Slowly, the flower responded to their efforts, its petals unfurling with a soft sigh. The air around them shimmered, and a sense of peace settled over the clearing. The stones glowed with a gentle light, their symbols pulsating with the heartbeat of the forest. As the flower regained its vitality, the forest responded in kind. The birds began to sing once more, their melodies bright and hopeful. The trees swayed with a renewed vigor, their leaves whispering secrets of gratitude. All around them, life unfurled in a celebration of balance restored. With their task complete, Finn and Lyra stepped back, their hearts filled with a quiet satisfaction. The forest had found its harmony once more, and the seasons danced in their eternal waltz. The sun began to set, casting a warm golden light over the forest. Finn and Lyra made their way back to their glade, the path illuminated by the soft glow of twilight. As they settled down to rest, the stars began to twinkle overhead, each one a beacon of hope and promise. In the gentle embrace of the forest, Finn and Lyra closed their eyes, their hearts at peace. For they knew that in the verdant vale, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the wisdom of the natural world would always guide them, ensuring that harmony and balance prevailed. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the gentle glow of the stars, the forest slept, cradled in the arms of its timeless guardians. The seasons would continue their dance, a testament to the enduring beauty of nature and the bond between all living things. In this hidden world, where the whispers of time intertwined with the rustling leaves, life would always find a way to flourish. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and wildflowers painted the forest floor in vibrant hues, lay the quaint village of Moon Hollow. Moon Hollow was a place where magic hummed in the air like the gentle strum of a harp, and the villagers lived in harmony with the enchanted world around them. Nestled between the roots of an ancient oak tree, there was a small cottage belonging to an elderly woman named Marigold. Her hair was silver like moonlight, and her eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many years. Marigold was known throughout Moon Hollow for her herbal remedies and her ability to listen, really listen, to the stories the forest had to tell. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in strokes of orange and purple, Marigold sat by her window, sipping chamomile tea. Her loyal cat, Nimbus, a fluffy creature with a coat as soft as clouded cream, purred contentedly at her feet. All seemed well in Moon Hollow, but Marigold couldn't shake a peculiar feeling that had settled in her bones like the chill of an approaching winter. The following morning, Marigold awoke to find the village abuzz with murmurs of strange happenings. Bells had begun to ring from the ancient bell tower, though no one had pulled their ropes. The river that wound through the village sang with a melody that was new and unfamiliar. And most curious of all, the flowers in the meadow had rearranged themselves overnight into the shape of a giant, blooming heart. Intrigued by these oddities, Marigold donned her favorite shawl, a patchwork of colors as varied as the forest itself, and set out to investigate. Nimbus trotted beside her, his tail swishing through the fallen leaves. As Marigold strolled through Moon Hollow, she encountered Eldrin, the village's kind-hearted baker. Eldrin was a gentle soul with flour-dusted hair and an ever-present smile. He was setting out freshly baked loaves of bread, their warm, yeasty aroma mingling with the crisp morning air. "Good morning, Marigold," Eldrin greeted her with a wave. "Have you ever heard of such peculiar happenings?" Marigold chuckled softly. "The forest is full of mysteries, Eldrin, but I suspect there's more to this than meets the eye." Together they decided to visit the wise old owl, Oliver, who resided in the tallest tree of the Whispering Woods. Oliver was a creature of great knowledge, his feathers a tapestry of browns and golds, and his eyes as deep and wise as the night sky. As they approached Oliver's tree, the owl blinked down at them, his gaze thoughtful. "Ah, Marigold and Eldrin, I was expecting you," he hooted softly, his voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Marigold smiled up at him. "Oliver, dear friend, Moon Hollow is experiencing strange occurrences. Do you know what might be causing them?" Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering. "The signs you describe, the bells, the singing river, the heart in the meadow, they speak of a presence seeking attention, a message left unread." Eldrin scratched his head, flour puffing from his hair like a small cloud. "A message? But from whom?" Oliver turned his gaze toward the heart-shaped meadow. "There is a spirit who dwells in these woods, one who delights in the beauty of nature and its secrets. Her name is Silveria, the spirit of harmony. It seems she wishes to communicate." Marigold nodded thoughtfully. "Then we must find a way to understand her message." With Oliver's guidance, they ventured into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew thick and ancient, their bark etched with the passage of time. As they walked, the air shimmered with magic, and the soft glow of fireflies lit their path. In a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, they found Silveria. Her form was ethereal, woven from the very essence of the forest itself. Her hair cascaded like willow branches, and her eyes sparkled with the light of the stars. "Welcome, friends," she spoke, her voice a gentle melody that seemed to echo from every leaf and stone. "I have been trying to reach the people of Moon Hollow." Marigold stepped forward, her heart open and warm. "We are here, dear Silveria. What message do you wish to share?" Silveria smiled, a serene and knowing smile. "Moon Hollow thrives because of the balance between its people and the magic of the forest. But the seasons are changing, and with them comes a time for renewal. I seek your help to ensure that this harmony continues." Eldrin nodded eagerly. "We will do whatever we can to keep Moon Hollow in balance. But how?" Silveria gestured toward the heart-shaped meadow. "The flowers you see there are the key. They represent the love and care that must be nurtured in this time of change. I ask that the villagers come together to tend this meadow, infusing it with their hope and goodwill." With a gentle nod of understanding, Marigold promised, "We will gather the village, and together we will care for the meadow." Silveria's form shimmered like morning mist. "Thank you, dear friends. Your kindness and wisdom will guide Moon Hollow into a future as beautiful as its past." With their task set, Marigold and Eldrin returned to the village, their hearts light with purpose. They shared Silveria's message with the villagers, who eagerly came together, each bringing seeds, water, and care to the meadow. Over the days that followed, the meadow flourished, a vibrant tapestry of color and life, reflecting the unity and love of the villagers. The strange occurrences subsided, replaced by a sense of peace and renewal that swept through Moon Hollow like a gentle breeze. And as the sun set each evening, Marigold would sit by her window, Nimbus purring at her feet, watching the stars twinkle above the Whispering Woods, content in the knowledge that harmony had been restored to their magical world. In the heart of Moon Hollow, the spirit of Silveria watched over them, a guardian of balance and beauty. Her presence whispered in the rustling leaves and the songs of the river, ever guiding them toward a future of harmony and love. And so, nestled in the warmth of their beds, the villagers of Moon Hollow drifted into dreams, knowing that in their world of magic and friendship, they had found not only the answers they sought, but a bond that would carry them through all the mysteries to come. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a quiet village, nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though she appeared ordinary, Willow possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and creatures that thrived in the verdant woodland. From an early age, Willow had felt a profound connection to the natural world. The rustling leaves whispered secrets to her, and the animals would often seek her out, drawn by her gentle spirit. However, her unique talent remained a well-guarded secret, shared only with her grandmother, a wise and understanding woman who had nurtured Willow's extraordinary bond. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Amidst the vibrant foliage, a tiny acorn lay on the ground, glowing with a soft, golden light. Intrigued, Willow knelt beside it, and as her fingers brushed against its smooth surface, a warm whisper echoed in her mind. "Willow, you have been chosen," the voice spoke, resonating with the wisdom of the ancient oaks. "This acorn holds the power to unveil a hidden realm, a world beyond what mortal eyes can see. Guard it well, for within its shell lies a great responsibility." Willow's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She had always sensed that the forest harbored many mysteries, but never could she have imagined the existence of a secret realm. Clasping the glowing acorn close to her heart, she set off on a journey that would forever change her perception of the world she thought she knew. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Willow noticed subtle shifts in her surroundings. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches reaching out as if welcoming her. The birdsong took on a melodic quality, weaving intricate harmonies that danced upon the breeze. It was as if the very fabric of nature was unraveling, revealing a tapestry of magic that had been hidden from view. Guided by the acorn's gentle glow, Willow found herself at the base of an ancient oak, its trunk as wide as 1,000 embraces. With a deep breath, she pressed the acorn against the rough bark, and the world around her began to shimmer and blur. In an instant, Willow found herself transported to a realm unlike any she had ever seen. The forest had transformed into a vibrant wonderland, where towering trees stretched towards a canopy of ever-changing colors. Crystalline streams flowed with liquid light, and enchanting creatures danced among the wildflowers. As Willow explored this hidden world, she encountered beings of myth and legend. Fairies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings shimmering with stardust. Wise old gnomes tended to the roots of the trees, whispering ancient incantations to nurture their growth. And at the heart of it all, a majestic stag stood watch, its antlers adorned with glowing runes that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. It was in this extraordinary realm that Willow met her dearest friend, a spirited young pixie named Zephyr. Despite their differences, the two formed an unbreakable bond, embarking on countless adventures and discovering the wonders that lay hidden within the forest's embrace. Together, they unraveled mysteries that had remained unsolved for centuries, confronted challenges that tested their courage and wit, and forged friendships with the enchanting denizens of this magical realm. One fateful day, Willow and Zephyr stumbled upon a forgotten glade where a mystical pool shimmered with ethereal light. Drawn by its allure, they approached the water's edge, only to be confronted by a riddle etched into the ancient stones that surrounded the pool. To unveil the truth that lies within, seek the wisdom of those who've been, for only through understanding's embrace can the veil of ignorance be erased. Undaunted, Willow and Zephyr embarked on a quest to unravel the riddle's meaning, their journey taking them to the farthest reaches of the hidden realm. They sought counsel from the ancient trees, whose roots held the whispers of generations past. They listened to the tales of the elders, whose memories spanned eons of time. Through their unwavering determination and the strength of their friendship, Willow and Zephyr unearthed the key to unlocking the pool's secrets. With a sense of reverence, they approached the shimmering waters and recited the incantation that had been safeguarded for centuries. In a breathtaking display of magic, the pool parted, revealing a glowing orb that pulsed with enigmatic power. As Willow and Zephyr gazed upon its radiance, they felt a profound shift within themselves. Suddenly, the veil of ignorance lifted, and they were granted a glimpse into the interconnectedness of all living beings. They understood that the hidden realm was not merely a physical place, but a metaphor for the unseen wonders that surrounded them. The magical creatures they had encountered were manifestations of the delicate balance that sustained life itself, and their quest had been a journey of self-discovery, teaching them to appreciate the beauty and fragility of the natural world. With this newfound understanding, Willow and Zephyr emerged from the hidden realm, their eyes alight with reverence and purpose. They vowed to share their knowledge with others, to inspire a deeper connection with the earth and all its inhabitants. As the years passed, Willow became a teacher, sharing her remarkable gift with generations of children. She taught them to listen to the whispers of the wind, to marvel at the intricate patterns of a spider's web, and to embrace the magic that thrived within the simplest of moments. Zephyr, ever the spirited companion, flitted from tree to tree, spreading joy and laughter wherever she went. Her infectious energy reminded all who encountered her that even in the darkest of times, there was always room for hope and wonder. And deep within the ancient forest, the hidden realm remained a sacred sanctuary, a place where the boundaries between the natural and the magical blurred, inviting those with open hearts and curious minds to explore its wonders. For Willow and Zephyr, their journey had been one of transformation, a tapestry woven with threads of friendship, courage, and a profound reverence for the world around them. And as they looked back on the adventures that had shaped their lives, they knew that the magic they had discovered would forever burn brightly in their hearts, a beacon of light to guide others on their own paths of discovery. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang songs of forgotten times and the air shimmered with hints of magic, lay the small village of Eldergrove. It was a place where tales of wonder were as common as the morning mist that rolled down from the hills. The villagers, kind-hearted and wise, lived harmoniously with nature, believing the woods held secrets much older than any of them could imagine. In this village there lived a young girl named Lila. She had eyes like the summer sky and hair the color of autumn leaves. Lila was known for her curious mind and her gentle spirit. Her days were filled with adventures through the woods, where she would listen to the stories the wind whispered through the branches. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun dipped its golden rays through the canopy, Lila set out on one of her exploratory walks. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. Her favorite companion, a fluffy squirrel named Pip, scampered beside her, his bushy tail flicking with excitement at the prospect of new discoveries. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Lila stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a shimmering silver leaf, unlike any she had ever seen, resting delicately on the forest floor. It was larger than her hand, and as she picked it up, the leaf felt warm against her skin, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Pip chirped curiously, twitching his nose at the mysterious object. Intrigued, Lila decided to take the leaf home, tucking it carefully into her satchel. Little did she know, this was no ordinary leaf, but a fragment of magic that would reveal to her a hidden world within the natural environment she so dearly loved. That night, as the village settled into the quiet hum of evening, Lila placed the leaf under her pillow. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, unaware of the adventure that awaited her dreams. In her slumber, Lila found herself standing in a realm unlike anything she had ever seen. The sky was a deep indigo, dotted with stars that shone like diamonds. The trees glowed with an inner light, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand. As she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt soft and warm, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed through the air. "Welcome, Lila, to the land of Luminara." Startled, she turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a tall, graceful woman with a crown of stars woven into her hair. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom and kindness, and her voice was like the soft rustle of leaves on a breezy day. "I am Celine, guardian of these woods," the woman continued. "You have found the leaf of Luminara, a key to our world. It chooses only those with the purest hearts and the most curious minds." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest at Celine's words. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice a whisper of awe. "This is a realm where the magic of nature thrives, a hidden world intertwined with your own. Here, the trees share their stories, and the rivers sing ancient songs. But all is not well in Luminara," Selene said, her expression turning solemn. A darkness threatens to steal the light from our world, and we need your help to restore balance. Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with a mix of fear and determination. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady despite the uncertainty fluttering within her. "You must journey to the heart of the forest," Celine explained. "There you will find the source of light. It has been dimmed by the shadows, and only someone with your spirit can reignite its flame." With a nod of understanding, Lila agreed to the task. Pip, who had appeared beside her, chirped in agreement, ready to accompany her on this quest. The path to the heart of the forest was winding and filled with wonders. The trees seemed to bend towards Lila as she passed, offering guidance and encouragement. The air was alive with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant melody of a babbling brook. Along the way, Lila encountered creatures she had only read about in storybooks, a family of gentle deer with shimmering coats, and a wise old owl whose eyes gleamed like moonlit pools. Each offered her advice and companionship, their presence a testament to the unity of Luminara's inhabitants. As they ventured further, the shadows grew thicker, casting an eerie stillness over the land. Lila and Pip pressed on, their resolve unshaken. They could feel the darkness looming, but the warmth of the silver leaf, now tucked safely in Lila's pocket, gave them strength. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, a clearing where the trees formed a protective circle around a crystal-clear pool. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching high into the sky. But its leaves, once vibrant and full of life, were now dull and lifeless. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching at the sight. She placed her hand against its bark, feeling the faint pulse of its dwindling light. Closing her eyes, she reached for the silver leaf, holding it tightly as she whispered words of hope and love. As her voice filled the air, a soft glow began to emanate from the leaf, spreading warmth through her fingers and into the tree. The light grew, enveloping the clearing in a gentle radiance. Slowly, the tree's leaves regained their luster, their colors returning in a symphony of greens and golds. Lila opened her eyes to see the darkness retreating, replaced by a peaceful glow that filled the forest. The creatures of Luminara gathered around, their eyes shining with gratitude and joy. Celine appeared once more, her presence as calming as a lullaby. "You have restored the balance, Lila," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The magic of Luminara will continue to thrive, thanks to your courage and kindness." Lila smiled, her heart light with the knowledge that she had made a difference. As the world of Luminara began to fade, she felt a gentle tug pulling her back to the waking world. When Lila awoke the next morning, the silver leaf was gone, but its warmth remained in her heart. She knew that the magic of Luminara would always be with her, a reminder of the hidden wonders that lay within the natural world. From that day on, Lila's explorations of the Whispering Woods held a new depth of understanding and appreciation. She shared her stories with the villagers, who listened with wide eyes and open hearts, inspired by the tales of friendship and courage. And though the silver leaf was but a memory, Lila carried the spirit of Luminara with her, a beacon of light and love that would guide her through all her days. As the years passed, the legend of Luminara became a cherished tale in the village of Elderglen, a reminder of the magic that exists when hearts are open and spirits are kind. And in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the leaves continued to whisper their songs, telling of a young girl who found the light within and shared it with the world. Story 26. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed gentle melodies and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, there lived a curious little hedgehog named Pippin. Pippin wasn't your ordinary hedgehog. His quills shimmered in hues of lavender and silver, and he wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his button nose. Pippin had a knack for solving puzzles and a deep love for collecting magical trinkets. One sunny morning, as Pippin was organizing his collection of enchanted acorns and glistening dewdrops, he noticed something peculiar. His favorite trinket, a small, iridescent marble that glowed with a soft inner light, had lost its sparkle. The marble, known to the creatures of the woods as the glimmering orb, was believed to hold a touch of the moon's magic, and it was crucial in maintaining the enchantment that kept the Whispering Woods vibrant and alive. Determined to restore the glimmering orb's light, Pippin set off on an adventure. He donned his tiny backpack, filled with essentials like a thimble-sized lantern and a map drawn on a leaf, and began his journey through the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the warm breeze carried the laughter of nearby brook gurgles. Pippin's first stop was the home of Tilly the Toad, a wise old toad with a penchant for herbal remedies and a laugh that sounded like a bubbling spring. Tilly lived by the mirthful pond, a place where dragonflies danced like tiny fairies above the water. When Pippin explained his dilemma, Tilly croaked thoughtfully, "Ah, the glimmering orb needs a touch of rainbow dew. It can only be found where the first morning light kisses the petals of the dreaming daisies." Thanking Tilly, Pippin set off towards the Meadow of Dreams, a place known for its vibrant blooms and singing butterflies. Along the way, he met a mischievous squirrel named Nutters, who was always up for an adventure. Nutters had an insatiable curiosity and a knack for finding hidden treasures, which he often stored in the pockets of his little waistcoat. "Fancy a bit of company?" chirped Nutters, his eyes twinkling with excitement. "I'm sure we'll find that rainbow dew quicker with two heads than one." Together, Pippin and Nutters scampered through the forest, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. As they reached the Meadow of Dreams, they were greeted by a spectacle of colors. The daisies swayed gently, their petals a kaleidoscope of pastels, and butterflies flitted about, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. However, finding the rainbow dew proved more challenging than they anticipated. Just as Pippin felt a twinge of doubt, they heard a melodious whistle. It was Ollie the Owl, the forest's unofficial storyteller and historian, perched high on a branch. "Looking for rainbow dew, are you?" Ollie hooted, adjusting his monocle. "You'll need a magic song to awaken the daisies. It's an old tune, passed down through generations." With a twinkle in his eye, Ollie began to sing a gentle melody, his voice deep and soothing. As he sang, the daisies began to glow softly, their petals unfurling to reveal tiny droplets of rainbow dew glistening like jewels in the morning sun. Pippin carefully collected the dew in a leaf cup, his heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Ollie. Your song saved the day." With the dew in hand, Pippin and Nutters hurried back to the Whispering Woods. They carefully dripped the rainbow dew onto the glimmering orb, and as if by magic, it began to glow once more, casting a serene light that bathed the forest in warmth. The creatures of the woods gathered to celebrate, their hearts filled with joy and laughter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the trees, Pippin realized that the true magic lay not just in the glimmering orb, but in the friendships and adventures that filled their days. With a heart full of happiness and a mind buzzing with new stories to tell, Pippin settled down in his cozy burrow, the gentle hum of the forest lulling him to sleep. And as the stars twinkled above, he dreamed of new adventures, knowing that with friends by his side, there was no challenge too great to overcome. Story 27. The Whispering Woods and the Moonlit Key. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of the sleepy village of Eldergrove, there lay the Whispering Woods, a forest so ancient that the trees seemed to hum with the melodies of time itself. The villagers would often speak in hushed tones about its mysterious allure, but few dared to venture into its depths. It was said that the woods held secrets, hidden worlds, and magical wonders beyond imagination. In the heart of Eldergrove lived a young girl named Clara, whose spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and whose laughter echoed like chimes in the breeze. Clara had always been drawn to the Whispering Woods, captivated by the way the leaves rustled as though sharing secrets with the wind. Her grandmother, an old woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, often told her tales of the forest's magic, whispering about a hidden world where dreams danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn evening, as the harvest moon cast its silver glow upon the land, Clara found herself standing at the edge of the woods, the scent of pine and earth mingling in the air. The village was quiet, the only sound the soft rustling of leaves as the wind wove gently through the trees. Clara's heart swelled with a mix of excitement and wonder, and she felt an irresistible pull guiding her forward, deeper into the forest. With each step, the path before her seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent guardians, their bark etched with patterns that hinted at stories long forgotten. As she walked, Clara noticed how the air grew cooler, the scent of fresh moss and wildflowers enveloping her like a comforting embrace. After what felt like both a moment and an eternity, Clara stumbled upon a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching toward the heavens as if in eternal prayer. Nestled among its roots was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Clara's fingers tingled with curiosity as she knelt beside it, her heart beating a gentle rhythm in her chest. With a sense of reverence, Clara opened the box to reveal a delicate silver key, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the moonlight. As she held it in her palm, a gentle warmth spread through her, filling her with a quiet certainty that this key was meant for her, though its purpose remained a mystery. Determined to uncover the key's secret, Clara spent the following days exploring the woods, guided by an invisible thread that seemed to connect her to the very heart of the forest. She took solace in the companionship of woodland creatures. A wise old owl with eyes like liquid amber, a playful squirrel with a bushy tail that flicked like a feather in the wind, and a gentle deer whose presence was as fleeting and graceful as a shadow. Each day, Clara learned more about the woods and its inhabitants, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the birds. She delighted in the simple joys of nature, the way sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the way the air felt alive with possibility. Despite her newfound understanding, the mystery of the silver key remained unsolved. Clara often found herself sitting beneath the old oak tree, the key resting in her hand, pondering its purpose. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Clara noticed a soft glow emanating from a nearby thicket. Intrigued, she rose and followed the light, her feet treading softly over the carpet of fallen leaves. As she approached, the glow intensified, revealing a hidden door carved into the trunk of a towering sycamore tree. Its surface was adorned with symbols that mirrored those on the key, and Clara felt a thrill of recognition. She knew, without a doubt, that this door was meant to be opened. With trembling hands, Clara inserted the silver key into the lock. It turned smoothly, and the door swung open with a whisper of ancient hinges. Beyond it lay a world that took Clara's breath away, a realm of vibrant colors and shimmering lights, where the very air seemed to hum with magic. Stepping through the doorway, Clara found herself in a landscape that defied description. The grass beneath her feet was a brilliant emerald green, soft as velvet, and flowers of every hue dotted the landscape, their petals glistening with dew. Above her, the sky was a tapestry of colors, with stars that shone like diamonds scattered across a velvet expanse. As she ventured further, Clara discovered a village nestled among the trees, its cottages built from living wood and stones that glowed with an inner light. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the sound of laughter, as the villagers, creatures of all shapes and sizes, went about their lives in harmony with the land. Clara was welcomed with open arms, her presence celebrated as though she were an old friend returning home. She marveled at the kindness and wisdom of the villagers, who taught her about their world and its magic. They spoke of the balance between light and shadow, the dance of the seasons, and the importance of nurturing the bond between all living things. In this hidden world, Clara learned to listen with her heart and to see with eyes unclouded by doubt. She discovered the beauty in the simplest of things, the way a butterfly's wings caught the light, the gentle murmur of a stream as it wound its way through the forest, and the joy of sharing stories by the glow of a fire. As the days turned into weeks, Clara found herself transformed. She grew in wisdom and understanding, her heart filled with a deep sense of peace and belonging. Yet, as much as she cherished her time in this magical realm, she knew that she could not stay forever. One evening, as the moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery path across the land, Clara gathered her friends beneath the boughs of the old oak tree. With tears in her eyes and gratitude in her heart, she bid them farewell, promising to carry their stories and their lessons back to her world. With the silver key in hand, Clara retraced her steps to the hidden door. As she turned the key, the door swung open, revealing the familiar landscape of the whispering woods, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. She stepped through, and the door closed gently behind her, leaving only the whisper of the wind in its wake. Back in Alderbrook, Clara's heart was full of the magic and wisdom she had discovered. She shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with delight. Clara's adventures in the hidden world had changed her, deepening her understanding of the connections that bind all living things. With each passing day, Clara carried the lessons of the forest in her heart, spreading kindness and joy wherever she went. The villagers of Alderbrook noticed the change in her, drawn to the warmth and light that seemed to radiate from within. The silver key, once a mystery, became a cherished symbol of Clara's journey. It remained with her always, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the whispering woods and the friendships that had touched her soul. And so, under the watchful gaze of the harvest moon, Clara lived a life rich in love and laughter, her spirit forever entwined with the secrets of the whispering woods. The forest remained a place of wonder and magic, its ancient song a lullaby that echoed softly in the hearts of those who dared to listen. And as the stars twinkled above, the woods whispered their secrets to the night, waiting patiently for the next curious soul to wander into their embrace, ready to discover the hidden worlds and boundless magic within. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Ansel. Ansel was a young gardener whose heart sang with the colors and scents of every flower he tended. Each morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dew-laden petals, he would wander through the village gardens, murmuring soft lullabies to the plants, coaxing them to bloom with tender care. Despite his love for the garden, Ansel often felt a deep restlessness within him, a yearning for something more, something he couldn't quite name. As the seasons changed, he noticed that the garden, his beloved sanctuary, seemed to echo his inner turmoil. The flowers were blooming later than usual, and the leaves of the trees whispered in anxious tones, as if reflecting the uncertainty that churned in Ansel's heart. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Ansel wandered into the heart of the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a realm of mystery and magic, where the air shimmered with the laughter of hidden fairies and the songs of unseen creatures. Ansel often found solace there, beneath the towering oaks that seemed to hold secrets of ages past. As he walked deeper into the forest, the ground beneath his feet softly crunching with fallen leaves, Ansel came upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient tree, its bark glistening with an ethereal glow. Nestled within its gnarled roots was a shimmering pool of water, clear as the sky on a summer's day. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Ansel knelt by the pool and gazed into its depths. As he did, the water began to ripple, and a gentle face appeared, its eyes brimming with kindness and wisdom. It was the spirit of the forest, a being of light and tranquility. "Ansel," the spirit spoke, its voice a melodic breeze, "I see the restlessness in your heart, the longing for change you cannot yet understand. The forest has watched over you, and it wishes to guide you on a journey of transformation." Ansel listened, captivated by the spirit's words. "But how?" he asked, his voice a whisper, barely audible over the soft rustle of leaves. "I fear change, yet it calls to me like a distant song." The spirit smiled, its reflection shimmering in the water. "Fear not, for change is the essence of life. Embrace it with an open heart, and you shall discover the magic within and around you. Take this seed," the spirit continued, extending a hand that held a tiny, luminescent seed, "and plant it in your garden. It will guide you as you nurture it on a path of self-discovery." Ansel gently took the seed, feeling its warmth pulse against his palm. He thanked the spirit, his heart filled with a newfound sense of purpose and wonder. Returning to his garden, Ansel planted the seed in a special spot, where the sun's rays danced with the moon's silver glow. Each day, he tended to it with care, watering it with the purest water and surrounding it with stones that whispered tales of the earth's heart. As the seed began to sprout, Ansel noticed subtle changes within himself, like the first signs of spring after a long winter. With each passing day, The plant grew, its leaves unfurling with a brilliance that mirrored the stars. Ansel, too, was blossoming, finding courage in the quiet moments of dawn and strength in the gentle whispers of the wind. He began to see the world with new eyes, appreciating the intricate beauty in the smallest of things, the way a raindrop clung to a petal, the symphony of colors in a sunset, the harmonious dance of bees amongst the flowers. His friends in the village noticed the change in him. Luna, a wise woman with laughter like chimes, and Rowan, a kind-hearted blacksmith with eyes that reflected the forge's warmth, were his closest companions. They supported Ansel with gentle encouragement, reminding him that growth, like the changing seasons, was a natural part of life. "You've always had this light within you, Ansel," Luna would say, her voice soothing as a lullaby. "Now, you're just letting it shine for the world to see." Rowan, with his steady hands and patient demeanor, often shared stories of his own struggles with change, how he learned to shape metal with both fire and finesse. His tales were comforting, like a hearth on a chilly night, and they reminded Ansel that transformation, though daunting, was also an art. As the plant grew into a magnificent flowering tree, its blossoms emitting a fragrance that was both sweet and mysterious, Ansel realized that his journey was not just about embracing change, but about discovering the magic of his own heart. The tree, with its vibrant beauty, became a symbol of his inner transformation, a testament to the power of nurturing one's spirit with love and kindness. One evening, as the village gathered to celebrate the harvest festival, Ansel stood beneath the tree, its blossoms glowing softly under the starlit sky. He felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey, though not without its challenges, had led him to a place of understanding and joy. The spirit of the forest appeared once more, its presence a gentle caress in the cool night air. "You have grown, dear Ansel," it said, its voice a serene melody. "You have learned that true magic lies not in grand gestures, but in the quiet moments of connection and the courage to embrace one's true self." Ansel nodded, his heart brimming with gratitude. He realized that change was not something to be feared, but a gift to be cherished. With the support of his friends and the wisdom of the forest, he had found his place in the world, a place where he could continue to grow and flourish. And so, under the canopy of his magical tree, Ansel lived a life of quiet joy and gentle discovery, always open to the wonders of the world and the beauty of transformation. His garden thrived, a vibrant tapestry of colors and scents, a reflection of the love and care that blossomed within his heart. In the end, Ansel learned that the journey of personal growth was one of embracing change and finding harmony with the world around him. It was a journey of magical transformation that brought him to a place of peace, where the whispers of the forest and the laughter of friends were the sweetest songs of all. And so, in the warm glow of the fireplace's embrace, under a starlit sky, the village of Whispering Woods continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring magic of friendship, wisdom, and the beauty of a heart open to change. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a serene, shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Anwen. Her hair was the color of golden wheat, swaying gently in the summer breeze, and her eyes sparkled like the stars in a clear night sky. Anwen was known for her curious nature and her boundless imagination, always dreaming of the stories she read in the pages of her cherished books. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and crimson, Anwen set out to explore the old forest on the outskirts of the village. She loved the forest, with its towering ancient trees that whispered secrets in the wind and the soft carpet of moss that cushioned her steps. The forest was a place of wonder, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Anwen stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was an ornate wooden chest covered in vines and speckled with dew. Its surface was carved with intricate patterns of swirling leaves and tiny animals that seemed to move when she wasn't looking. The chest was locked, but something about it called to her, stirring a sense of adventure in her heart. Anwen knelt beside the chest, brushing her fingers over the cool, smooth wood. Just as she was about to turn away, she noticed a key lying half buried in the soil nearby, as if the forest itself had offered it to her. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, she picked up the key, feeling its weight in her hand. With a soft click, the lock yielded, and the chest creaked open to reveal its contents, a simple, unassuming mirror. It was small enough to fit in the palm of her hand, its frame made of polished silver that glinted in the dappled sunlight. But it was the glass itself that held her attention. It was as clear as the lake on a still day, yet there was something otherworldly about it, as if it held secrets of its own. As Anwen gazed into the mirror, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if it were whispering to her. She saw herself, yet not quite herself. In the reflection, her eyes seemed to hold a deeper understanding, and around her danced faint, shimmering images of places she had never seen and people she had never met. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Anwen decided to embark on a journey to uncover the mirror's secrets. She tucked it safely into her satchel and set off through the forest, guided by the soft whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves underfoot. As she traveled, Anwen met a series of charming and unique characters. First, there was Pippa, a wise old owl who perched high in the branches of a cedar tree. Her feathers were as soft as down, and her eyes as wise as the moon. Pippa spoke in a soothing voice, offering Anwen guidance and encouragement, reminding her that true understanding comes from within. Next, she encountered Finn, a mischievous squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Finn's playful antics brought laughter to Anwen's heart, and his cleverness often helped her see things from a new perspective. He taught her that sometimes the answers to our questions can be found in the simplest of places. Finally, there was Leora, a gentle deer whose grace and calm presence were a balm to Anwen's spirit. Leora's quiet wisdom reminded Anwen of the importance of patience and reflection, and how sometimes the journey itself is more important than the destination. With the help of her new friends, Anwen discovered that the mirror was a magical item, one that revealed the true nature of things and the hidden potential within. But to unlock its full power, she needed to solve a riddle, a puzzle that required not brute strength, but wisdom and insight. The riddle spoke of understanding one's own heart and the hearts of others, of seeing beyond the surface and recognizing the beauty in every soul. Anwen spent many a night pondering the riddle, her mind filled with the teachings of her companions and her heart open to the possibilities. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky transformed into a canvas of twilight hues, Anwen sat by the lake, the mirror in her hands. She thought of Pippa, Finn, and Leora, and all they had taught her. She realized that the mirror's magic lay not in showing her new worlds or granting wishes, but in helping her understand the world within herself and the connections she shared with others. With newfound clarity, Anwen looked into the mirror once more. This time, she saw not only herself, but the countless faces of those she had touched with kindness and friendship. The mirror shimmered, its surface swirling with light, and then it settled, showing her a vision of her village, surrounded by the love and laughter she had helped to foster. Gently, she placed the mirror back into the chest, knowing that its magic was now a part of her. She returned to the village, her heart full of peace and gratitude. The journey had changed her, not by revealing grand secrets or granting untold power, but by teaching her the true value of wisdom, friendship, and understanding. And so, under a sky filled with twinkling stars, Anwen lay down in her cozy bed, wrapped in the warmth of her adventures and the gentle glow of the lessons she had learned. As sleep beckoned her into its embrace, she held the memory of the forest, the mirror, and her dear friends close to her heart, knowing that the magic of discovery was always within her reach. And in the quiet hush of the night, as the village dreamt beneath a blanket of moonlight, the world felt just a little more connected, a little more wondrous, and perfectly at peace. Story 30. Whispering Woods and the Silver Feather. In a small village cradled by softly rolling hills and lush, verdant forests, there lived a gentle young girl named Marigold. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where vibrant flowers nodded their heads in the breeze, and watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky from her spot on a grassy knoll. Marigold's world was one where the sun always seemed to shine just a little brighter, and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and fresh earth. Marigold's village sat at the edge of the whispering woods, a forest shrouded in legend and mystery. The elders spoke of how the trees themselves could speak, sharing secrets with those who truly listened. Some whispered tales of a hidden world within the woods, a realm where magic flowed like the gentle streams that meandered through the trees. To Marigold, these stories were like threads in the tapestry of her imagination, weaving vibrant pictures that danced in her dreams. One day, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Marigold decided to wander into the whispering woods. Her heart was light and her spirit adventurous, for she was curious about the secrets the forest might share. With each step she took, the rustle of leaves underfoot and the symphony of bird song seemed to welcome her deeper into the heart of the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy, and the air was cool and fragrant. Marigold paused, closing her eyes to better listen to the whispers that seemed to weave through the leaves like a gentle breeze. And it was then, amidst the murmurs of the forest, that she heard it. A soft, enigmatic voice, as if the trees themselves were speaking to her. "Seek the silver feather," the voice seemed to say, its words like a caress on the wind. Marigold's eyes flew open, her heart quickening with a mixture of wonder and excitement. She had heard of the silver feather, an object said to be imbued with the power to grant wishes and reveal hidden truths. Her curiosity piqued. Marigold decided then and there to seek out this magical feather, feeling deep in her bones that her journey would lead to something wondrous. Her quest took her deeper into the forest where the path narrowed and the air grew still. The trees around her were ancient and wise, their trunks gnarled with age, their branches reaching high into the sky. She walked for what felt like hours, the forest enveloping her in its cool embrace, until she came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle, silvery light. In the center of the clearing stood a majestic tree, its bark shimmering with an ethereal glow. Marigold approached it with reverence, her breath catching in her throat as she saw a single silver feather nestled among the roots. It gleamed softly, as if it held the moon's own light within its delicate strands. Tentatively, Marigold reached out and took the feather in her hand. It was light as air, yet she could feel the pulse of magic coursing through it, a warmth that spread through her fingers and up her arm. She held it close to her heart, a sense of peace and purpose settling over her. "Thank you," she whispered to the tree, feeling as though she had found a friend in this ancient guardian of the woods. As she turned to leave, a soft rustling caught her attention. From the shadows emerged a curious creature unlike any she had seen before. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant shade of emerald, eyes twinkling with intelligence and mischief. "Hello, Marigold," the fox said, its voice smooth and melodic. "I see you've found the silver feather, but do you know what you seek to wish for?" Marigold was taken aback by the fox's ability to speak, yet she felt no fear, only a warmth that reminded her of sunlight on her skin. "I'm not sure," she admitted, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow. "I suppose I'm seeking answers, to understand the magic of this place, and perhaps to find my place within it." The fox nodded, a wise glint in its eyes. "Magic is not always about granting wishes or finding answers. Sometimes it's about the journey itself and the friends you meet along the way." Marigold smiled, understanding the truth in the fox's words. "Then perhaps my wish is to see where this journey leads, and to find the courage to embrace whatever comes." The fox laughed, a sound like the tinkling of chimes. "A wise wish indeed. Come, let us travel together. The forest is full of wonders and mysteries, and I have a feeling we will find many adventures waiting for us." And so Marigold and the emerald fox set off through the whispering woods, the silver feather tucked safely in her satchel. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them, each step unlocking new wonders and revealing the hidden world that lay within. They encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, tiny sprites that danced in the dappled sunlight, their wings glistening like droplets of dew, wise old owls that shared riddles and stories from ages past, and gentle deer that guided them along hidden paths. With each encounter, Marigold learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She discovered that the trees truly did whisper secrets, sharing tales of ancient times and forgotten magic. The streams sang songs of distant lands, their waters sparkling with hints of stardust. Through it all, the fox was her steadfast companion, offering wisdom and laughter, and teaching her the language of the forest. Together, they faced challenges with courage and kindness, finding solutions through friendship and understanding. As the days turned to weeks, Marigold felt herself changing. She was no longer the girl who had entered the forest on a whim. She had grown stronger, more confident, her heart open to the magic that surrounded her. She had found a sense of belonging, not only within the forest, but within herself. One evening, as the sun set in hues of gold and lavender, Marigold and the fox arrived at a place unlike any they had seen before. It was a glen filled with flowers that glowed softly in the twilight, their petals whispering secrets to the night. In the center of the glen stood a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface reflecting the stars that had begun to twinkle in the sky. Marigold felt a pull toward the pool, as if it held the answers she had been seeking. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice hushed with awe. "This is the heart of the forest," the fox replied, its tone reverent. "It is said that those who gaze into the waters will see the truth of their heart's desire." Marigold approached the pool, her heart fluttering with anticipation. She knelt by the water's edge and leaned over to gaze into its depths. The surface shimmered, and for a moment all she saw were her own wide eyes staring back at her. But then the water began to change, swirling with colors and images. She saw herself standing in the clearing where she had first found the silver feather, her face alight with wonder. She saw the fox by her side, their eyes twinkling with shared laughter. She saw the forest, its trees standing tall and proud, their leaves rustling with secrets. And then she saw something else, something that made her heart swell with joy. She saw herself, not just as a part of the forest, but as a bridge between its world and her own. She saw herself sharing the magic and wisdom she had discovered, bringing the beauty of the whispering woods to those who had forgotten its wonders. Tears filled Marigold's eyes, but they were tears of happiness and fulfillment. She understood now that her journey had been about more than just finding the silver feather or seeking answers. It had been about discovering her own strength and purpose, and the power of friendship and kindness. As she looked up from the pool, the fox was watching her with a gentle smile. "You found what you were seeking," it said softly. "Yes," Marigold replied, her voice filled with gratitude, "and I couldn't have done it without you." The fox chuckled, its eyes warm with affection. "We all need a little help along the way. But remember, the magic of the forest is within you now. You will always be a part of it, just as it will always be a part of you." Marigold nodded, feeling the truth of the fox's words settle into her heart. She knew that she would carry the magic of the whispering woods with her always, a light to guide her path and a reminder of the adventures she had shared with her friend. As the first stars appeared in the sky, Marigold and the fox sat together by the pool, their hearts full and at peace. The forest around them was a symphony of whispers and songs, a testament to the magic and wonder that lay within its depths. And as they sat there, side by side, Marigold knew that whatever the future held, she would face it with courage and joy, for she had found her place in the world, and it was filled with love and light. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, Marigold had discovered the greatest magic of all, the magic of friendship and the strength that came from believing in herself. And with that knowledge, she knew that her journey had only just begun. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a curious young boy named Finn. With tousled sandy hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn had a heart that yearned for adventure. He often wandered through the meadows and along the bubbling brook that carved its way through the land like a silver ribbon, imagining where it might lead if he dared to follow. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of pink and orange, Finn found himself at the edge of the forest. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves rustling softly in the twilight breeze. Rumors whispered by the village elders spoke of an enchanted glade, hidden deep within these woods, a place where time seemed to slow and magic lingered in the air. Finn's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the woods, each footfall cushioned by the thick carpet of moss. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers. As he journeyed deeper, the forest seemed to come alive. Fireflies danced around him in a shimmering ballet of light, and the gentle croon of nightingales wove a lullaby through the trees. Before long, Finn stumbled upon a peculiar path, outlined by glowing stones that twinkled like stars fallen to earth. Intrigued, he followed it, his heart beating in a rhythm of discovery. The stones led him to a clearing unlike any he had ever seen. Here the moonlight poured like liquid silver, illuminating a tranquil pond at the center. The water was so clear that it mirrored the sky, and lilies floated serenely on its surface. As Finn approached the pond, a soft giggling filled the air. He turned to see a group of playful creatures, no taller than his knee, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that gleamed with mischief. These were the Whisperlings, known only in bedtime stories, said to bring good fortune to those who dared to befriend them. "Hello," Finn greeted, his voice gentle, not wanting to startle them. The Whisperlings fluttered closer, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, traveler," one spoke, its voice light and melodic. "What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn smiled, feeling an unexpected warmth in their presence. "I seek adventure and perhaps a touch of magic," he replied, his tone earnest. The Whisperlings nodded in unison, their wings shimmering in the moonlight. "To seek is to find," they chimed. "But first, one must listen." Intrigued, Finn sat by the pond, the cool earth beneath him grounding and comforting. The Whisperlings began to hum a tune, their voices blending with the night, creating a harmony that resonated deep within his soul. As he listened, Finn felt his worries melt away, replaced by a sense of peace and belonging. Suddenly, the surface of the pond began to ripple, and from its depths emerged a magnificent creature, a water spirit, with scales that gleamed like polished jade and eyes as deep as the ocean. It gazed at Finn with a wisdom that transcended time. "You have come far, young one," the spirit spoke, its voice a soothing melody. "To venture into the unknown requires courage, but to embrace what you find takes heart." Finn nodded, understanding the truth in the spirit's words. "I wish to learn, to grow," he said, "to see the world with eyes wide open." The water spirit smiled, and the pond shimmered with its reflection. "Then you shall have your wish. But remember, true courage lies not in the absence of fear, but in the ability to move forward despite it." With that, the spirit dipped back into the water, leaving behind a single lily that floated towards Finn. He picked it up, its petals soft and fragrant, a reminder of the wisdom he had gained. As the first light of dawn broke through the canopy, Finn knew it was time to return. He bid farewell to the Whisperlings, their laughter a gentle echo in the morning air, and retraced his steps along the glowing path. The forest seemed to part for him, as if acknowledging his newfound understanding. When Finn emerged from the woods, the village lay before him, bathed in the golden hues of the rising sun. He carried with him the lily and the lessons of the glade, his heart light and full of wonder. The villagers, seeing his radiant smile, gathered around, eager to hear of his adventure. And so, under the shade of the old oak tree, Finn shared his tale. He spoke of the Whisperlings and the water spirit, of courage and the magic found in the unknown. The villagers listened, their eyes wide with amazement, and as Finn finished, a sense of awe settled over them all. From that day on, the village thrived with a renewed sense of curiosity and courage, inspired by Finn's journey. The children played in the meadows with laughter as bright as sunshine, and the elders shared stories of wonder by the fireside, their voices filled with warmth and wisdom. And as for Finn, he continued to explore with an open heart, knowing that the world was full of marvels waiting to be discovered. He understood that every step taken towards the unknown was a step towards growth, and every adventure, no matter how small, was a story waiting to be told. Thus, in the circle of life and the rhythm of nature, Finn's journey became a part of the village's tapestry, a gentle reminder that courage and exploration are the keys to unlocking the magic within us all. And with that, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the night and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 32. In a land where the sky was painted with ribbons of pink and gold, and the trees hummed gentle melodies, there lay a quaint village named Topsyfield. It was a place where laughter spilled from every corner, and the air was always filled with the scent of sugar-spun dreams and cinnamon whispers. In Topsyfield, the houses were as colorful as a painter's palette, each one uniquely shaped and adorned with twinkling fairy lights that danced merrily in the gentle breeze. Among these delightful homes was a peculiar little cottage with a thatched roof that sparkled with dewdrops like 1,000 tiny diamonds. This was the abode of a beloved character named Pippin, a sprightly fellow with a penchant for collecting whimsical hats. Pippin was not alone in his cozy nook. His dear friend, a plump and cheerful squirrel named Nutters, shared the space with him. Nutters had a tail so bushy that it often acted as a broom, sweeping the floors as he scurried about with his acorn collection. The two friends spent their days exploring the magical woods that surrounded Topsyfield, where the flowers giggled when tickled by the wind, and the streams sang lullabies to the pebbles resting in their beds. One bright morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon and painted the sky with hues of tangerine and lavender, Pippin and Nutters set off on their daily adventure. Today, however, was no ordinary day. As they wandered along the winding paths of the whispering woods, they stumbled upon a curious sight, a shimmering bubble hovering just above the ground, pulsating with the colors of the rainbow. "Oh, look, Nutters!" exclaimed Pippin, his eyes wide with wonder. "Have you ever seen anything so marvelous?" Nutters twitched his nose in delight. "Never. It looks like a bubble from a dream." As they gazed at the mystical bubble, a tiny voice piped up from within it. "Help! Oh, please help!" Startled, Pippin and Nutters exchanged puzzled glances before peering closer. Through the translucent surface of the bubble, they saw a tiny creature, a pixie with wings that shimmered like moonlit gossamer. "I'm Twinkle," said the pixie, her voice as soft as a whisper. "I was playing a game of hide-and-seek with the stars, and I got stuck in this bubble. I fear I'll never get out." "We must help her, Nutters," Pippin declared with determination. "But how do we pop a bubble made of magic?" Nutters pondered for a moment, his little paws tapping thoughtfully. "Perhaps something sharp yet gentle," he mused. Pippin scratched his head beneath his hat, and then a twinkle of inspiration lit up his eyes. "The feather of Fizzleby," he exclaimed. "It's said to be the gentlest thing in all the land, and it might just do the trick." And so the two friends set off on a merry quest to find the feather of Fizzleby. They traversed hills that rolled like the waves of the sea and crossed bridges woven from spider silk, glistening with morning dew. Their journey led them to the enchanted meadow, where the grass was as soft as a kitten's fur, and the flowers bloomed in kaleidoscopic splendor. In the heart of this meadow stood the great Fizzleby tree, home to the legendary feather. The tree, ancient and wise, greeted them with a rustle of its leaves. "Greetings, travelers," it said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "What brings you to my boughs?" Pippin stepped forward, hat in hand. "We seek the feather of Fizzleby to free a pixie trapped in a magical bubble." The tree chuckled, a sound like the rustling of 1,000 whispers. "A noble quest indeed, but first you must answer my riddle. What is light as a feather, yet can hold the weight of the world?" Pippin and Nutters thought hard, their brows furrowed in concentration. Then, with a grin, Pippin said, "A promise." The tree's branches swayed with delight. "Correct. Here's the feather of Fizzleby. Use it wisely." With the delicate feather in hand, Pippin and Nutters hurried back to the whispering woods, where Twinkle awaited them, her eyes hopeful and bright. "Stand back!" Pippin called, as he gently touched the bubble with the feather. With a soft pop, the bubble burst, and Twinkle fluttered free, her wings sparkling with gratitude. "Oh, thank you, thank you!" Twinkle exclaimed, showering them with pixie dust that twinkled like stars in daylight. To celebrate their success, Twinkle invited Pippin and Nutters to a grand feast beneath the starlit sky, where the stars themselves danced to the tunes of the night. As the friends laughed and feasted on moon pies and comet cakes, Pippin leaned back with a contented sigh. "You know, Nutters, sometimes the smallest things hold the greatest magic." And so, in the cozy village of Topsyfield, beneath a sky brimming with dreams, Pippin, Nutters, and Twinkle shared stories and laughter long into the night, their hearts light with the joy of friendship and the wonders of their whimsical world. And as the moon wrapped the world in its silvery embrace, the village of Topsyfield slumbered peacefully, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 33. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Leora. Eldergrove was a place where the air was perpetually tinged with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the cobblestone paths seemed to carry whispers of ancient stories. Leora was known throughout the village for her kindness and curiosity, traits that often led her into small adventures in the vast, enchanting forest that bordered her home. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves transformed into a vibrant tapestry of golds and crimsons, Leora set out on one of her frequent wanderings. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds. Her feet padded softly on the carpet of fallen leaves, and the cool breeze caressed her cheeks. Leora's heart sang with the melody of nature as she ventured deeper into the woods, following the path less traveled. It was on this particular day that Leora stumbled upon something extraordinary. In a secluded glade, bathed in dappled sunlight, she discovered an ancient, moss-covered stone. It wasn't the stone itself that caught her attention, but what lay atop it, a shimmering, iridescent feather. It glowed with a light that seemed to pulse softly, echoing the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Curious, Leora reached out to touch the feather, and as her fingers brushed against it, she felt a warmth spread through her hand and up her arm. In that instant, the world around her seemed to shift. The colors of the forest grew more intense, the sounds crisper, and the air filled with a gentle hum of magic. She realized that this feather was no ordinary object. It was imbued with a magic she could barely comprehend. Leora gently picked up the feather, marveling at its beauty and the sense of wonder it inspired. As she held it, she felt a strange, comforting presence, as though the forest itself was welcoming her into a secret fold. With the feather in hand, Leora continued her exploration, each step now guided by an invisible thread of connection to the magical world around her. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees, Leora decided it was time to return home. She tucked the feather carefully into her satchel, its glow peeking through the fabric, and made her way back to the village. The path seemed to open before her, as if the forest itself was guiding her safely back. Upon reaching Eldergrove, Leora shared her discovery with her grandmother, a wise woman who had spent her life attuned to the mysteries of the natural world. Her grandmother listened with a twinkle in her eye, nodding slowly as Leora recounted her adventure. "This feather," her grandmother said, "is a gift from the forest, a token of friendship, and a reminder of the magic that binds us to the earth." In the days that followed, Leora found herself drawn back to the forest, the feather always tucked safely in her satchel. She discovered that with the feather in her possession, she could see and hear things she never had before. She noticed the tiny, intricate patterns on the wings of butterflies, the soft murmur of the brook as it wound its way through the forest, and the gentle laughter of the wind as it danced through the trees. One afternoon, as she meandered through the woods, Leora stumbled upon another marvel. She came across a circle of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled with age. At the center of the circle stood a tall, elegant figure, clothed in a robe of leaves that shimmered in the sunlight. The figure turned to face her, and Leora found herself gazing into the wise, kind eyes of a forest guardian. "Welcome, Leora," the guardian said, his voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "I see you have found the feather of Aeoliana. It is a beacon of harmony, gifted to those who respect and protect the balance of our world." Leora was both awed and humbled. She bowed her head slightly, feeling the weight of the feather in her satchel. "I am honored," she replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "But why was I chosen?" The guardian smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "You possess a heart full of kindness and a spirit of curiosity. The forest recognizes those who cherish it with love and wonder. The feather has chosen you because it believes you will use its magic wisely." With each visit to the forest, Leora learned more from the guardian about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of nurturing the world around her. She discovered hidden groves where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and heard the tales of ancient trees that had stood for centuries. The forest became her second home, a place where she felt truly alive and connected to something greater than herself. As the seasons changed, the bond between Leora and the forest grew stronger. She planted seeds, tended to saplings, and helped care for the creatures that called the woods their home. Through her actions, the village of Eldergrove also began to flourish, its people inspired by Leora's dedication and the subtle magic that seemed to infuse the land. But one chilly winter evening, the forest presented Leora with a new challenge. A fierce storm, unlike any the village had seen in years, swept through the woods, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Trees lay toppled, their branches tangled and broken, and the forest creatures were left without shelter. Determined to restore the forest to its former glory, Leora called upon the magic of the feather. Holding it aloft, she felt its warmth spread through her arms and into the earth, a soft, pulsing light emanating from the feather as it awakened the hidden vitality in the soil. The forest responded in kind, and Leora watched in awe as new shoots sprang from the ground, growing rapidly to replace the fallen trees. With the help of the forest guardian and the villagers, Leora worked tirelessly to mend the damage caused by the storm. She discovered that the magic of the feather was not just in its ability to heal the land, but in the way it brought people together, fostering a sense of unity and purpose. As the last traces of winter melted away and the first blossoms of spring began to appear, Eldergrove and its forests stood renewed, stronger and more vibrant than ever before. The villagers celebrated their shared triumph, and Leora found herself surrounded by friends who had come to appreciate the wonders of the natural world as she did. The forest guardian appeared once more to Leora, his presence as comforting as the gentle breeze. "You have done well, Leora," he said, his eyes filled with warmth. "The feather of Aeoliana has found its rightful keeper in you. Your love and care have not only healed the forest, but have also shown the village the true magic that lies in friendship and harmony with nature." With a heart full of gratitude, Leora thanked the guardian, promising to continue her work as a steward of the forest. She knew that the feather would always be a part of her, a reminder of the bond she shared with the world around her. And so, in the village of Eldergrove, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the forest sang with the whispers of ancient stories, Leora's legacy of kindness and wisdom lived on. Her journey had transformed not only the land, but the hearts of those who called it home, a testament to the enduring magic of friendship and the power of a single shimmering feather. As the sun set behind the hills, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the villagers gathered around the crackling warmth of the communal fire. They shared stories of Leora's adventures and the magical feather that had brought them all together. Children listened with wide eyes, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames as elders recounted tales of unity and renewal. In the heart of the forest, Leora wandered through the familiar paths, the feather ever glowing softly in her satchel. She felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that her journey had only just begun. There were still secrets to discover, mysteries to unravel, and friendships to forge. The forest, with its boundless wonder, was an endless source of inspiration and growth. One evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds against the night sky, Leora sat by a tranquil pond, the surface reflecting the moon's silvery glow. She held the feather in her hands, its light casting gentle ripples across the water. The forest guardian appeared beside her, his presence as serene as the night. "Do you see, Leora?" he asked, gesturing to the reflection in the pond. "The magic of the feather is not just in its ability to change the world around you, but in its power to transform the world within you." Leora smiled, understanding the truth in his words. Her journey had taught her the importance of balance, of listening to the whispers of the earth, and cherishing the bonds that connected all living things. She knew that every action, no matter how small, could ripple outwards, creating waves of change and harmony. As the seasons turned and years passed, Leora continued to share her wisdom and love for the forest with the villagers of Eldergrove. She became a beacon of hope and inspiration, a living testament to the power of kindness and friendship. The forest thrived under her care, its beauty a reflection of the love and respect that flowed between the land and its people. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle embrace of the forest, Leora's legacy endured. The feather of Aeoliana, a symbol of magic and unity, remained her constant companion, a reminder that the greatest journeys were the ones that connected hearts and nurtured the world. As the night deepened and the world around her settled into a peaceful slumber, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full of dreams and possibilities. She knew that the forest would always be her guide, a source of wisdom and wonder that would accompany her on every step of her journey. And in the quiet of the night, with the feather glowing softly at her side, Leora drifted into a gentle sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the enduring magic of the world she cherished. In the years that followed, Leora's story spread far beyond the borders of Eldergrove, carried by travelers and storytellers who had heard of the girl with the magical feather. Her tale inspired communities to nurture their own connections with nature, to protect and cherish the lands they called home. The lessons of harmony and friendship resonated with hearts near and far, sparking a movement of unity and environmental stewardship. Back in Eldergrove, the forest continued to thrive under Leora's watchful eye. She had become a beloved figure in the village, known not only for her magical feather, but also for her wisdom and gentle spirit. People from all walks of life sought her guidance, eager to learn from her experiences and the profound bond she shared with the natural world. One day, as Leora wandered through the familiar paths of the forest, she came upon a family of deer grazing peacefully in a sun-dappled clearing. Their presence filled her with a sense of tranquility, and she paused to watch them, basking in the beauty of the moment. The forest guardian appeared beside her, his eyes reflecting the serenity of the scene. "Leora," he said softly, "you have brought so much light and love to this forest, and to those who dwell within it. You have shown that true magic lies in the connections we forge and the care we give to the world around us." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I've learned so much from the forest," she replied. "It has taught me the value of patience, the strength of unity, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the earth." The guardian smiled, his expression warm and proud. "Your journey has been one of growth and transformation, and it will continue to inspire others for generations to come. Remember, the feather of Aeoliana is not just a gift to you, but a beacon for all who seek to live in harmony with nature." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest, Leora felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew that her journey was far from over, that there were still mysteries to explore and friendships to nurture. The forest, with its endless wonders, would always be her guide and her refuge. With the feather glowing softly in her hands, Leora returned to the village, her heart full of hope and dreams. She knew that the future held infinite possibilities, and she was ready to embrace them with open arms. In the heart of Eldergrove, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, Leora's legacy continued to blossom. Her story had become woven into the fabric of the village, a testament to the enduring power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that lay within the natural world. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, the villagers of Eldergrove gathered once more around the crackling warmth of the communal fire. They shared stories of Leora's adventures and the magical feather that had united them all. Leora sat among them, her heart full of love and gratitude, knowing that the forest and its magic would always be a part of her journey. With the feather of Aeoliana as her guide, Leora embraced the promise of new beginnings, her heart open to the endless possibilities that lay ahead. And under the watchful eyes of the stars, she knew that the magic of friendship and harmony would forever be her guiding light. Story 34. Once in a tranquil village nestled between the gentle slopes of rolling hills and the whispering embrace of ancient woods, there lived a young girl named Leela. Her heart brimmed with a curious spirit, much like the bubbling brook that ran through the heart of her village, and her eyes sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 stars. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of amber and rose, Leela decided to venture beyond the familiar fields and into the enigmatic forest that bordered her home. The villagers often spoke of the forest with a mixture of awe and reverence, mentioning how it was touched by a peculiar magic that only the bravest dared to explore. Lila stepped lightly onto the path that led into the woods, her heart fluttering with excitement and a pinch of apprehension. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. As she walked, the rustling leaves whispered secrets of ages past, their voices gentle and inviting. The path soon gave way to a glade where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Here Lila encountered her first magical creature. A small luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonbeams emerged from the shadows. Its eyes were kind and wise, and it seemed to nod in greeting. "Welcome, Lila," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Solus, guardian of this glade. You have ventured far from the beaten path. What is it that you seek?" "I seek adventure and understanding," Lila replied, her voice steady yet filled with awe. "I wish to see the wonders that lie beyond my village." Solus nodded, a twinkle in its eyes. "Then you must follow the path of the Enchanted River. It will guide you to places of wonder and teach you the courage you seek." With Solus beside her, Lila continued deeper into the forest until she heard the gentle babbling of water. The Enchanted River flowed with a clarity so pure it seemed to be woven from light itself. As they followed its meandering course, they encountered an array of marvelous sights. A grove of trees where the leaves sang a melody when touched by the breeze, and a meadow dotted with flowers that glowed softly in the dusk. As evening descended, Lila and Solus reached a peculiar bridge that arched over the river. Made from woven vines and twinkling with tiny lights, it seemed to be suspended in the air by magic alone. Here, they were greeted by a family of tiny winged creatures, pixies with wings like delicate stained glass that fluttered with an iridescent sheen. The pixies danced around Lila, their laughter like a tinkling cascade of bells. "To cross the bridge, you must answer a riddle," they chimed in unison, their eyes alight with mischief. Lila thought for a moment, her mind as nimble as the breeze. "I am ready," she said confidently. The pixies giggled, then posed their riddle. "I am not alive, but I grow. I do not have lungs, but I need air. I do not have a mouth, but water kills me. What am I?" Lila pondered the words, the answer flitting just out of reach. She closed her eyes, listening to the rhythm of the river and the gentle encouragement in Solus's gaze. Suddenly, the answer dawned on her like the first light of dawn. "Fire," she declared, her voice ringing clear. The pixies clapped their tiny hands, delighted. "You are wise and brave, Lila. You may cross." With a grateful nod, Lila stepped onto the bridge, feeling its gentle sway beneath her feet. As she reached the other side, she turned to find Solus still watching her, a proud gleam in its eyes. "Thank you, Solus," Lila said, her heart full of warmth and gratitude, "for showing me the way." "Remember, Lila," Solus replied, its voice a soothing melody. "The courage you seek lies within you. Trust in yourself, and the wonders of the world will always be yours to discover." With the moon rising high and bathing the forest in a silvery glow, Lila made her way home, her heart aglow with the magic of her adventure. She returned to her village with stories that would inspire others to explore the enchanting world around them. And so, in the quiet moments before sleep, Lila would often think back to that wondrous journey, knowing that as long as she carried courage in her heart, the world would always be full of enchanting places waiting to be discovered. As the crackling fireplace cast a gentle warmth across the room, Lila nestled into her bed, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that she was never truly alone. Story 35. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 36. In the heart of the gentle, whispering woods, where the air always smelled of sweet pine and the earth was carpeted in soft moss, there lay the village of Luminara. This was a place where magic danced lightly on the breeze and twinkled in the eyes of its inhabitants. The people of Luminara lived in cozy, thatched cottages with gardens blooming in kaleidoscopic color, and each evening the village was serenaded by the soothing chirps of crickets and the soft hoots of owls. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar thing happened. Tiny lights like drifting stars began appearing in the village square. They bobbed and weaved in the air, casting a gentle glow that lit the cobblestones in a dance of shadows and light. At first, the villagers thought it was merely the fireflies celebrating the change of season. But as the nights passed, the lights grew bolder, forming patterns that seemed to whisper secrets to those who watched. Amidst the curiosity and wonder, young Clara, an observant and kind-hearted girl with a penchant for puzzles, decided to unravel the mystery of the dancing lights. Clara had long chestnut hair that caught the autumn sun in golden threads and eyes as bright as the morning sky. She loved the village dearly and felt a deep connection to its magic, which had always guided her gently through life's little mysteries. Clara's first stop was the cottage of Elder Thistle, the village's wisest resident. Elder Thistle was a man with a beard as white as the first snow and a voice like the rustle of ancient leaves. As Clara approached, she could smell the comforting aroma of spiced tea and hear the crackling of the hearth inside. "Ah, Clara," Elder Thistle greeted her with a warm smile as she entered. "What brings you here on this fine evening?" "It's the lights, Elder," Clara replied, settling into a cushioned chair by the fire. "They seem to be trying to tell us something, and I wish to understand their message." The elder nodded thoughtfully, his eyes twinkling with hidden knowledge. "The lights are indeed curious, my dear. Perhaps they are a message from the forest spirits, or a guide to something we have yet to discover." With Elder Thistle's words as her compass, Clara set out to observe the lights more closely. Each evening, she would sit quietly in the square, noting the patterns and rhythms of their dance. She noticed that the lights always began their dance in the same spot, near the oldest oak tree, whose branches stretched wide and welcoming like an embrace. One evening, as Clara sat beneath the oak, a gentle rustling came from the branches above. Peeking down at her was a small creature, with feathers the color of moonlit snow and eyes that sparkled like the stars. It was Winnie, a wise old owl who had long been a friend to the villagers. "Woo, woo!" Winnie cooed softly, fluttering down to perch beside Clara. "You've been watching the lights, haven't you?" "Yes, Winnie," Clara replied, her voice a soft whisper. "I feel they are trying to lead us somewhere or tell us something important." Winnie nodded, his feathers ruffling in agreement. "The forest often speaks in ways we must learn to understand. Perhaps, if we follow, we will find the answers we seek." Encouraged by Winnie's words, Clara decided that the next night she would follow the lights. When darkness fell and the stars began their parade across the sky, the lights appeared once more, twinkling and swirling in their mysterious dance. Clara, with Winnie fluttering above her, followed the trail of lights as they led her deeper into the woods. The path was soft beneath her feet, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves and the distant song of a babbling brook. The lights wove through the trees, guiding Clara and Winnie to a small clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of stones, ancient and worn, yet humming with a gentle energy. As Clara stepped closer, she noticed something remarkable. The lights began to gather above the stones, forming a shimmering pattern that resembled a map. It was a map of Luminara, with a glowing point marking the village square. "It seems the lights have brought us here to reveal this map," Clara mused aloud, her heart pounding with excitement and wonder. Winnie hooted softly in agreement. And perhaps this is where the answer lies, in the heart of the village. With the map still glowing in her mind, Clara returned to the village, determined to uncover the secret that lay hidden beneath the familiar cobblestones of the square. The next morning, as the sun painted the sky in shades of gold, Clara gathered her friends from the village, gentle-hearted Finn, whose laughter was like sunshine, and wise Mira, whose knowledge of the natural world was unmatched. Together, they studied the map Clara had memorized, each contributing their thoughts. It was Mira who suggested they look beneath the old statue that stood at the heart of the square. The statue, carved from stone, was of a guardian spirit said to protect Luminara. With the villagers' help, they gently moved the statue, revealing something extraordinary beneath. There lay an ancient chest, its wood weathered by time, but still strong. When Clara opened it, the chest revealed a collection of beautifully illustrated books and scrolls, each filled with stories and knowledge from the village's past. The lights, it seemed, had been guiding them to this treasure all along. The villagers gathered around in awe, grateful for the wisdom of their ancestors that had been preserved for generations to come. Elder Thistle, with tears in his eyes, thanked Clara and her friends for their curiosity and courage. The stories and knowledge contained here will enrich our lives and the lives of those who come after us, he said, his voice full of warmth and gratitude. The mystery of the lights had brought the village together, reminding them of the power of friendship, curiosity, and the magic that lived in their hearts. As the sun set on another day, the villagers celebrated with a feast, their laughter and joy echoing through the woods. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Luminara rested, wrapped in the warmth of community and the comfort of newfound wisdom. The dancing lights, their purpose fulfilled, faded gently into the night, leaving the village in a peaceful, contented slumber. Story 37. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and an ancient, whispering forest, there was a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof. This was the home of a young girl named Lila, who had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair like sunlit wheat. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known in the village for her gentle heart and tales of wonder. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle like tiny silver lanterns in the vast velvet sky, Lila sat curled beside the fireplace. The flames danced and flickered, casting a warm glow that filled the room with a cozy golden light. Her grandmother, seated in her favorite armchair with a quilt draped over her knees, began to tell a story. Long ago, her grandmother said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, there existed a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and stone. Lila listened, her imagination painting vivid pictures of this enchanted realm. She could almost hear the rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of a distant brook. As the story unfolded, Lila learned of an ancient tree, the tallest and oldest in the forest, whose roots stretched deep into the earth and whose branches reached towards the heavens. This tree, known as the Sylvan Sentinel, was said to guard a magical object, a golden acorn that held the power to grant wisdom and understanding to those with pure intentions. Inspired by her grandmother's tale, Lila decided she must see this wonder for herself. The very next morning, with the sun kissing her cheeks and a gentle breeze tussling her hair, she set off toward the forest. She carried with her a small knapsack filled with sandwiches, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of stories. The path into the forest was dappled with sunlight, and the air was alive with the chirping of birds and the scent of pine and earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees grew taller and older, their gnarled branches forming a canopy overhead that filtered the sunlight into a soft green glow. Lila walked until the path became a narrow trail, winding between moss-covered stones and beneath arching brambles. She paused to admire a family of squirrels playing in the branches above, their fluffy tails flicking as they chattered and leaped from limb to limb. It was not long before she came upon a clearing where the ancient Sylvan Sentinel stood in serene majesty. Its trunk was as wide as a house, and its bark was etched with patterns that seemed to tell stories of ages past. Lila approached reverently, her heart filled with awe. As she circled the tree, she caught a glimpse of something glinting in the sunlight among the roots. There, nestled in a bed of emerald moss, was the golden acorn. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she knelt to examine it. It seemed to pulse with a gentle light, like the heartbeat of the forest itself. In that moment, a soft voice drifted through the air, as if carried on the wind. "What is it you seek, child of the forest?" it asked, kind and curious. Startled but not afraid, Lila looked around, seeing no one. "I seek understanding," she replied, her voice steady. "I wish to know the world as you do." The forest seemed to pause, listening to her words. Then the voice spoke again. "To gain wisdom, you must first embark on a journey of the heart." Lila nodded, feeling a sense of adventure blossom within her. She carefully wrapped the acorn in her handkerchief and placed it in her knapsack, then stood and turned to leave the clearing, the promise of new discoveries guiding her steps. Her journey led her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the songs of unseen creatures. The trees whispered secrets to one another, and Lila felt as though she were walking through a world spun from dreams. As the sun climbed higher, she came upon a small stream that wound its way through the woods. The water was crystal clear, and the stones beneath it shimmered like jewels. She stopped to drink and cool her feet, savoring the refreshing touch of the water. It was there, by the stream, that she met Oliver, a fox with fur the color of russet leaves and eyes bright with intelligence. He watched her with a curious tilt of his head, his bushy tail curled around his paws. "Hello," Lila said, smiling at him. "I'm Lila. What's your name?" The fox regarded her for a moment before replying in a voice soft and warm, "I am Oliver. It is rare to see a human here." Lila told him of her quest for wisdom and the golden acorn she carried. Oliver listened intently, occasionally nodding as if he understood more than he let on. "Perhaps I can accompany you," Oliver suggested, his eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "The forest is vast, and two are always better than one." Lila agreed, grateful for the company. Together, they followed the stream, sharing stories and laughter. Oliver showed her hidden paths and secret glades, teaching her the language of the forest. As they traveled, Lila learned to see the world through new eyes. She noticed the intricate patterns of a spider's web glistening with dew, the way the sunlight painted the leaves in shades of gold and green, and the quiet strength of the trees as they stood sentinel over the land. Days turned into weeks, and Lila felt herself changing. The forest had become a part of her, and she a part of it. She understood now that wisdom was not something that could be given. It was something that grew within, nourished by experience and understanding. One morning, as the mist curled around the trunks of the trees and the forest awoke with the songs of birds, Lila and Oliver came to a place where the trees parted to reveal a hidden valley. In the center of the valley stood a stone circle, ancient and mysterious. Lila felt a pull towards the stones, sensing that her journey was nearing its end. She and Oliver approached the circle, feeling the air hum with energy. In the center of the circle lay a pool of water, still and clear as a mirror. Kneeling beside the pool, Lila saw her reflection, and within it, the reflection of all she had learned. The forest, Oliver, the journey, all had become a part of her. She understood now that wisdom was not a destination but a journey, and she had only just begun. As she pondered this, the golden acorn in her knapsack began to glow, its light spilling out like liquid sunlight. Lila took it in her hands, feeling its warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and clarity. The voice from the forest spoke once more, gentle and proud. "You have found what you seek, child of the forest. With an open heart and a willing spirit, you have gained the wisdom of the woods." Lila smiled, tears of gratitude in her eyes. She knew now that she was forever changed, and the forest would always be with her, guiding her steps and whispering its secrets. With Oliver by her side, she made her way back to the village, the golden acorn safely tucked away, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the wisdom she had gained. As the first lights of home came into view, Lila felt a warmth spread through her. She was eager to share her stories, her newfound understanding, and the lessons of the forest with her grandmother and the villagers. That night, as she sat by the fireplace with her grandmother, the flames dancing like old friends, Lila told her tale. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with pride. "Wisdom is a gift, my dear," her grandmother said softly, "and you have learned to see with the eyes of the heart." Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude and love. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that there were many more adventures to be had. But for now, she was home, surrounded by the warmth of family and the magic of the forest she held dear. And as the stars twinkled like tiny silver lanterns in the vast velvet sky, Lila drifted into sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle rustle of leaves, the songs of birds, and the wisdom of the woods. Story 38. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between sprawling emerald fields and whispering woodlands, the gentle hum of life unfolded with the rising sun each day. The village, with its cobblestone paths and cottages adorned with flowering vines, seemed untouched by time. Eldergrove was a place where the morning dew clung lovingly to each blade of grass, and the air carried the scent of fresh bread and wildflowers. It was here, in this serene corner of the world, that a most extraordinary tale began. In a cozy nook at the edge of the village, where the forest began to weave its tapestry of trees, lived a young girl named Mara. Her home was a small, thatched roof cottage, its windows framed by cheerful blooms of marigold and lavender. Mara was known to all as a spirited soul with a heart as open as the sky. Her days were spent wandering the woods, her bare feet dancing over the soft earth, and her laughter mingling with the song of the birds. Mara's most cherished companion was Leo, a wise and gentle fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. Leo had been by her side since she was a child, and the two shared a bond as deep as the roots of the oldest oak in the forest. Together they explored the hidden wonders of the woods, discovering sparkling brooks and secret groves where sunlight played in patterns of gold and green. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the trees in hues of amber and crimson, Mara and Leo set off on one of their adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the promise of something new. Mara's satchel, slung over her shoulder, held a small loaf of bread and a flask of warm tea, provisions for their journey into the heart of the forest. Their path was one they had walked many times before, a winding trail that led to a glade where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. But this day held a different promise, a whisper of magic that seemed to beckon them deeper into the woods. As they ventured further, the trees grew taller and the light danced softly through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The air was alive with the rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. It was here, amidst the ancient trees and soft whispers of nature, that Mara and Leo stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. In a small clearing, bathed in a shaft of sunlight, lay a peculiar stone. It was smooth and round, its surface flecked with a shimmering iridescence that caught the eye and held it fast. Mara knelt beside the stone, her fingers tracing the patterns that seemed to shift and flow beneath her touch. "Leo, have you ever seen anything like this?" she asked, her voice hushed with wonder. Leo tilted his head, his amber eyes thoughtful. "It is unlike anything I've known, Mara. There is a magic here, old and powerful." Intrigued by the stone's mystery, Mara lifted it gently, cradling it in her hands. As she did, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, a gentle pulse that seemed to echo the rhythm of her own heartbeat. It was as if the stone was alive, a silent guardian of secrets untold. With the stone nestled safely in her satchel, Mara and Leo continued their journey, their path now guided by an unspoken understanding that they had been chosen for something greater. As they walked, the forest seemed to shift around them, the trees whispering in a language only the heart could understand. Their journey led them to a hidden vale, a place of breathtaking beauty where the world seemed to pause in reverent silence. A waterfall cascaded down a rocky ledge, its waters sparkling like 1,000 diamonds. The pool below was a mirror, reflecting the sky and the vibrant hues of the forest. It was here, in this enchanted place, that the stone's magic began to unfold. As Mara approached the water's edge, the stone in her satchel began to glow, its light mingling with the sunbeams that danced upon the water. With a quiet sense of awe, Mara placed the stone on the ground, watching as it pulsed with a life of its own. Suddenly, the surface of the pool began to ripple, the water swirling in patterns that defied explanation. From its depths emerged a figure, ethereal and luminous, as if woven from the very fabric of dreams. The figure was a woman, her hair a cascade of moonlight and her eyes the deep blue of the midnight sky. "Welcome, Mara," she spoke, her voice a melody of wind and water. "I am Celine, keeper of this realm and guardian of the stone you have found." Mara bowed her head, her heart filled with a sense of wonder and reverence. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is the Valley of Echoes," Celine replied, "a hidden world where the magic of the earth is woven into every leaf and stone. The stone you carry is a key, a bridge between your world and ours." As Celine spoke, the air shimmered with the magic that filled the vale. Mara and Leo listened intently, their hearts open to the mysteries unfolding before them. "The stone has chosen you, Mara," Celine continued, "for you possess a heart that is pure and a spirit that is free. With its power, you can see the hidden truths of the world and bring light where there is darkness." Mara felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle assurance that she was part of something greater than herself. "But why me?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity and humility. "Because you seek not for yourself, but for the world around you. Celine replied with a smile. The stone's magic is a gift, one that must be used with wisdom and kindness. With those words, Celine extended her hand, and Mara felt a gentle breeze wrap around her, filling her with a sense of peace and purpose. She knew that her journey was just beginning, a path that would lead her to new horizons and deeper truths. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the vale, Mara and Leo bid farewell to Celine and the Valley of Echoes. With the stone's magic guiding them, they returned to Eldergrove, their hearts alight with the promise of the adventures yet to come. The days that followed were filled with wonder and discovery. With the stone's power, Mara could see the unseen, uncovering hidden paths and forgotten stories within the forest. She and Leo ventured to places they had never dreamed possible, their bond deepening with each new revelation. In time, the villagers of Eldergrove came to know the magic that Mara carried, and they too shared in the joy of discovery. Through her, they learned to see the world with new eyes, finding beauty and magic in the everyday moments of life. But it was not only the villagers who were changed. Mara herself grew wiser and stronger, her heart expanding with each act of kindness and each truth uncovered. She learned that the greatest magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that connected her to the world around her. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Mara became a beloved figure in Eldergrove, a gentle guide and a keeper of stories. Her adventures with Leo became the stuff of legend, tales told by the fireside on cold winter nights. And though the stone's magic was a part of her, Mara understood that true magic lived in the hearts of those who dared to dream and to love. It was a magic that could not be contained, a light that shone brightly in the darkest of times. As the years went by, the village of Eldergrove continued to thrive, its people living in harmony with the land and each other. Mara's legend grew, told and retold by generations who cherished the magic she had brought into their lives. On the eve of her 100th birthday, the village gathered to celebrate Mara's life and the gifts she had shared with them. The air was filled with laughter and music, the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through the streets. The villagers danced under a canopy of stars, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. And at the heart of the celebration, beneath the ancient oak that had witnessed countless seasons, Mara sat with Leo by her side. Her eyes, still bright with the light of 1,000 adventures, watched the faces of those she loved, the warmth of their smiles a testament to a life well lived. As the moon climbed high in the sky, casting its gentle glow upon the village, Mara felt a familiar warmth spread through her. The stone, resting in her lap, pulsed with the same gentle rhythm as it had that day in the forest so many years ago. With a heart full of peace and contentment, Mara closed her eyes, her spirit soaring on the wings of a lifetime of memories. She knew that her journey was complete, her story woven into the fabric of Eldergrove and the hearts of its people. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Mara's spirit took flight, leaving behind a legacy of love and magic that would endure for generations to come. Her journey had been one of discovery and transformation, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic that lay within. In the years that followed, the people of Eldergrove continued to tell Mara's story, passing it down from parent to child, a reminder of the magic that lived within each of them. The stone, now a cherished relic, was kept safe in the village, a symbol of the bond between the worlds and the enduring light of Mara's spirit. And so, as the village thrived, the legend of Mara and the Valley of Echoes lived on, a beacon of hope and wonder in a world filled with endless possibilities. The magic of the stone, the wisdom of the forest, and the love that bound them all together became a part of the very essence of Eldergrove, a legacy that would never fade. For in the heart of every adventure, in the quiet moments of reflection and the joyous laughter of friends, the spirit of Mara and the magic she had shared continued to shine, a guiding light for all who dared to dream and believe. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Finn. Like most children his age, Finn loved to play and explore the winding paths that led through the meadows and woodlands surrounding his home. One crisp autumn day, Finn was wandering along the bank of a babbling stream when something caught his eye. A smooth, flat stone lying among the pebbles. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but as Finn picked it up, he felt a strange warmth emanating from the stone, as if it were alive. Curious, Finn slipped the stone into his pocket and hurried home, eager to show his parents his peculiar find. But as he approached the cottage, a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, and the stone seemed to vibrate with energy. Before Finn's astonished eyes, the stone transformed into a tiny winged creature, no bigger than his thumb. It hovered before him, its gossamer wings fluttering rapidly, and spoke in a voice like tinkling bells. "Greetings, young one," it said. "I am a pixie, bound to that stone by an ancient spell. You have freed me, and for that, I am forever in your debt." Finn could scarcely believe his eyes or his ears. A real pixie, straight out of the storybooks his grandmother used to read him. The pixie introduced herself as Zephyr and explained that she had been trapped in the stone for centuries, waiting for a kind soul to release her. From that day forward, Zephyr became Finn's constant companion, her magical presence opening his eyes to the wonders that surrounded him. She showed him how to commune with the forest animals, how to coax seeds to sprout and flowers to bloom, and how to understand the whispers of the wind. As the seasons changed, Finn grew older and wiser under Zephyr's tutelage. But one day, a terrible drought struck the village, and the once lush meadows began to wither and die. The elders called a council, fearing that the village would soon be forced to abandon their homes in search of greener lands. It was then that Zephyr revealed a long-forgotten secret. Deep within the heart of the ancient oak forest lay a hidden spring, whose waters had the power to renew and restore the land. But the path to the spring was guarded by a cunning and mischievous forest sprite named Bramble, who delighted in leading travelers astray. Undaunted, Finn and Zephyr set out on a quest to find the legendary spring, armed with only their wits and their unwavering friendship. Along the way, they encountered a host of delightful and quirky characters who became their allies. There was Willow, a kindly dryad who could bend the trees to her will, and Burrow, a resourceful badger with an uncanny sense of direction. Together they navigated the twisting trails, solving riddles and overcoming obstacles with patience and ingenuity. At last, they came upon Bramble's lair, a tangled thicket of thorns and twisted branches. The sprite appeared, cackling with glee, and challenged them to a game of wits. If they won, he would reveal the path to the spring. If they lost, they would be trapped in his maze forever. With Zephyr's guidance and the wisdom they had gathered on their journey, Finn and his friends outwitted the trickster sprite, unraveling his puzzles and revealing the secret path. Deep within the ancient oak forest, they discovered the spring, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds. As Finn and Zephyr drank from its crystalline depths, they felt a surge of energy and life flowing through them. From that day on, the village prospered once more, the meadows lush and verdant, the crops abundant. And Finn, now a young man, understood the true magic of the world around him, a magic born of patience, wisdom, and the bonds of friendship that transcended all boundaries. As the years passed, Finn became a teacher and a storyteller, sharing the wondrous tales of his adventures with wide-eyed children gathered around the crackling hearth. And always by his side was Zephyr, the pixie who had opened his eyes to the extraordinary secrets hidden within the ordinary world. Story 40. In a quaint village nestled amidst the emerald hills and glistening streams of a forgotten land, where the air was always tinged with the scent of wildflowers and honey, there lived a gentle soul named Amara. Her home was a snug cottage, woven with vines of ivy and crowned by the blossoms of perennial roses, their petals whispering secrets carried by the winds. Amara was a weaver, renowned for her tapestries that danced with colors only the dawn could rival. Each piece she crafted seemed to tell a story, one that held the warmth of hearth fires and the laughter of distant ancestors. Yet, despite her skill and the contentment it brought, Amara felt an unspoken yearning, a whisper of a connection she couldn't quite grasp. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight and the world settled into the gentle embrace of night, Amara sat by the fireplace. The flames flickered softly, casting a golden glow around her, while the familiar crackle filled the room with a comforting rhythm. Her grandmother, wise and full of stories from a time long past, had left her a wooden chest, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shimmer under the firelight. Amara had always been drawn to this chest, feeling a pull as if it held the answers to the questions that danced in her heart. With tender hands, she opened it for the first time. Inside, nestled in layers of worn, fragrant cloth, lay a shimmering shawl embroidered with threads of silver and gold. Each stitch seemed to carry the essence of moonlight and starlit skies, and it resonated with an energy that felt both ancient and familiar. As she draped the shawl over her shoulders, a warmth enveloped her, and the room around her began to shift. The walls of her cottage faded away to reveal a vibrant tapestry of lush meadows and towering mountains, their peaks kissed by snow. In this ethereal realm, Amara found herself standing by a serene river that mirrored the heavens above. From the mist emerged a figure, graceful and aglow with a gentle luminescence. It was her grandmother, but not as she had known her in life. Here, she was a spirit of wisdom and light. Dear Amara, her voice was as soft as a lullaby. You have awakened the legacy of our lineage. The shawl you wear is woven from the dreams and hopes of our ancestors, each thread a memory, a wish, a lesson. Amara listened, her heart swelling with a mixture of awe and affection. What must I do, grandmother? She asked, her voice a gentle echo against the whispers of the river. Walk with me, the spirit replied, extending a hand. Together, they wandered through scenes of the past, festivals filled with laughter, fields tilled by hands that nurtured the earth, and gatherings where stories were shared, weaving bonds of kinship and community. Through these visions, Amara learned of her roots. Her people had been keepers of an ancient tradition, story weaving, not only in cloth but in the very fabric of life. Each tale they spun was a thread that connected them to the world and to each other, a reminder that they were never alone. Remember, Amara, her grandmother said, our stories are not just of the past. They live in the present, guiding us in times of joy and challenge. They teach us to cherish the bonds we share, to find strength in unity, and to embrace the beauty of our heritage. With a gentle touch, her grandmother placed a delicate, carved spindle in Amara's hand. This spindle is a symbol of your journey, a tool to weave your own stories into the tapestry of our lineage. Let it remind you that you are part of something greater, a legacy of love and wisdom. As the vision faded, Amara found herself once more by the hearth, the shawl still draped over her shoulders. The world outside was serene, the moon casting its silver glow over the sleeping village. In her hands she held the spindle, its wood smooth and warm, a tangible link to her ancestors. In the days that followed, Amara wove with renewed purpose. Her tapestries became a bridge for her community, telling tales of unity, resilience, and the beauty of shared heritage. The village gathered often, enchanted by the stories her art brought to life, each person finding a piece of themselves in the woven threads. Through her journey, Amara discovered a truth that resonated deep within her soul. The past and present were intricately entwined, each moment a chance to cherish the legacy of those who came before and to nurture a sense of belonging that would echo through the ages. And so, under the gentle watch of the stars and the eternal embrace of the hills, Amara's heart found peace. She was home, in every sense of the word, wrapped in the warmth of her ancestry, her spirit aglow with the knowledge that she was never truly alone. Story 41. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Story 47. Story 48. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds, as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terok. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terok. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terrak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Story 49. Story 50. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing? Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended. Marin smiled warmly. It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source. Lyra's light flickered with happiness. I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods. Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before. Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far. Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow. With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 51. Story 52. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the Leafshade Glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand. Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin? The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home. With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. Change is a river, ever-flowing, ever-changing, it said. It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self. As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Story 56. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. Story 50. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 58. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 59. Story 60. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 64. Story 65. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 66. Story 67. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure. But it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Story 68. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the Enchanted Grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day. Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. Could it be a shadow? He asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring. With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the Teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. Story 77. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 78. In the serene village of Willowgrove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 79. Story 80. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 81. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebirds sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 82. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling Misty Mountains, there existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the Whispering Woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied, her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think I could find the hidden world?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Perhaps, if you listen closely. The woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts." Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the whispering woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. Story 83. Story 84. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself." Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. "In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter," Orin said, "the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings." Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. And then comes summer. Orin continued, when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones. The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. But as the days grow shorter, Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet. Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow, Orin said softly. The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come. Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. But remember, dear Finley, Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony. Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. Thank you, Orin, Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. I will remember your words. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. Story 85. Story 86. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 87. Story 88. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 95. Story 96. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, Sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more. Zephyr blinked, taken aback. I didn't mean to be rude, he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself. Perhaps, Mira suggested softly, we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer. Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. I'll do my best, he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all right, she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. We'll weather this storm together. Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. Thank you, he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. I've always believed the stars tell stories, she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared, he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 97. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Story 98. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 99. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lila sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued. She turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lila. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lila and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lila. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lila wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lila knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, strange things began to happen. It started small, a misplaced book here, a mysteriously unraveled knitting project there. Villagers woke to find their gardens gently rearranged, or household objects swapped between neighbors' homes. The occurrences were odd but harmless, sparking more curiosity than concern. Young Emma loved a good puzzle, so she paid close attention, determined to get to the bottom of these quirky happenings. With her ever-present notebook and a keen eye for detail, she spent hours observing and documenting every inexplicable event. One crisp autumn morning, Emma woke to find her bedroom subtly redecorated, her stuffed animals lined up in size order, her books color-coded on the shelf. She gasped in delight, recognizing the telltale signs of mischievous magic at work. "Brownies!" she exclaimed to her cat Jasper, who regarded her with wise, golden eyes. In the legends, brownies were shy household sprites who craved order and loved to lend a hand with chores and tidying up when the mood struck them. Determined to meet these elusive creatures, Emma stayed up late into the night, snuggled under her quilt with Jasper keeping watch. Just as the moonlight filtered through her curtains, she spotted a flicker of movement. 3 tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their wispy forms glowing with an inner light. "Oh, you startled us," one brownie said, wringing his hands. "We were just trying to help." Emma beamed. "Thank you, I could use a bit of extra tidying. But please, don't be frightened. I've always wanted to meet brownies. I'm Emma, and this is Jasper." The brownies visibly relaxed at her warm welcome. Over bowls of warm milk and fresh-baked cookies, they became fast friends. Emma learned their names were Willow, Oak, and Bramble, and they simply couldn't resist using their magic to spread a little extra order and coziness wherever they went. From then on, Emma shared her home with the 3 brownies, trading stories and listening to their sage brownie wisdom late into the night. Though the rest of the village never saw them, Emma's friends and family noticed her renewed zest for life, her homework completed ahead of schedule, and an ever-present glow of contentment. When asked her secret, Emma would simply smile and say, "I have some very helpful friends." The strange occurrences continued, bringing more curiosity and wonder than fright to the village. Sometimes the simplest magic is recognizing the extraordinary in the ordinary and keeping an open heart and mind to life's delightful little mysteries. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker. a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, They capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy. Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, The friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdanti named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of crystalline to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. "Joran," Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening, "I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew." Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalline. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. "Promise you'll come back," Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. "I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink, "but that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots. A small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldric's blessing, Leela and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Leela and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony. With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the Zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willow, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so, under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Faron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Faronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, and you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. "In those days," continued Elder Mossback, "there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted, to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Fairies, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Fairite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, The owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance.